Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Itadori Yuji. 5 months ago. Chapter 51, Itadori Yuji.
Max Elephant.
Megumi Fushiguro curved his fingers to form an elephant's head shadow. The silhouette surged like a fountain, rising high before a colossal creature burst forth, breaking through the barrier. With a clear, resonant trumpet, an elephant marked with cursed energy symbols appeared. Its forehead bore the design of one of the 10 divine treasures, like the other Shikigami Megumi had summoned. Max Elephant, clearly irritable, raised its massive forelegs and stomped toward Megumi. Prepared, Megumi had already summoned Nu. With a backflip, he dodged flying rocks as Nu carried him into the air, evading a torrent of water blasted from Max Elephant's trunk.
Nu!
2 jade hounds appeared, diverting Max Elephant's attention, allowing Megumi to land safely on dry ground. At his command, Nu spread its wings, casting a large shadow below. Its sharp cry was swallowed by thunder as electric snakes writhed wildly, piercing the water surrounding Max Elephant. The jade hounds leapt away with perfect timing, leaving Max Elephant ensnared in coiling electric light. The jade hounds dissipated into shadows before settling on the ground. Megumi immediately pinched his fingers and summoned the Great Serpent. The enormous body of Max Elephant was quickly coiled by the Great Serpent. After a powerful charge, the still paralyzed Max Elephant was flung into the air. Nu pounced midair, lightning flashing as the Great Serpent tightened its grip. Together, they suppressed Max Elephant, denying it the chance to use its strength or unleash water attacks condensed with cursed energy. After a few exchanges, Max Elephant collapsed, defeated. Megumi, breathing heavily, sighed in relief and activated his technique, recalling the tamed Max Elephant into his shadow. Nu and the Great Serpent vanished alongside it.
Well done, Megumi.
Turning, Megumi saw Panda and the others watching from the edge of the training ground. Their role in the Shikigami taming ritual was finished, so they had merely observed Megumi's solo effort. Fortunately, Megumi's control and coordination between his Shikigami were excellent. Even in a 2-on-1, Max Elephant never stood a chance. Since the new year began, mission frequency had dropped, leaving everyone with more free time. The few missions that came through involved low-level curses, making them easy to handle. Yuta Akatsu had already departed overseas. Kamihara Hajime also received mostly Grade 2 and Grade 1 missions, frankly quite dull. After missions, he retreated to his dorm to play games or study jujutsu, domain, and barrier techniques from books Gojo Satoru lent him. The books contained verified information mixed with speculative theories. For instance, details on domain expansion were scarce since few had mastered it, and those who had often couldn't translate their knowledge into teachable concepts. Learning was tough for Hajime, but barrier techniques were more straightforward and logical, like simple arithmetic. Only a little talent was needed to improve. Today, free from missions, Hajime came to watch Megumi tame his Shikigami. Megumi raised a hand to shield his face when Panda shouted at him, then gave up, maintaining a calm expression.
Beep beep.
Walking along the stone path, Hajime's phone vibrated. Pulling it out, he saw a message from Gojo Satoru. After a quick read, Hajime stopped and called to Megumi.
Megumi, Gojo-sensei assigned us a mission. We're going together. Then you two go ahead and take care of it. Goodbye.
Panda waved them off. After meeting Gojo, he immediately explained the mission details.
The mission is straightforward. A sealed Sukuna finger has been confirmed, and you need to retrieve it. The only caution is the cursed spirits it might attract. Though it's unlikely to be dangerous, it's still a special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger at that, so it's best you two go together.
Gojo spread his hands, signaling that was the situation. Hajime felt confident after hearing it. Even if a cursed spirit had fused with the finger like in a previous mission, it hadn't been a big problem. Actually, it made things more interesting. But the mission felt familiar.
Where is the location?
Gojo checked his phone and said,
Tsujisawa 3rd High School, Sendai City, Miyagi Prefecture.
Suddenly, Hajime knew why it felt familiar, a high school Megumi and Sukuna's finger.
Cleone,
a planktonic mollusk nicknamed the Sea Angel. Laughing heartily, the trio was interrupted when the door burst open with a bang. The student council president appeared at the doorway, dark-faced.
Oh, the planktonic creature president. What brings you here?
Adjusting his glasses, the president said sternly.
I've already told you, the school isn't big enough to allow research clubs without activity reports to occupy rooms. Starting today, this room will be the girls' track and field club's changing area. Please leave quickly.
Sasaki slammed a thick notebook onto the table. Yuji raised a finger seriously.
Don't underestimate my seniors, President.
The president looked uneasy but asked.
What is this?
Sasaki smiled darkly.
This is valuable information about the school we've researched.
Lowering her voice for effect, she explained.
You know the rugby field was closed, right?
The president nodded.
Yes, many players were hospitalized due to physical discomfort.
Sasaki smirked.
But did you wonder why? They were all strong athletes who suddenly fell ill. Before their symptoms, they heard strange sounds.
She opened the notebook to reveal a newspaper clipping.
30 years ago, a construction worker named Yoshida disappeared right here, at Sujisawa 3rd High School, which was still under construction.
Her gaze was distant, as if seeing the truth beyond.
Yoshida had debts and was targeted by the Yakuza. He was likely buried under the rugby field. All of this is the work of Yoshida's vengeful spirit.
Sasaki clenched her fist, convinced.
No!
The president pushed up his glasses. Their lenses flashed white like his next words.
It's ticks. They were hospitalized because of ticks on the rugby field.
Sasaki's confidence deflated. The group was speechless at the mundane truth. Itadori perked up.
So what? My seniors have been working hard investigating the supernatural. Isn't this the best activity report?
The president remained imposing.
This isn't a game. You spread baseless rumors, and the biggest issue is... You're Yuji Itadori, right? On the track and field team. Your club doesn't even meet minimum membership requirements.
Itadori looked bewildered as Sasaki and Iguchi glared.
Huh, didn't I sign up for occult research?
Itadori didn't care which club he joined, just wanted to leave school at 5 p.m. Most clubs were busy and overcrowded.
When did I join the track team? It was me.
The door slammed open again. Takagi, the track and field advisor, stared seriously at Itadori.
I changed it for you, Itadori. To dominate the nation, we need you.
Itadori recognized him and yelled. The president pushed up his glasses. Their lenses flashed white like his next words. It's ticks. They were hospitalized because of ticks on the rugby field. Sasaki's confidence deflated. The group was speechless at the mundane truth. Itadori perked up. So what? My seniors have been working hard investigating the supernatural. Isn't this the best activity report? The president remained imposing. This isn't a game. You spread baseless rumors, and the biggest issue is... You're Yuji Itadori, right? On the track and field team, your club doesn't even meet minimum membership requirements. Itadori looked bewildered as Sasaki and Iguchi glared. Huh? Didn't I sign up for occult research? Itadori didn't care which club he joined, just wanted to leave school at 5 p.m. Most clubs were busy and overcrowded. When did I join the track team? It was me. The door slammed open again. Takagi, the track and field advisor, stared seriously at Itadori. I changed it for you, Itadori. To dominate the nation, we need you. Itadori recognized him and yelled, You again? Stop pestering me. I've refused already. I don't want to join. No. Takagi proposed a bet.
Let's settle this on the track. If I win, you join. If you win, we never bother you. No problem.
Itadori smiled confidently.
Then let's go now. I have plans later.
Track and field ground. In front of the sand pit, Takagi and Itadori's competition gathered a crowd. Takagi was a retired pro athlete recently hired as advisor. Itadori was famous as the
Tiger of West Middle,
and had appeared on a TV obstacle course show. His athletic ability was impressive, so everyone was curious.
Takagi's serious. Itadori's in trouble.
Takagi, shirtless and muscular, explained.
Shot put, one throw, furthest wins.
Itadori nodded.
Who goes first? I will.
Takagi wound up and threw the shot put in a perfect arc. 14 meters, the judge announced. Takagi smiled faintly. watching Itadori's unfamiliar baseball-style throw. Suddenly, Itadori's shot put thudded embedding in the iron post about 30 meters away.
That's ridiculous, without cursed energy.
Hajime and Megumi stood on the sidelines. Unable to find Sukuna's finger at the original location, they followed a faint cursed energy trail here and witnessed this. Megumi was surprised.
He's strong like Maki-san.
Hajime laughed.
Are you saying Maki is strong? I'll tell her.
Megumi rolled his eyes and gestured to the Jade Hounds.
Let's find the cursed object. It's getting dark.
Yuji ran toward the school gate like the wind after the competition. As he brushed past Megumi, a sudden cursed energy made Megumi's hair stand on end.
Wait!
Megumi turned, but Yuji was already gone.
That fast, he must be a car in disguise.
Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Ryomen Sukuna, 5 months ago. Chapter 52, Ryomen Sukuna.
You're Yuji Itadori, right?
After Kamihara Hajime and Megumi Fushiguro dealt with the cursed spirits at the school, they asked about Yuji Itadori. They learned that Itadori visited his grandfather at a nearby hospital every day after school around 5 o'clock, so they rushed there. Hajime had to use some charm to get this information. There was no other way. Fushiguro's cold demeanor made him look intimidating, so Itadori's classmates wouldn't easily share information. They could have gone through official channels, but that would take too long and involve complicated procedures. So, Hajime pretended they were Itadori's middle school classmates, which was enough to get the address. At the hospital, they saw Yuji Itadori handling some paperwork at the front desk. If Hajime remembered correctly, Itadori was likely dealing with matters following his grandfather's recent passing. Due to his grandfather's personality and the way he raised Itadori, sadness didn't show plainly on Itadori's face. Hearing an unfamiliar voice call his name, Itadori turned just after signing the cremation consent form. 2 teenagers about his age, dressed in blue and black uniforms, stood before him. The one with spiky sea urchin-like hair was the one who called out. Itadori scratched his head, trying to recall if he knew them.
Yeah, that's me. What do you need?
Hajime walked over to the nurse at the front desk and smoothly started a conversation. The young, pretty nurse was immediately drawn away by his friendly smile. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro quickly approached Itadori, his face tense.
There isn't much time. I'm Fushiguro from Tokyo Jujutsu High. The cursed object you have is extremely dangerous. Please hand it over immediately.
Megumi showed a photo on his phone.
This, you should recognize it.
The picture showed a small, elongated wooden box with talisman carvings on the lid. Inside was a strip-shaped object wrapped entirely in talisman paper. After a moment of confusion, Itadori recognized the object.
Oh, I picked this up before. What's the problem? The seniors really liked it, and you're being so sudden. At least explain what's going on.
Fushiguro glanced at Hajime, who was distracted, playing a palm-reading game with the nurse, oblivious to the urgency. Fushiguro motioned for Itadori to follow him. They moved to a quiet corridor where Fushiguro explained.
Every year, there are over 10,000 abnormal deaths and disappearances nationwide, mostly caused by curses manifestations born from humanity's negative emotions. A curse?
Itadori asked skeptically. Though he'd joined the occult research club, he never took such things seriously. When visiting haunted places, his seniors were terrified, but he never felt anything. Fushiguro's expression hardened.
Whether you believe it or not, places like schools and hospitals accumulate a lot of negative emotions which create curses. To counteract them, special cursed objects are used. The one you picked up is one of those. It wards off evil, right? Like a sacred relic blessed by a monk.
Fushiguro shook his head grimly.
No, it's worse than that. These wards use even more sinister cursed objects to suppress curses. It's a case of fighting poison with poison. Over time, the seals weaken, attracting more curses. And what you have is classified as a special grade high-risk item. Understand? Hand it over before something happens.
Itadori pulled the small box from his pocket and tossed it to Fushiguro.
Fine, you can have it. I just picked it up. Sounds serious from what you say.
Fushiguro sighed in relief, ready to check the seal. But when he opened the box, his eyes went wide. The box was empty. The special grade cursed object Triomen Sukuna's finger had vanished without a trace.
So what we've been tracking is just residual cursed energy. Where's the finger?
Fushiguro grabbed Itadori's collar, voice rising. If a dangerous cursed spirit had been created, it could turn into a disaster with so many people nearby. Itadori was confused too.
You wanted the finger? Why didn't you say so? The seniors kept it because they were really interested. I already told you, it's with the seniors.
Itadori said defensively. Fushiguro grew anxious. If the finger was still at school, they missed their chance to secure it. He quickly asked for the senior's address.
I'm not sure.
Itadori paused, recalling something.
They said they planned to unseal the talisman at school tonight.
Seeing Fushiguro's grim expression, Itadori had a bad feeling.
Could things have gotten really bad?
Fushiguro's breath tightened.
More than that, people will die.
Just as Fushiguro was about to call Hajime to hurry to the school, Hajime approached from the corridor. After a brief explanation, the two rushed out. Outside, a white wolf emerged from the shadows. The group hurried toward the school, Itadori worried for his seniors following closely. Hajime knew the item was at school but refrained from interfering too much. It seemed Itadori's seniors weren't in mortal danger yet. This incident would serve as a hard lesson. Someone was there to resolve it this time. Without professional help, death might have been inevitable. Besides, Sukuna residing inside Itadori's body was a sort of cheat code, not easy to use but a lifeline. Later, when facing Mahito, Sukuna's power saved Itadori from serious harm. He still planned to eliminate Mahito when the chance came. As Hajime pondered how to let Itadori swallow Sukuna's finger successfully, a sudden surge of cursed energy interrupted his thoughts. This was definitely special grade. Was it coming for him? Fushiguro and Itadori also sensed the pressure. Although Itadori wasn't as sensitive, he still felt shaken. Even the white wolf tensed. Hajime looked at the night sky and said,
You two go to the school first to retrieve the cursed object. I'll check this out and catch up.
After splitting up, Hajime followed the direction of the cursed energy but found only residual traces of curses, no active ones. He frowned, searching further with his technique but found no abnormalities, as if it were an illusion.
Besides these, only one explanation remains. This isn't natural. Someone or something is deliberately luring me here.
Recalling special cursed spirits like Mahito, Hajime suspected them. Sensing danger, he turned back to head toward the school. If there was a hidden hand behind the scenes, Megumi's situation was uncertain. Hajime didn't believe the events were fixed and unchangeable. Under the pale moonlight, two figures stood on a rooftop. One was barely human, a rough humanoid shape with a volcanic crater-shaped head, a large mouth, and a single huge vertical eye. The other stood in the shadows, a normal human silhouette, hands clasped in sleeves, watching the sleeping city. The crater-headed figure spoke impatiently.
Is all this necessary? That kid makes you so wary. Why don't I just take care of him myself?
The shadowed figure smiled.
Don't underestimate him. You've seen the intel. He's independently eliminated special grade cursed spirits multiple times and handles grade 1 and 2 missions effortlessly. He's a special grade sorcerer at a young age. His technique is unimaginable.
The crater-headed one scoffed, sparks flickering.
Intel doesn't prove invincibility. We'll see after the fight. That strongest Gojo Satoru isn't invincible.
You've seen this young man's methods before. You should understand. You'll learn about Gojo soon enough.
The shadowed figure pushed off the wall.
Let's go, we've been discovered. The target is likely ready.
The crater-headed figure muttered.
Mahito is still new and hasn't mastered his power. It means nothing.
They vanished into the darkness. At Tsujisawa 3rd High School, 9:23 p.m., the seal on the special grade cursed object Triomen Sukuna's finger broke. Curses were drawn to it. Sasaki, terrified, hid in a corner, hearing monstrous murmurs. After she and Iguchi peeled off the talismans revealing the withered finger, strange things began. She saw terrifying monsters, one bursting through the ceiling that chased them apart. Another roamed the hallway, repeating a phrase, scaring her into silence. Ahead, a figure emerged from shadows. The familiar school uniform made her gasp.
Iguchi, where did you go? I found you.
Her words died as she saw Iguchi stagger forward, a basketball-sized monster covering his head, many eyes and tentacle-like hands.
Help me!
His faint plea froze Sasaki's blood. Nearby, the monster chanting, "What time is it now?" noticed the disturbance and approached. Megumi Fushiguro, led by two jade hounds, found Sasaki and Iguchi bound and unconscious inside a massive flesh-like cursed spirit. The creature's body grew hand-like organs, dragging them inside.
Damn it!
Just as Megumi was about to cross his hands and use his technique to summon a shikigami, the glass window at the end of the corridor suddenly shattered, and a figure leapt inside. The force of the landing was astonishing, sending the cursed spirit crashing to the ground. That person immediately scooped up Sasaki and Iguchi, who had fallen, and jumped back.
Is that?
The newcomer was indeed Itadori, who had originally been left outside. Somehow, he had climbed to the fourth floor and kicked the cursed spirit over. A white wolf appeared on the stairs, looking at Megumi Fushiguro with an innocent expression. It was just a dog. How could it persuade Itadori to stop? Megumi took the opportunity to stop summoning Shikigami and dashed toward the struggling cursed spirit. With an uppercut filled with cursed energy, he sent it flying, then followed with a straight kick that slammed it against the corridor wall. The window glass shattered completely, and Megumi pressed the attack until the cursed spirit was near death. This cursed spirit was weak, probably only grade 2 or 3. Itadori, who had rescued the two seniors, looked at the dying creature and then at the two large black and white dogs feasting on it.
That's the curse. I thought it would be more like a ghost like Sadako, and those two dogs are.
Megumi asked. Itadori looked puzzled. Megumi explained.
Ordinary people can't see curses, except in rare cases, like when they're near death.
Itadori nodded thoughtfully.
That makes sense. I've never seen any vengeful spirits before.
Itadori picked up a withered finger that had fallen near the two seniors he had rescued and examined it.
Is this the special grade cursed object you mentioned?
Megumi's eyes widened.
Quick, give it to me. It's very dangerous. Oh!
As Itadori handed over the finger, Megumi noticed the ceiling above rippling like disturbed water. With no time to react, he pushed Itadori back and had the jade hounds carry Itadori, Sasaki, and the unconscious Iguchi away.
Run!
Dust from the falling ceiling clouded the corridor. Itadori scrambled to his feet, shouting anxiously.
Fushiguro!
When the dust settled, Megumi was trapped in the hand of a massive cursed spirit nearly filling the corridor. The creature resembled a large fleshy worm with 6 enormous hands as limbs. Its uneven black eyes scanned the area, making one's heart tremble. Megumi struggled under the crushing grip, forming a hand sign to summon.
New!
The cursed spirit sensed this, locked onto Megumi's hand and grabbed it, pulling with such force that an afterimage was left behind. Megumi was thrown into the wall, which cracked like a spiderweb and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The jade hounds, about to attack, melted into shadows and vanished as Megumi's injury worsened.
Damn it!
Under the relentless assault, the corridor wall shattered. Megumi was thrown out onto the roof of a nearby building, lying there in pain as if his body was breaking apart. The cursed spirit leapt through the gap, landing nearby and preparing to attack. Just as it lunged to devour Megumi, a sudden force struck its head, causing it to stumble and hit the ground. Megumi's eyelids twitched. Itadori had arrived, delivering a kick from above and tripping the beast. But the cursed spirit was not so easily defeated. Itadori would die here. Megumi struggled to stand, watching as Itadori fought. After a few dodges, Itadori was knocked to the ground but wasn't incapacitated thanks to his exceptional physical condition.
Only curses can deal with curses. You don't have cursed energy, so you can't hurt it effectively.
Despite his injuries, Megumi activated his own cursed energy.
Didn't I tell you to run? There are still 2 people to rescue. It's pointless for you to stay without cursed energy.
Itadori wiped blood from his mouth and asked,
Why are they after this finger?
To absorb it and gain stronger cursed energy.
Megumi replied without hesitation. Understanding dawned on Itadori. Without hesitation, he put the finger in his mouth and swallowed it.
If that's the case, then if I eat it, I'll gain the cursed energy too, right?
Megumi's injuries prevented him from stopping the fool. That was no candy or cure, it was a special grade cursed object filled with evil and poison. He barely had time to react before Itadori finished swallowing. Fear gripped Megumi as he considered the worst. Itadori, who had swallowed Sukuna's finger, stood. A strange atmosphere enveloped the area. The cursed spirit hesitated and Itadori did not die. Instead, he stood motionless until the cursed spirit rushed at him. Just as its claws neared Itadori, he sprang from stillness to fierce motion. His raised right hand sliced an afterimage through the air, sending the cursed spirit flying.
Yuji Itadori.
He said, like swatting a fly, his nails grown longer. Lines had appeared on his face. Then he opened his eyes, revealing a surge of ecstasy and brutality. He tore open his clothes, revealing bizarre patterns on his muscular body. Sukuna spread his arms, looking pleased.
As expected, only a true physical body can feel the light. It's incredible.
He stood at the rooftop's edge, staring at the city below.
Women, children.
Megumi watched in despair. Hajime hadn't returned yet, and now the worst had happened. The special grade cursed object had taken over a physical body. The legendary curse had been resurrected.
Should I use that move?
Megumi had made up his mind, but before he could act, Sukuna, standing at the edge, raised his hand as if to block. Suddenly, Megumi's body trembled and his left shoulder exploded in a bloody hole. A light blue, almost transparent cursed energy trail appeared and dissipated.
Hajime.
Hajime appeared beside Megumi, placing a hand on his shoulder and using reverse cursed technique. A warm current spread through Megumi's body, healing his injuries significantly. He tried to speak but was cut off.
I know, leave it to me. It's complicated. Someone deliberately lured me away earlier. We'll talk later.
Sukuna, lowering his head to examine the wound, then looked up at Hajime with interest.
What was that attack just now? A long-range cursed energy technique, but incredibly fast. I only defended because I sensed killing intent. I couldn't see it.
Sukuna's wound healed instantly. He eyed Hajime like a predator.
You're good. I want to taste you.
Hajime smiled lightly, watching Sukuna heal with reverse cursed technique.
Coincidentally, I want to see if the legendary Ryomen Sukuna lives up to his name. You who are called a demon god, do you truly possess that power? Besides, you've noticed your own abnormality too, haven't you?
Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Satoru's Suggestion, 5 months ago. Chapter 53, Satoru's Suggestion.
What are you going to do with my body?
Suddenly, a voice came from the throat of the boy, but it was Yuji Itadori's voice speaking. Sukuna reached out and grabbed his own neck, full of confusion and doubt.
Why can you still move?
Yuji moved his body naturally.
What do you mean? This is my body, isn't it? Who are you? Am I possessed by a ghost? Ryomen Sukuna.
Kamihara Hajime's black cursed energy extended from his earring, wrapping around his hand. Slowly, a section of a blade emerged from his flat palm. He smiled as he explained to Itadori. Originally a sorcerer from the Heian period, he became a curse after death. His 20 fingers became special-grade cursed objects.
20 fingers?
Itadori's focus shifted. Then he saw the imposing young man opposite him miraculously pull a long sword out of thin air. The meticulously forged blade swallowed the gentle moonlight, reflecting a sharp, cold gleam. Itadori swallowed hard. Megumi Fushiguro, mostly healed, looked at Itadori with a conflicted expression.
Yuji Itadori, by Jujutsu sorcerer regulations, you are now considered a curse.
Megumi paused before uttering coldly.
You will be exorcised. That means I'll die. No, I'm fine right now, look.
Itadori hopped around, pulled at his cheeks, and did a few squats. Megumi's sweat beaded as he watched. He couldn't tell if the being in front of him was truly Itadori or a curse in disguise, and since it was a special grade curse that had regained a physical body, he absolutely couldn't let it escape.
Don't worry, I'll know once I try.
Hajime said casually, as if talking about what to eat for dinner, making Megumi's face darken.
Hajime, don't mess around. If it really doesn't work.
Hajime rested Tatsuka Tsurugi on his shoulder and looked at Megumi with disdain.
Why do you always think about being a suicide bomber? I'm special grade now, have some faith in me. Even if this is Sukuna, it's only the strength of one finger. I even find it a bit boring.
A slit opened on Itadori's cheek like a miniature mouth, and Sukuna's voice emerged from it.
Jujutsu sorcerer.
Before he could finish, a hand slapped the eerie mouth shut. Itadori swatted it like a fly, interrupting Sukuna's words. Another slit opened on the back of his hand, annoying Itadori so much that he slapped that mouth shut again.
This hateful brat, his body is too strange.
Hajime turned and smiled, interrupting Itadori.
Yuji Itadori, you can control your body, right? How about this let Sukuna out first? I want to see the Curse King, though he might be a bit weak now.
The mouth on Itadori's hand grew more grotesque but said nothing more. Itadori hesitated, then said,
Really, I feel like this Sukuna guy is very dangerous.
Suddenly, the young man disappeared from his spot. A hand rested on Itadori's shoulder, making his heart tremble. The playful voice whispered in his ear.
It's fine, if it doesn't work, I can run very fast too.
Itadori didn't fully understand but trusted Hajime's confidence. If something went wrong, he could regain control of his body, so he decided to try. After closing his eyes, Itadori's body changed. Black markings appeared, covering his face with an eerie hue. His 4 eyes opened, filled with cruel killing intent. Sukuna raised his hand and smoothed back his hair, blood-colored sparks erupting from his white teeth.
Then let me show you.
The ground beneath his feet cracked and spun. Sukuna's backward claw tore through the air with a sharp screech. Even if a wall of bronze and iron stood there, he could tear it to shreds. But the slash shredded only air. Sukuna's gaze searched for Hajime's figure, locking onto that smiling face, more like someone on a spring outing.
Dismantle!
Invisible slashes engulfed the spot where Hajime stood. The rooftop, which should have collapsed, was intact, and Hajime was unharmed.
Oh, interesting, you try mine too.
Sukuna raised his hands but suddenly felt a sharp pain in both arms. Looking down, he saw his 2 severed arms on the ground. The blood had already stopped flowing. Hajime caressed Tatsuka Tsurugi, which had no blood on it.
Is this your technique?
Sukuna's severed arms quickly regenerated, almost instantly restored. If not for the severed arms still dissipating on the ground, no one would have noticed.
One finger really isn't enough.
Hajime smiled deeper, twirling his sword as he paced toward Sukuna.
Your reverse cursed technique is strong. You must be confused about what happened. My technique is called Time Wheel. I accelerate my own time, so I walked over, cut off your arms, then went back.
Sukuna placed a hand on his forehead, the killing intent boiling.
He revealed his technique, but what about the move that made my previous attacks useless? Did he reverse his own time?
Sukuna's gaze changed. Though still chilling, it was no longer like he was observing ants.
Now it's my turn. Domain!
As Sukuna's fingers came together to activate his domain, Hajime's time wheel spin technique forced his attack to stop. Hajime nearly cut off Sukuna's head with a single slash but held back. This was Itadori's body. Although Sukuna could heal it, he didn't want to look overly brutal. He casually threw Tatsuka Tsurugi into Sukuna's abdomen and then punched his face. Gripping cursed energy tightly, he struck the defenseless Sukuna like a sandbag, sending him flying.
Release!
With a loud bang, Sukuna slammed into the wall of the opposite building, impaled by the sword. The cursed energy glow dissipated where Hajime stood. Sukuna spat blood, his consciousness spinning wildly. Then came the attacks like crashing waves.
These injuries couldn't be caused by a single attack, but they appeared simultaneously. Such a technique.
Sukuna expanded his domain, revealing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He stood half-naked before a towering altar covered with monstrous mouths and bones, a demon from hell, not a Buddha.
With only one finger, my cursed energy can't sustain this domain long. This brat's technique is tricky. Jujutsu sorcerers are always troublesome.
Within the domain, Dismantle and Cleave continuously struck the target until the malevolent shrine vanished. As the storm approached, Hajime activated his technique, sending Megumi, White Wolf, and Itadori's seniors out. Then he returned to Sukuna's domain.
It's different from others. Like shootin' dojis, it doesn't trap the enemy but increases range. There's a feeling.
Hajime felt invisible blades slicing through the air near his throat. New shadow style, simple domain. Hajime used this weak domain, drawing Onakiri and Spider Cutter. Infinite slashes poured out, creating a swirling vortex of sword light. The slashes struck his blades but couldn't cut through. He tilted his head and dodged. His right shoulder was slashed diagonally, the wound appearing and disappearing instantly, but the slash was still deadly. Technique lapse time wheel spin. Hajime appeared beside Sukuna, sword ready. Blood seeped but vanished before staining his clothes. Sukuna's severed arms began turning to dust. The scene of corpses and blood vanished, revealing a starry night. Sukuna looked at his lost arms. Under reverse cursed technique, the wounds healed slowly. His eyes closed.
I look forward to next time.
Before finishing, his eyes shut completely. All markings and sinister aura vanished. Itadori opened his eyes and said,
It hurts so much.
His body was unharmed, but felt a faint pain like a hallucination. Looking up, he saw Hajime smiling. The scary sword was gone.
Hello, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Kamihara Hajime.
Itadori hesitated, then shook Hajime's hand and stood. Looking around, he saw Fushiguro and the seniors were gone.
It was so dark just now. What happened outside? Did you defeat Sukuna? Where are they? Over there.
Following Hajime's direction, Itadori saw Megumi walking toward them. He sighed in relief.
Good, everyone's okay.
Hajime smiled gently.
You only care about others. Yuji Itadori, you're now Sukuna's vessel. I just defeated him when he wasn't at full strength. He hasn't been exorcised because only when you die will Sukuna die.
Startled, Itadori saw Hajime wasn't going to attack and quickly said,
Isn't there another way? I'm confused just hearing this.
Hajime patted his shoulder.
No rush, someone else will handle your situation.
For a problem involving a special grade cursed object, the legendary Curse King and Itadori's vessel, the matter would be entrusted to the strongest and most powerful Gojo Satoru. In a room covered with talismans, Gojo sat back in a chair, observing the tied-up Itadori while complaining to a student leaning against the wall. Under 6 eyes, he saw Itadori's condition clearly. Stroking his chin, he smiled.
You can control your body, right? Notice anything unusual?
Itadori nodded.
Of course, but sometimes I hear a voice. It's noisy in my ear.
Gojo paced.
You've seen Sukuna, right? A curse like him will kill many if he regains full strength. The elders want you dead, but I think that's a waste. A waste?
Itadori wasn't curious about who wanted him dead. After calming down, he thought death might be the best solution. If Sukuna emerged, many would die.
You are strong, you must help others. You must die surrounded by people.
His grandfather's words echoed.
If it comes to that, I'll let them kill me. If it gets rid of Sukuna, I'll have saved many. So here's my suggestion.
Gojo interrupted.
If you die, Sukuna dies too. You're a rare vessel. Absorb all 20 fingers, then we kill you. Sukuna will be completely exorcised.
Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Side Hustle. 5 months ago. Chapter 54, Side Hustle. Hospital patient room. Sasaki and Iguchi had recovered significantly thanks to Kamihara Hajime's reverse cursed technique. They were still in the hospital due to some psychological aftereffects. After speaking with them, Yuji Itadori bowed deeply and said,
I have an important matter to attend to. Well.
Afterward, Yuji Itadori went to the crematorium. Accompanied by Gojo Satoru, he placed his grandfather's ashes into an urn. Holding the urn, he sat on a bench outside, lost in thought. Gojo, sitting cross-legged beside him, said quietly,
The deceased was.
Itadori looked down at the pure white urn, his eyes distant.
He was my grandfather. As for my parents.
Yuji exhaled deeply.
Are curse incidents like this common?
Gojo rested his chin on his hand.
Not really, this case is unusual. The number of victims is typical, but thanks to you all, there were almost no casualties, which is very rare. Most times, ordinary people encountering curses don't survive. If their bodies are left intact at all, that's already lucky. Often, nothing remains. Death is the final release.
Gojo leaned back, gazing at the sky.
In the search for Sukuna, you'll witness such tragedies repeatedly. I can't promise you won't suffer the same fate. Choose the path you prefer on your way through hell.
Yuji asked calmly.
If Sukuna disappears completely, will deaths caused by curses decrease?
Gojo tilted his head, smiling slightly.
Absolutely. Sukuna, the king of curses, is unbelievably destructive. The sooner we exorcise him, the fewer people will suffer. Is that finger still here?
Yuji's words prompted Gojo to take out the finger he'd used earlier and hand it to him. Yuji examined it closely. That night he had swallowed it without much thought. Now seeing it clearly, he grimaced.
This thing is really disgusting.
Without hesitation, Yuji put Sukuna's finger in his mouth. After a difficult swallow, black patterns reappeared on his face and a powerful aura surged from him. Gojo remained relaxed. This was the second finger. He was already 1/10 of the way there.
Let's see if you really have that talent. It tastes awful.
Sukuna did not awaken. It was as if everything just now had been an illusion. Yuji still controlled his body, and Gojo, prepared to intervene, had no opportunity. Yuji, never picky about food, described Sukuna's finger as utterly disgusting. Maybe leather with sauce would be easier to swallow. Then again, who would willingly eat a dried-up finger? Gojo's smile deepened. This guy doesn't just have outstanding physical resilience, he easily maintains control against Sukuna. He's a prodigy once in a century, no, once in a millennium.
You're ready, I assume.
Yuji rubbed his head.
Not really, I still don't understand why I was sentenced to death. But these curses can't just be ignored. I'll eat all of Sukuna after that.
Gojo laughed, stood, and patted Yuji's shoulder.
Not bad, you're not someone people dislike. Pack your bags today. Where to? Tokyo.
It wasn't Gojo who answered, but Kamihara Hajime, appearing from the side. Megumi Fushiguro and White Wolf were with him.
Kamihara and Fushiguro.
Hajime handed a bag of Sendai's specialty, Kikyufuku, to Gojo, who beamed.
Thanks, Hajime. I've wanted this for a while but never had the chance.
Besides what he brought for Gojo, Hajime bought extra with different flavors so everyone could have some.
You're coming with us to Tokyo to enroll in Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical High School. You and Megumi will be in the same year.
Yuji smiled simply.
Oh, that's good. What about you?
Hajime stuffed a small bag of Kikyufuku into his arms, putting an arm around Megumi's shoulder.
I'm a year older, so you should call me Senior Megumi. Joe.
Megumi looked displeased, but Yuji immediately bowed politely.
Hajime-senpai. Oh, right.
Gojo suddenly remembered.
You're the third first-year student.
Hajime glanced at the mention, thinking.
Is that Nobara Kujisaki, 3 first years, huh? When did you recruit a new student, Gojo? You never mentioned it.
Gojo smiled innocently, carrying the Kikyufuku.
Haha, really? Never mind, it's not important. You know now, right?
Yuji returned to pack his bags. Honestly, he didn't have much to bring besides taking care of his grandfather's funeral arrangements. The next day, the four took the Shinkansen back to Tokyo. On the way, they tried the Sendai specialty Kikyufuku. It was delicious but very sweet. Hajime's sencha flavor balanced the sweetness well. The edamame paste and fresh cream flavor recommended by Gojo was cloyingly sweet after a few bites, but Gojo's loyal sweet tooth loved it. Back at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Gojo took Yuji to meet Yaga Masamichi. Hajime and Megumi returned to their dorms. Hajime had wanted to give souvenirs to Panda and Maki, but learned they were on missions. He stored the treats in the refrigerator for now. The next time Yuji saw Hajime was when Gojo led him to his assigned dorm, next to Megumi's and just a few steps from Hajime's. The dorms were spacious and unassigned by specific zones due to the student population. After settling in, Megumi and Yuji got a message from Gojo.
Tomorrow, we'll pick up another first-year student. Why was I called too?
The four stood on a bustling Harajuku street. Hajime looked unimpressed by the crowd. Gojo drank a sweet drink.
Hajime, it's boring staying alone at Jujutsu High. Come out and explore. Also, I have a mission for you later. What a hassle. Fine, I'll buy ice cream. What flavors?
Gojo answered immediately.
Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate, 3 scoops.
Yuji and Megumi weren't picky. The three waited in the shade while Hajime bought the ice cream.
Where's the new student? Why meet here instead of Jujutsu High?
Hajime complained. Gojo, happily eating, explained.
She requested it herself. It just happens.
Yuji looked toward the direction Hajime pointed at.
Is that her?
They saw a short-haired woman arguing with a man who looked like a talent scout. The girl wore a modified Jujutsu High uniform, a waist belt, and knee-length skirt.
That's her. Let's say hello.
Gojo cupped his hands and shouted.
Over here.
Nobara Kujisaki's attention was caught. She let go of the scout and approached.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Nobara Kujisaki, the token girl of the group.
The brown-haired woman, one hand on her hip, showed little expression as if this was routine. She reminded them of Maki but was still different.
Yuji Itadori from Sendai. Megumi Fushiguro.
From Nobara's view, Yuji seemed like a naive kid, Megumi was cool and capable, and the black-haired boy looked handsome but exhausted. She wondered if he was also a first year. Gojo clapped.
All right, all first years are here. Let's explore Tokyo. Oh, and this is your senior, a second year.
Hajime perked up and took over with a professional smile.
Kamihara Hajime, second year. I was dragged here by this blindfolded doofus to make up the numbers.
After Hajime became a second year, their homeroom teacher was Atsuya Kusakabe. But Kusakabe's missions were mostly assigned by Gojo, the first-year homeroom teacher. There were few teachers and students, so divisions were loose. Kusakabe disliked managing things, but Jujutsu High students were easy to manage, requiring little effort.
Roppongi.
Their plans for Disneyland and Chinatown evaporated. Ahead stood an abandoned building emitting a cursed aura.
The entrance exam officially begins.
Gojo clapped happily and explained the situation. Nobara would exorcise the curse inside. Yuji was forbidden from unleashing Sukuna, or else the curse would be instantly destroyed, but greater harm could follow. Gojo, Hajime, and Megumi waited outside. Gojo looked at the weak cursed aura with anticipation.
This test is mainly for Nobara. Yuji has been confirmed. He can swallow Sukuna's finger without hesitation and fight curses immediately. He passed. He's different from you two who started young. Yuji was a regular student before. You've seen many talented sorcerers quit because they couldn't overcome fear and disgust. Today, we mainly want to see if Nobara is crazy enough.
Hajime sighed.
Only madmen do well as Jujutsu sorcerers, right? By the way, what about the mission you mentioned earlier? Are we leaving immediately? Even a mule wouldn't be worked this hard.
Gojo chuckled.
You two aren't much better. Going too crazy can turn you into curse masters.
He changed the subject.
About the mission.
Gojo pinched his chin.
Not entirely. It's a commissioned mission, so part of the reward comes from the client. Like a side hustle.
Hajime understood. Domestic exorcisms come with a salary and benefits from established channels. Foreign missions were additional side hustles, with extra pay, especially for special grade targets few dared face. His eyes lit up.
Then I can get valuable info, right?
He meant the precious knowledge controlled by the big three families, some earned by achievements in exercising special grades, and thanks to Gojo. Thinking of the secret techniques and research of the Kamo and Zenin families made Hajime's heart race. The Kamo's red blood manipulation technique and their research on the human body and jujutsu was exceptional. He definitely wanted this mission.
When do we leave? Where is the location? Next week, 5 days from now. The location is the Arctic.
Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Going Overseas, 5 months ago. Chapter 55, Going Overseas. Although referred to as the North Pole, the mission location was actually Greenland, deep within the Arctic Circle. The main settlements in its southwestern region had been trapped under a relentless blizzard for nearly a week, forcing the cancellation of all nearby flights. Local industries like fishing and tourism were devastated, with only supply ships from Denmark offering some relief. This unusual weather wasn't a rare natural disaster, but the work of an unknown curse. A team of Jujutsu sorcerers sent to investigate returned with only one survivor, barely clinging to life. After sharing the intelligence, the survivor suddenly turned into an ice sculpture and shattered into countless pieces. Witnesses reported that every inch of his flesh and bone marrow had frozen solid, leaving behind no blood, only dust. The existence of the curse was confirmed. Though blizzards were common in the region, a curse capable of stirring such extreme weather for nearly a week was undoubtedly a special grade cursed spirit. Unable to fight it, local authorities desperately sought help, steadily raising the price for assistance. Eventually, the request reached Neon. In the Jujutsu world, curses and sorcerers maintain a delicate balance. Where sorcerers thrive, curses tend to be intense and frequent. Conversely, in areas with few curses, sorcerers are scarce and limited in power. The Heian era, when Jujutsu was at its peak, was marked by rampant curses and universally powerful sorcerers. There are exceptions. For example, the birth of Gojo Satoru triggered the gradual strengthening of modern curses. Another anomaly was now, in this sparsely populated area, a special grade curse had appeared despite the rarity of sorcerers. Kamihara Hajime first flew to Iceland, then awaited a passing supply ship to reach the island across the sea, expected by tomorrow night.
It's freezing.
Hajime tightened his coat, exhaling thick white mist. He had been reinforcing his body with cursed energy since arriving. Otherwise, his light clothing, which drew stares from locals, would have left him vulnerable to the cold.
The cursed energy of infinity really is useful.
Hajime thought with slight satisfaction while searching for a mall on the street. Though he could endure the cold, it was better to add some local-style clothing. How to spend today? He recalled the place was famous for aurora borealis sightings, a major tourist attraction. But with the weather, he doubted he'd see the lights tonight. Though the blizzard hadn't reached here, it still affected the conditions. Even for the aurora, which was usually easy to observe, certain conditions were required. With the storm, it would be difficult to catch it at the right moment. As expected, no aurora appeared. Instead, Hajime reluctantly admired the remote land blanketed in heavy snow. Night came quickly. Daylight was as fleeting as a mirage on a bubble. Hajime didn't need to adjust for time differences. The next day, he hailed a taxi to the port. His decent English made communication smooth. Traveling through the endless white landscape was a rare experience he couldn't have back home. The sky stretched so vast its edge merged with the earth, indistinguishable. In this magical land, ice and snow coexisted with volcanoes and hot springs. When the sea came into view, the restless waves added life to the still scene. Occasionally, ice floes washed ashore, freed from the sea's endless ebb. After exiting the car, Hajime checked the time. He had arrived early and the transport ship would take a while, so he took the chance to capture photos of the breathtaking scenery, hoping to impress others upon his return. Only when the silhouette of a large ship appeared far off did he calmly head to the port. As the massive vessel approached, Hajime truly grasped the meaning of grandeur. He hadn't spent much time by the sea in his homeland and had only seen cruise ships online. Seeing one in person was a unique sensation. Even the massive cursed spirits he'd encountered before seemed ordinary by comparison, not to mention the awe-inspiring mountains and seas. He tightened his collar as the seaside wind picked up. After the transport ship docked, the gangway lowered. The ship, stopping solely for Hajime, slowly set off again, breaking through ice floes as it sailed toward the land shrouded by the curse. Hajime was greeted by a bearded man with black hair and beard, whose features strongly resembled Asian traits. His eyes were bright but filled with worry. He seemed aware of Hajime's identity, giving only a cursory glance at his credentials before leading him to a prepared single room.
Mr. Kamihara, call me Aikut. My hometown has suffered an unprecedented disaster. We're helpless against that demon. We're very grateful you've come. Here's all the intelligence we've gathered. I hope it helps.
Aikut left a file bag and exited, not wanting to disturb Hajime. Opening it, Hajime found paper reports, including the survivor's account and photos of his shattered frozen remains. Hajime raised an eyebrow at the chilling images. No blood was splattered, organs and bones were completely frozen. There were also photos of the blizzard. Of course, the cursed spirit's form was not visible, but from the chaotic weather and text records, some conclusions could be drawn.
That thing is huge, can fly, and its movements bring howling wind and snow. Its breath produces a cold beyond comprehension. It is definitely a jujutsu and terrifyingly lethal. None of us who encountered it survived.
Behind the intelligence lay lives and blood, yet the information was limited. It was only known that this curse could fly, possibly control blizzards, and its attacks caused dangerous freezing effects. Hajime sighed, aware even among special grades there were differences. This curse was a prime example. It manipulated celestial phenomena to alter a large area's climate. Though not its full power, it was still terrifying.
How do you fight something that flies and controls blizzards? I can only hope it's not intelligent or it'll just flee.
When the ship's whistle sounded, Hajime knew they were nearing their destination. Leaving his room, he met Aikut at the rail. A biting cold wind swept past, stinging like knives. Hajime looked out at the nearby port. Beyond it, swirling snow obscured everything. Even towering icebergs appeared only as vague shapes. After docking, Aikut led Hajime off the ship. The supplies would be unloaded later. Boarding a snowmobile to escape the howling wind and snow, they began discussing plans to exorcise the curse. The city, no longer prosperous, was nearly invisible under the blizzard. Few dared expose their faces to the biting cold. Inside a building taller than the rest, Hajime met people who appeared from nowhere and greeted him politely. He declined the formalities and asked Aikut to arrange what was necessary so he could locate and exorcise the curse swiftly. Grateful, Aikut instructed his subordinates. In this environment, walking even a short distance risked getting lost in the snow. Most facilities had shut down due to the weather and curse, only satellite signals remained for communication. Hajime wanted to finish the mission quickly and leave. He had no time to mingle with officials. Swift action was the best solution. Soon, Aikut secured a modified snowmobile equipped with satellite navigation, capable of accurate tracking despite poor visibility. It prevented endless circling and ensured a safe return. Outside, the environment was harsh. Through the window, Hajime felt they were venturing into an unknown land. After the city disappeared behind them, only endless wind and snow remained. The vehicle's front had a sharp ram-like design. Its tracked tires easily rolled over thick snow. Silence reigned, broken only by occasional reports of no curse traces. Alongside the driver and technical staff were several individuals sensing cursed energy, the windows, and supervisors. Hajime didn't rely solely on them and sensed the curse's aura himself. After searching east and north with no sign, Hajime signaled Aikut to push northeast. They were now tens of kilometers from base. It was risky. Every extra kilometer increased the chance of accidents preventing their return, but everyone was prepared to die, so they silently obeyed.
Found it!
Hajime spoke from the vehicle. The intense cursed aura was close.
Record this location. I'm getting off. You all return and await my signal.
A chill swept the group as Hajime disappeared from sight. They exchanged bewildered looks until Aikut acted, carrying out the orders. The car lights vanished into the snow. Hajime turned, inhaling the biting air as wind and snow lashed his face. The surging cursed energy clashed with the surrounding aura. As he moved toward the densest aura, the wind and snow gradually diminished until they almost stopped. Visibility widened. This was the storm's eye, eerily calm. On the peaceful ice plain stood over a dozen tall ice pillars. Sunlight filtered down, casting jagged refractions that lit the area like a dream.
That is...
Hajime raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked up at a shadow on the central pillar. The entity sensed his presence and unfurled something, casting a shadow that engulfed Hajime.
Who are you?
The cry or roar reached Hajime's ears, but his mind strangely understood it. The sound transformed into a neutral voice, neither male nor female. Frowning, Hajime's hair and clothes were blown by a sudden gust. As the wind died down, a tall, winding figure landed before him. A curse, undoubtedly. The figure resembled a dragon or snake. Its 20 to 30 meter long body coiled around the ice pillar. Pale white and ice blue scales connected seamlessly with the snow, blending perfectly. Each scale, palm-sized, scraped ice chips from the solid surface. The upper body was humanoid but not human. Nearly twice the size of a person, it was indistinguishable in gender with subtle differences. Its skin was ice blue and nearly transparent. No blood vessels, organs, or bones were visible. The face was neutral, eyes pure ice blue, and long white hair flowed. Meeting its gaze made one's eyes sink into deep cold. Most eerie were its arms, replaced by wide wings. Thin at the base, they broadened outward. When spread, the wings cast the shadow that had just covered Hajime. Despite the destruction it caused, Hajime felt no overwhelming chill. Only the contained, terrifying aura affirmed its status as a special grade curse.
Human, Jujutsu sorcerer, I suppose you're not interested in my name. To make it short, this blizzard was caused by your power, yes. I'm here to accept the commission to exorcise you, or rather, kill you.
Supported by its dragon-like body, the curse looked down on the small figure. Hearing Hajime's words, it lowered its body slightly and stared. Its ice-carved face remained motionless. Its voice echoed in Hajime's mind again.
You speak of this blizzard, it appeared with my dance. Did it harm those little people? You are different, they're like schools of fish in the sea, but you're a roaming shark, a leisurely whale. Why shelter them under your wings? Because you're one of them.
As it spoke, the body rose, rubbing against the ice with a hissing sound.
The sun rises and sets, flowers bloom and decay just like my form. Aren't these natural? Why care?
Hajime gripped Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the blade reflecting dazzling sunlight.
Well said, you don't have to care about their cries, nor do I, but when I cut off your head, I hope you won't care either, because this is the will of heaven.
Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Time Stop, 5 months ago. Chapter 56, Time Stop.
Ice Dragon, my name is Ice Dragon.
A grand flower bloomed across the icy plain, but these ice flowers, each the size of a house, were deadly weapons. Their petals formed from clusters of ice crystals, sharp enough to fracture scattered sunlight into golden fragments. Yet all this beauty was futile. The ice dragon had lost sight of the small figure in its view, its attack failing to land. As it prepared to soar upward for a better vantage point, a sharp pain struck its body down. Hajime's first target was naturally the wings of the cursed spirit calling itself Ice Dragon. Entering time null state, he struck the right wing repeatedly with Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onakiri. The wing's toughness surprised him. Only after multiple slashes did the wing tear, half falling to the ground. The ice dragon let out a piercing shriek. A visible wind current twisted around it, instantly turning into a fierce gale. Hajime activated his technique again as he approached. A nearly solidified cover separated him from the ice dragon. This was no mere protective storm layer, but one bolstered by the ice dragon's own cursed energy.
Time arrow.
He planted the two cursed swords into the ground and drew extermination, infusing it with near-limit cursed energy. Then, the taut light suddenly shot forward. The blizzard around the ice dragon was brutally torn apart, leaving a crescent-shaped notch on its massive body. The wound was clean, no blood or flesh remained. The ice dragon sensed the danger after the first strike. Its wind and snow, controlled like eyes and ears, failed to detect the invisible arrow. Despite its swift, calculated defense, it was pierced again, and this wound was far harder to heal than the torn wing. A sharp crack echoed. Though large, the wound wasn't fatal. The ice dragon spiraled around an ice pillar in the air. Hajime readied to sever the other wing when a sudden movement caught his eye. A small hole, finger-width wide with smooth edges, appeared on the ice surface, deep and crack-free. It had to be caused by something sharp and fast. Hajime quickly realized the culprit. Rain. Ice rain fell from the sky, glittering under the sun. The raindrops pierced the ice plain, creating new holes. The ice dragon's attack radius was roughly 300 meters around Hajime. These icy raindrops were deadly, piercing with the cursed energy's chill. Hajime knew he could barely withstand 1 or 2 hits, but now the sky was filled with them. Resisting with reverse cursed technique alone was futile. He considered his options and chose the most direct. He raised extermination again. Time wheel reverse. Heaven and earth seemed to reverse. The heavy rain fell upward, disappearing into the dark sky. The scene flashed briefly in Hajim's senses. Time wheel spin. 5 nearly invisible trajectories, obscured by sunlight fragments, struck the ice dragon's humanoid torso, left wing, and midsection. Grotesque wounds appeared instantly. The ice pillar below shattered and collapsed. The ice dragon's roar filled the air. Domain expansion, unmelting ice prison. The great sun and endless sky vanished. All directions were sealed by chilling ice prisons. The space inside was surprisingly vast, an icy hell with no escape. Inside, the ice dragon hovered with its severed wing now reformed of transparent ice crystals, its wounds healed. The blizzard raged fiercely, coldness penetrating Hajim's defenses. Even after he deployed simple domain, this place felt different. The cursed spirit, the blizzard, and the domain had merged. That explained the rapid recovery. Hajime prepared to strike again. The ice dragon flapped its wings to dodge but froze midair under Hajime's relentless attack. Extermination glowed at its limit, arrows tearing through the ice prison, creating large holes in its defenses. As the technique ended, Hajime saw the ice dragon's body being healed by swirling wind and snow, more like a living storm than flesh and blood.
This domain is a real problem.
Arrows cut through ice spikes. Hajime sheathed extermination and drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onakiri. He teleported before the ice dragon. The ice behind him shattered. The ice dragon spread its wings, circling in the air as ice beasts emerged from the blizzard, charging. These cursed energy beasts weren't dangerous. Their defense was fragile and could be cut with one slash. But the freezing aura released after they shattered was the real threat. After clearing the area, Hajime, still in time null state, jumped onto a giant ice serpent lunging at him. His sword slashed repeatedly, shattering the serpent's body. With a scraping sound, he pulled his blades free, leapt off, and soared toward the hovering ice dragon. Godspeed slash. Spider Cutter appeared amid swordlight. Ice shards rained down. Stepping on the coiled ice dragon, Hajime swiftly dismembered it. He crashed to the ground, creating a crater. The broken ice dragon coiled and rose again as if the injuries were illusions.
Asura!
The cursed sword technique ignited, forming a ghostly phantom behind the ice dragon. It struck vertically, severing over half its body. The ice dragon screamed in pain for the first time in the domain. But its wounds healed again, and its aura intensified amid the raging storm. It's merging with the environment, becoming part of the wind and snow. Until the domain breaks, the blizzard won't stop. The ice dragon is practically immortal here, and this domain is a defensive fortress. Hajime felt sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. An ice spike about the length of a forearm burst from inside him, rotating and still stained with fresh blood. It vanished quickly, leaving no wound or torn clothes, but Hajime frowned. This wasn't a sudden attack, but coldness accumulated from fighting the ice dragon. Under its technique's influence, the cold burst forth from his body. His reversal healed the injury but couldn't undo the cold's accumulation.
Damn it!
The spike appeared again. Hajime canceled reversal this time, relying on reverse cursed technique to heal. But as long as he fought the ice dragon, the cold would keep building. Neither could defeat the other. It was an endless battle. Using the domain's properties, the ice dragon began close-range attacks alongside its techniques. Though Hajime's sword slashes shattered it, the ice dragon released bursts of cold air upon shattering, trading damage. He reactivated the cursed sword technique. It was more effective than normal attacks, but in the domain, the ice dragon's body and soul seemed merged with the environment, unable to be killed. The ice dragon ascended, its body armored with ice and snow, wind swirling violently around it. It looked down at Hajime.
Human, you are strong. I will remember you. Next time I return, it will be with the wind and snow that sweeps all away.
It's trying to escape. If this continues, the one maintaining the domain will collapse first. Realizing it can't kill me, it's fleeing. The sky is manageable. I can shoot it down with extermination and time arrow, but there's another escape route.
The ocean. The deep sea beneath the ice plain. If the ice dragon breaks through weak spots and dives into the water, it will escape for good. Hajime can't gamble on killing it once it dispels the domain. It's still gathering strength.
I'll have to try that technique I'm still conceptualizing. If it fails, I'll try again once the domain breaks.
Time wheel spin, time wheel reverse. When the forward and reverse rotations collided, time accelerated and rewound simultaneously. The effects clashed, then merged. Time became chaotic and then stopped. This was no simple time null state. Hajime sensed the cursed energy of the wind, snow, and ice dragon freeze. The domain's connection to the ice dragon was severed. Hajime, using only part of his cursed energy, drew extermination and released an arrow, but it stopped midair. The technique's burden was terrifying. Wielding Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Hajime leapt onto the ice dragon. His slashes were effortless and the cursed spirit's body shattered again. Feeling near his limit, Hajime delivered the final blow, slicing its upper body in two, then cancelled the technique. Time resumed. Sunlight gently fell as the ice dragon's domain shattered silently. The cursed spirit, split into pieces, didn't notice the change and tried to speak, but its life reversed and froze in shock.
You!
Stripped of its domain, cursed energy, and defense, the ice dragon fell. Hajime coughed up blood. Looking at his left hand stained with it, he tried to reverse his injuries, but only partial success.
The technique can't be fully used yet. Was the collision the cause? Still, it worked.
Switching to reverse cursed technique, Hajime healed his internal wounds. They were widespread but not fatal. The ice dragon's remains dissipated. This special-grade cursed spirit which caused the blizzard was exorcised. The wind and snow cleared, revealing the vast ice plain under a blue sky. In the distance, a pale green-blue veil spread quickly, enveloping the sky like a goddess's flowing skirt, nature's miracle. Hajime paused, admiring the sight before walking back. He took out the satellite phone given by Aikut. The voice on the other end was ecstatic. He strolled the snowy path, savoring the rare scene and waiting for support.
Time stop.
Chapter 57, Time Stop Bypassing Limitless.
Finally, I'm back.
After bidding farewell to Aikut and his overly enthusiastic thanks, Kamihara Hajime boarded a ship to Denmark, then flew directly back home from the airport. Though foreign landscapes were novel and beautiful, for Hajime, who wasn't used to the food even in his own country, staying in places with scarce delicacies was torture. No matter how scenic, it couldn't replace a satisfying meal. Once off the plane, Hajime took a taxi straight to Shibuya. He indulged in a hearty meal to compensate for the past few rough days, then stopped by the city's most famous dessert shop to buy souvenirs. Since he planned to ask Gojo-sensei for help, bringing gifts was only proper. Tokyo Jujutsu High. When Hajime returned, only Panda was around at the school. Panda had just finished a mission and was resting. It was already June, so things were understandably getting busier. Even Itadori and the others, fresh recruits, were thrown into practical combat alongside their studies. Gojo Satoru had arranged for them to exorcise a cursed spirit right after they arrived, though the spirit was weak. Hajime returned to his dorm for a much-needed rest. The mission report was already submitted. News of its completion had reached Jujutsu High 2 days earlier. Hajime only needed to add specific details and another perspective. After spending more than half a day gaming in his room, a knock came at his door. Gojo Satoru pushed it open. Stretching, Gojo sank into the sofa, his gaze landing on the neatly wrapped desserts on the table. His previously lazy expression brightened instantly.
Is this for me, Hajime?
Hajime was focused on shooting down the last enemy in his game. The final victory screen popped up. He took off his headphones and turned around.
Yeah, I brought it back after the flight. How was the mission?
Gojo wasn't wearing his Jujutsu High uniform, instead dressed casually with sunglasses perched on his nose. Hajime recalled the simple shirt wasn't cheap. Gojo lay back on the sofa, sampling the dessert as he asked. Hajime got up, poured a glass of water, and shrugged.
Just okay. The cursed spirit was interesting though. It heavily relied on its technique amplified by the climate. And it used domain expansion too. The domain was specialized for survival. If I hadn't used a new move I've been conceptualizing, it might have drilled into the sea and escaped. New move, the one combining the forward and reverse applications of your technique.
Gojo's interest was clearly piqued. Hajime smiled and nodded.
Yeah, I pulled it off for the first time in combat. Unlike your purple, which is pure destruction, this has a different effect. Any thoughts? Haha, you messaged me just for this, huh? Let's go, I'm curious too.
On their way to the dojo, Hajime asked,
Gojo-sensei, cursed spirits are said to be born from negative emotions. But why do so many potential curses not actually form?
Gojo shielded his eyes from the sun.
Curses need cursed energy, which comes from negative emotions, but it's usually focused on specific things, death or some concept, so forming a curse isn't simple. Also, just having cursed energy doesn't guarantee a powerful curse. Special grade cursed spirits don't appear just anywhere.
He explained further.
The clearer the negative emotions are directed, the easier it is for curses to form. That's why urban legends and ghost stories rarely create curses. Recorded cursed spirits are very few compared to all the legends. In hospitals, schools, or similar places, regret, fear, and despair have clear targets. But fears like earthquakes or mudslides are abstract, so cursed spirits related to them are rare.
Plus, most curses born only embody parts of those things' attributes. The cursed spirit you faced was already very rare, likely born after a long gestation. They entered the empty training ground. Gojo asked.
What about your new move? How do you want to test it?
Hajime looked at his outstretched right hand.
As you know, my technique's forward and reverse applications collide. Aside from failures where nothing happens, this collision produces a unique effect I'm calling time stop. Time stop!
Gojo stroked his chin, thinking.
When you use your technique at full power, the scene around you slows almost to a stop, right? How's this different?
Hajime's expression shifted.
It's very different. In time stop, everything I observe is truly stopped, including cursed energy flow. The cursed spirit's domain was broken this way.
Gojo's eyes behind the sunglasses gleamed.
If cursed energy stops, techniques temporarily cease too. Domain expansions lose support and break apart naturally. Enough talk, let's try it. Hajime, cover me with that move so I can feel it.
Gojo removed his sunglasses, 6 eyes ready to witness the phenomenon. Hajime matched his intent, channeling cursed energy into his inherited technique. The forward and reverse applications collided again. Strange, cursed energy waves spread outward, but under Hajime's control quickly vanished.
It failed, haha.
Under Gojo's focused gaze, Hajime gave an awkward laugh.
That's the failure case. Let me try again.
Not everyone had Gojo's 6 eyes and precise cursed energy control. For Hajime, successfully combining the forward and reverse applications was already a sign of extraordinary talent. This was just an initial attempt. With Gojo observing, Hajime tested various fusion methods, timing, speed of cursed energy transmission. It was rare to have a day without Gojo running errands, so he seized the moment. During one attempt, Hajime successfully triggered time stop again. Gojo and everything around them became a static image.
1 second.
Hajime carefully counted time in his mind and approached Gojo. A smile crossed his lips before he lifted Gojo and placed him by the door. 4 seconds passed. Hajime felt his technique begin to falter. At 4.6 seconds, he could have pushed beyond 5 seconds, but it was pointless. After throwing Tatsuka no Tsurugi, he deactivated the technique. Time resumed. The sword hung in midair, then dropped. Gojo regained movement by the door, looking astonished. Had Hajime touched him during the time stop, he might have sensed what followed, but now there was no trace.
That's very interesting.
Gojo spotted Tatsuka no Tsurugi on the floor and realized what happened.
You threw it during time stop, and when time resumed, it didn't continue moving.
Hajime nodded.
Right, once it left my hand, it stopped midair. I discovered this when trying ranged attacks during the effect.
Gojo devised a test.
Activate time stop when you throw the swords, change their direction, and try to attack me. Let's see if my limitless fails.
Hajime laughed awkwardly.
Gojo-sensei, you'll have to wait. After these two techniques collide, there's a brief disruption preventing me from immediately using the technique again. The longer I hold it, the longer the recovery.
Gojo's 6 eyes confirmed this. The deeper the fusion's depth, the longer the recovery needed. Unlike Gojo's purple, which causes instant destruction, Hajime's technique requires balancing and continuous maintenance. After recovering, Hajime grabbed 5 short swords from the dojo rack. He threw them toward the wall, then froze time again. He nudged the suspended swords, changing their direction. Approaching Gojo, he condensed cursed energy on his fingertips and grazed Gojo's right arm. Limitless, which repels all harm, vanished. Hajime's fingertip pierced the stopped cursed energy barrier on Gojo's arm. No blood flowed, then the technique was released. Clang, clang, clang. The wooden swords hit the wall, corners, and rack. When time resumed, the swords flew in the altered directions. Gojo noticed the wound. Though instantly healed by reverse cursed technique, it felt like the injury appeared out of nowhere, bypassing Limitless.
The state is also stopped, Gojo-sensei.
The wooden sword's flight was stopped midair during time stop. After the technique ended, the swords retained their thrown state and direction, unlike objects during time stop, which dropped immediately. Further tests followed. Gojo brought a small animal with some cursed energy and a cursed tool detecting life via cursed energy, even in suspended animation. Hajime killed the large rat during time stop. Not a drop of blood escaped from its sliced body. Using the cursed tool, Hajime found the rat was still alive.
Life also stops. The consequences only unfold after the technique ends. Even if you crush the rat to dust during the stop, it'd still be alive.
They also confirmed time stop's range was about a 200-meter radius circle around Hajime, controllable like duration. The larger the range, the harder to maintain. Within that range, only Gojo witnessed the frozen world. Reality was a paused image on a screen, a miracle beyond words.
On this path I am not alone, Hajime Yurakatsu.
After a day of training and testing, Gojo left with those words. Hajime had nearly triggered a dangerous third case earlier, but stopped it before chaos erupted. Gojo warned that if allowed, the result wouldn't be time stop but chaotic distortion. That's why he urged more practice. The next day, Hajime received a medium-sized box delivered by 2 men in suits. After checking the cursed energy seal, he accepted it. In the following days, Hajime trained tirelessly and studied the documents. Maki and others had just returned from their mission and barely saw him. His relentless training continued until a new mission was assigned.
Eliminate the remnants of the Curse Master group formerly known as the Star Religious Group, later taken over by Curse Master Suguru Gido.
Hajime studied the mission details. After the Hayeki Yagio incident, Suguru Gido was executed by Gojo-sensei and his subordinates disappeared. No news had come from them for a long time. Whatever the backers were, as Curse Masters killing innocents indiscriminately, they were marked for elimination. Curse Masters often caused more harm than cursed spirits of the same grade.
I'll take this mission.
Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Unexpectedly Strong, 5 months ago. Chapter 58, Unexpectedly Strong.
It's not that I won't take you, but you look like a husky. I'm not going to play around. If a real fight breaks out, you haven't seen how fierce that thing is. Where do you think you'll run?
After Kamihara Hajime shared the stunning photos he had taken with everyone, the white wolf that had been trailing Panda and Maki visibly bristled. Such a perfect place, and you didn't take me. The white wolf turned its head, occasionally glancing back, its back to Hajime, seemingly ignoring his explanation.
All right, I'll take you this time, okay?
Hearing this, the white wolf turned back, its intelligent eyes locking onto Hajime's as if silently asking,
You're not lying to me, right? Mission location, Yokohama, that's pretty close. Are they trying to hide in plain sight? These Curse Masters are quite cunning.
The Curse Masters had recently been spotted in Yokohama, suspected to be linked to a small local religious group. Specific details were scarce, but the opposing side likely included at least one Grade 1 Curse Master, with others unknown. Originally, this mission could have been assigned to several Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers and Grade 2 combinations, but Hajime happened to be without a mission at Tokyo Jujutsu High during this period, and Gojo-sensei was missing somewhere, so the task fell to him. There was no need to trouble others or risk personnel losses. Sending only Hajime sufficed. The gap between special grade and grade 1 among jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits was massive. Once this mission was assigned to Hajime, assuming the intelligence was accurate, it was almost a done deal. Yokohama wasn't far from Tokyo. After confirming the intel, Hajime got into the assigned car and headed there. The driver wasn't one of the Tokyo Jujutsu High supervisors like Ijichi or Shintaro, but a new face, a man with a perpetual smile that, on closer inspection, seemed fake and unnatural, like a venomous insect's disguise. Hajime paid no attention. He completely ignored unfamiliar people who made him uncomfortable. The driver's polite but subtly barbed small talk was perfunctorily dismissed. Arriving in Yokohama, Hajime, accompanied by the White Wolf, stepped out and headed toward the mission site. The place was the stronghold of that small religious group, though only superficially. Investigations revealed it to be a disguised hideout for those curse masters. They seemed to be planning something, with other curse masters gathering, which had led to leaks and their location being tracked. The targets should be inside. Inside the house, 5 oddly dressed individuals sat facing each other in pairs, except one who sat alone. The lone man wore only a black leather apron on his upper body, was completely bald, and had a strange mask covering his eyes and part of his nose. He sprawled on the sofa, saying,
What? This isn't a request, it's a notification. I'm not easy to talk to. If you don't cooperate, death awaits you. Maybe becoming my masterpiece is an option, haha.
A man with triangular eyes and a scar across his face opposite him angrily retorted.
We're not those idiots Nain and Nanako. Suguru Gido-sama is dead. That thing, whatever it is, still wants to command us. Hey, don't say things I don't understand. What I want is...
Before he could finish, a sound from the door caught everyone's attention. In their instant vigilance, a figure appeared from behind the half-open door. Was it a dog? It was a large husky, which immediately entered, tongue lolling out, curiously inspecting the people in the room. Seeing it was just a dog, a seemingly more normal man sighed in relief.
How did a dog get in? What are the people downstairs doing? Idiot, have you ever seen a dog with cursed energy like that? It's an enemy.
The bald man had already taken out a hammer. He wasn't looking at the husky, but at the half-open door where footsteps echoed.
Oh, quite a few, actually.
Pushing the door open, a young boy walked in. He had a short black ponytail, and his face, devastating to those in the room, wore a lazy expression as if he were some young master who had accidentally wandered in.
Let me see.
One of the
Small fries.
exploded in rage. Already tense from being discovered, the dog and this ordinary-looking boy entering pushed him over the edge.
PFFD tilde.
The sound of water being squeezed from a pouch rang out. The man's eyes widened, clutching his throat, blood poured uncontrollably, his complexion turning a sickly purplish blue. At the doorway, Hajime flicked his finger against the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, which had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment, producing a crisp, pleasant ringing. This poison was lethal to weaker enemies. It was hard to say whether the man's throat injury or the sword's poison was more fatal. The other 4 curse masters, terrified, instinctively drew weapons or channeled cursed energy but dared not move. They hadn't sensed the attack nor how the sword appeared. The unknown technique and the overwhelming disparity left them frozen. After the curse master collapsed in a pool of blood, the dog rose and walked out, while the boy cursed under his breath. But they were far from relaxed. Such a powerful and malevolent enemy kept them on edge. Seizing the moment, Kumoya Ruzo leaped over the sofa and coffee table, swinging his small hammer toward Hajime's head with a sinister grin. In the eager eyes of the others, Kumoya suddenly flew backward at an unnatural angle, smashing the tempered glass coffee table to pieces. The leather sofa cushioned his fall, pushing him against the wall where he finally stopped. The sofa was now stained with blood. Kumoya's hammer had flown off, hitting the wall and vanishing. His situation was utterly miserable. Blood covered his body, his arms pinned beneath him, and his face looked ravaged by blades, most facial bones exposed. His eyes appeared doubled in size due to surrounding flesh pulverized. Hajime, having turned, looked down at the injured curse master. Despite the poison from Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Kumoya's strength was considerable, supported by cursed energy as he clung to life. Kumoya Ruzo, a curse master skilled in cursed tool creation, but extremely cruel, once wanted for abusing and killing civilians and spellcasters to create cursed tools. He had talent. Some of his tools were powerful, but his brutal methods harmed many, using victims' intense emotions before death to craft bizarre cursed tools. He was notorious.
Let's reintroduce ourselves. Second year at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kamihara Hajime. My mission is to eliminate you remnants of the Hayaki Yagio incident. You remember me, don't you?
Nemakiri, Hisashi, and Laru began sweating. Especially Laru. Wasn't Hajime the boy who attended Tokyo Jujutsu High with Suguru Gido, though his hair was different back then. During the Hayaki Yagio, rumors said a Jujutsu sorcerer with that name killed the special grade cursed spirit they planned to awaken Shutendoji. According to the latest intel, the new special grade sorcerer also bore that name. Nemakiri Hisashi, under intense pressure, nearly activated his technique for a last-ditch effort when Laru, bare-chested with pink heart-shaped nipple covers, stopped him.
Your Excellency hasn't attacked yet. Do you have some purpose?
Hajime looked at the strange, muscular man. Among the curse masters, this one still had a bit of sense. He thought he'd have to kill another to warn them.
Locations and names. Tell me where your accomplices are hiding. I can let you go today in exchange. You can escape, but beware future pursuits. Impossible!
Nemakiri Hisashi shouted.
We are family. You think I'd betray them. We're not monkeys who would betray their own just to survive.
Suddenly, Hajime appeared in front of Nemakiri Hisashi and casually punched his abdomen. Nemakiri flew backward, spitting blood mixed with flesh fragments. Laru, enraged by his companion's injury, punched Hajime. Following Nemakiri's path, Laru charged without activating his technique, though his wounds were lighter. The other small fry was paralyzed with fear, trembling and losing the will to fight.
You speak!
Hajime placed his left hand on the man's shoulder with a harmless smile. The man trembled, silent. Hajime said,
What? Are you throwing away your chance to live? You call ordinary people monkeys and treat humans like animals. What's your standard? Whether they have inherited techniques? Isn't it all about power? Then in my eyes, aren't you the monkeys? Well said.
An unfamiliar voice echoed. Hajime shifted gaze to the corner, but it was empty. Suddenly, a black, flowing entity emerged from thin air, expanding to the size of a water tank. Then a crude humanoid puppet slowly rose.
This is a puppet technique, remotely controlled. It's coming for me. The controller doesn't dare show himself.
The puppet emitted a distorted voice.
These curse masters and cursed spirits are all the same. Their actions are ridiculous. For their so-called noble ideals, they fabricate meaningless ideologies.
Hajime scrutinized the puppet. Destroying it would be useless, it was just a mouthpiece. He understood. Human negative emotions birth curses which foster cursed spirits, while jujutsu sorcerers originate from humans, creating a delicate balance. Humans and curses exist symbiotically. As long as humanity lives, curses won't disappear. There are two theoretical solutions: eliminate all cursed energy in humans or make all humans spellcasters who control cursed energy. Both were absurd. Hajime never cared for such grand ideas. He had few interests beyond this objective world and his own small sphere. He wasn't a savior, why bother? So he sneered.
Someone who won't show their face is no better than trash. Cursed spirits, humans, jujutsu sorcerers. I am human and jujutsu sorcerer. I stand on my own side but have no interest in changing the world. All I want is to send you disgusting creatures to hell. No righteous excuses. You kill people, be ready to die in return. You!
Nemakiri Hisashi stood, cursed energy rising, a black spike emerging in his hand. Driven by rage, he charged. Blood splattered. Nemakiri Hisashi's headless body collapsed. The black substance around the puppet stirred. Domain expansion, realm of empty dreams. Is this a curse? The aura concealed the puppet's true nature, so Hajime hadn't noticed. The domain covered the room, corpses and Laru vanished. Only Hajime was lit in endless darkness. A special grade cursed spirit, allied with curse masters, would curses ally with humans. Technique reversal, time stop. The darkness vanished, the room returned. Half the puppet's body was sunk into solidified darkness. Hajime frowned, Laru was missing. Forget that, handle the immediate. A regular mission had escalated to special grade cursed spirit and a sneaky enemy. Am I a trouble magnet? 2 slashes cut the puppet into pieces. As Hajime dispelled his technique, a bizarre 4-legged creature was squeezed from the ground. Bewildered, it was pinned by Hajime's blades. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onakiri appeared in his hands. Without technique enhancement, Hajime's speed was incredible. Light streaks left afterimages on the cursed spirit. After the cursed sword's technique activated, the creature perished.
No!
Sensing something was wrong, Hajime found no traces of others. The target escaped long distance. It might be good that the mysterious entity saved Laru. Capturing Laru again would yield info on the other. In an ordinary residence, the scarred man on the forehead opened his eyes. Behind him, a 4-legged long-nosed cursed spirit emerged from darkness, rolling out the severely injured Laru.
The probe went well, unexpectedly strong. The plan needs changing.
Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Special Grade, 5 months ago. Chapter 59, Special Grade. Although Raru escaped, the mission was considered complete under the circumstances. The unknown entity and the cursed spirit were documented. Based on Kamihara Hajime's description, after specialists identified the cursed spirit's origins and prototypes, it was determined this cursed spirit might be a hypothetical one, with abilities linked to the mythological Dream Eater. This was another special grade cursed spirit that had never been recorded, drawing some attention. However, it had nothing to do with Hajime, who had already finished his mission. Others would have to deal with the headache. Missions involving curse masters remained rare. Most of these entities had been hiding for over 20 years, lurking in dark sewers. Occasional encounters were extremely rare compared to the number of other curses. It was nearly summer, and with the growing unrest among people, the number of curses had increased significantly. Fortunately, special grades were still few. Most were around grade 2 in strength. Everyone at Jujutsu High was very busy, and it had been a while since they had all gathered. Ginza, a high-end office building. Recently, 2 fatal incidents had occurred here, both apparent suicides by jumping. A third person had fallen from a lower floor but survived. After regaining consciousness, he described feeling as if someone was controlling his thoughts, and already emotionally unstable, he vaguely broke the window and jumped. After the window observed traces of a curse here, the task was handed to Kamihara Hajime, who was free at Jujutsu High. In a bustling city, the mission needed to be handled discreetly, and quickly even Hajime himself felt it was a perfect fit. He arrived as the building's occupants had been temporarily evacuated, and reporters were blocked off by police cordons. The victims were all employees of a major branch of a large corporation, naturally attracting quick-to-respond reporters. Though the matter was not huge, it was important and needed swift resolution. When Hajime arrived, he saw the police annoyed by the barrage of questions from reporters carrying cameras and microphones, all repeating the same lines. Takahoshi Eika's smile was almost frozen. She couldn't get any breaking news from the police officer standing at the cordon. Those cold-faced officers were like stone, revealing no information regardless of her tone. Thinking about the editor's wrath waiting back at the office, she was frustrated. That lecherous old man grated on her nerves, but there was nothing she could do. Feeling discouraged, she even considered adjusting her collar to seem more approachable. Just then, her photographer called out.
Takahoshi Eika, look, a young man is coming with that police officer. Is he going into the building?
Takahoshi looked up. A young man in black clothes and sunglasses was walking alongside the usually stern officer toward the building. The officer's face, normally as hard as marble, unexpectedly showed a smile as he spoke to the man. That young man must have a scoop? Takahoshi's sharp eyes noted this person would definitely be photogenic. Even celebrities without makeup might not look as good. He was clearly connected to the police and this case. If she could get even a sentence or two, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Energized, Takahoshi told her photographer to follow her, clicking her heels as she headed toward them. Other media outlets also noticed the situation and swarmed like sharks smelling blood. Fortunately, Takahashi had mastered crowd navigation on the subway and stayed ahead of the pack, successfully pushing through. She quickly tidied her hair and handed over the microphone.
Excuse me, are you with the police or a special person invited by them? There are rumors the building is haunted. What do you think?
Kamihara Hajime looked at the female reporter who had broken through the sweating police cordon and the throng of reporters behind her. He already felt a headache coming on. He'd rather face a group of curses directly. Now he felt like fresh meat eyed by zombies beyond a barbed wire fence, microphones reaching out like grabbing hands. Officer Atani's smile vanished instantly. He ordered his subordinates to block the reporters. They arrived faster than the police at incidents but only cared about scoops, ignoring the consequences. Takahashi and the other reporters only managed a few front and back photos before police dispersed them. They stopped once Hajime and the officer were out of sight.
Quick, check if the photos are clear. Today's mission depends on this. With some good packaging, it might even go viral. People online love this kind of thing now.
Takahashi urged the photographer. But the photographer's panicked response sent her blood pressure soaring.
What? No shot. How did you mess up? You said you took them, but they're gone. It's not like the ghost deleted the photos, right?
Meanwhile, Kamihara Hajime entered the building and removed his sunglasses. Officer Atani had escorted him in and then returned. White Wolf trotted through the sealed side door, excited, and followed Hajime inside. 13th floor. Hajime chatted with everyone in the group chat on his phone. In front of him, the much larger White Wolf chased a faceless humanoid cursed spirit darting around. The cursed spirit tried to escape but was cut off by Hajime blocking the doorway. Just by displaying condensed cursed energy, he scared it off. He sent photos of White Wolf to the group. Since he couldn't capture an image of the cursed spirit, there was only the sight of White Wolf foolishly pouncing on empty air, unaware he had become the subject of idle conversation. Bang! Cornered and with no escape, the cursed spirit smashed the thick floor-to-ceiling window, attempting to flee. Hajime looked up and saw the cursed spirit leap out the 13th floor window. He wondered what would happen if it fell. The noise caught the attention of reporters downstairs who hadn't yet dispersed, but when they looked up, they saw nothing. Time wheel reverse. The shattered glass became an illusion, and the cursed spirit reappeared in the room, staring blankly at the intact glass. Its incomplete intelligence couldn't comprehend what it saw. Before it could move, its vision spun upside down and then vanished. Hajime put Tatsuka no Tsurugi away, shaking his phone at White Wolf.
Emergency mission, let's go.
West Tokyo City, Aishu Juvenile Detention Center.
3 hours ago, the window detected a cursed womb. After 90% evacuation, the facility was sealed. 5 inmates in the second dormitory remain with the cursed womb.
Iiri said, pushing up his glasses, serious. If the target undergoes abnormal growth, it might generate a special grade cursed spirit. Gojo Satoru is on a business trip and can't come. The second-year student Kamihara Hajime has been notified. This line of work is often understaffed, and missions beyond capabilities are common, but this situation is urgent and abnormal.
Before Hajime arrives, confirm if there are survivors. Rescue as many as possible. Absolutely no fighting. If you encounter a special grade, run or die. Reinforcements are on their way.
Yuji Itadori listened, then asked.
How are cursed spirits graded? I don't understand what special grade means.
After a brief explanation, Yuji's face showed realization.
Oh, so the second-year senior is very strong.
Megumi Fushiguro calmly added.
Jujutsu High has only 3 special grade sorcerers. Gojo Satoru, Yudora Katsu who is abroad, and Kamihara Hajime.
Nobara didn't expect the second-year senior she'd met was a special grade sorcerer. Unlike Yuji, she had some understanding of the jujutsu world from her grandmother. Ieri continued.
Hajime has experience exercising special grades alone. This mission likely won't be a problem for him. However, the incident happened suddenly, and he is currently on another mission, so it will take time to arrive. Please be extra careful. No problem, we'll do our best.
Yuji said enthusiastically. Megumi and Nobara were less optimistic. Nobara silently thought special grades aren't like low-grade curses. This mission is extremely dangerous, even just searching for survivors.
Mass.
A woman frantically pushed past the blockade, her face etched with worry. Yuri explained, unknown individuals may have released toxic gas inside. We are organizing rescue teams. Yuji's expression hardened.
We must rescue everyone. Fushiguro Kujisaki.
The three entered the building. Megumi summoned his jade hounds to scout ahead. The interior was not a two-story dormitory but an apartment-style building with 5 or 6 floors. The entrance they came through was gone, replaced by a wall of pipes.
This is a domain created with cursed energy. It's the first time I've seen one this large.
Megumi said, feeling a bad premonition. Yuji and Nobara were flustered at the lost entrance, worrying about evacuation. Megumi reassured them.
The Jade Hounds remember the entrance scent. After we find survivors, follow them to evacuate. Good dogs!
Yuji praised, petting the Shikigami. Megumi's expression was unreadable. Further inside, they found a tragic scene. 3 bodies, 2 were twisted, barely human-shaped, with tattered clothes. One was half a person leaning against the wall, mostly intact except some blood around the mouth and nose. Yuji silently approached the intact body, reading the name Okazaki Maso. This was the woman's son.
I'm taking his body out.
Megumi grabbed Yuji's collar and pulled him back.
We need to confirm if the others are alive. Don't focus on the body now.
But if we turn back now?
Megumi said firmly.
It's not about coming back, it's about forgetting. These aren't people we particularly wanted to save. If they're dead, there's less reason to waste energy.
Yuji clenched his fists. Megumi continued.
This is a juvenile detention center. Okazaki Masao drove without a license, hit and killed a schoolgirl, and this was his second offense.
Are you going to save everyone? What if the person you save kills someone later?
Nobara interrupted.
Pick the right time and place to argue.
They followed Nobara's direction and saw the Jade Hounds, dead and sealed inside the wall with only its head exposed. Megumi's heart sank. He hadn't detected their death. At that moment, a black hole appeared beneath Nobara's feet. Unprepared, she fell in. Megumi shouted to Yuji.
Run, we'll find her later.
Before they could react, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Something powerful had descended. Behind them stood a massive humanoid monster with a gaping, lipless mouth and eyes on strip-like protrusions. Its presence pressed down on them, almost paralyzing them.
No mistake, it's definitely special grade. Is this the pressure of a special grade?
Yuji, eyes wide with fury, struggled against the aura and raised the cursed tool Slaughter Demon, given by Gojo Satoru, and struck the cursed spirit. But his hand felt light, and the Slaughter Demon split in 2 and fell. A familiar hand still held the hilt.
Wasn't that my own hand? When did it?
Chapter 60 Chapter 60, Suguru Gido, 5 months ago. Chapter 60, Suguru Gido.
Sukuna, if I die, you die too. If you don't want to die, then help me. I refuse.
Inside his innate domain, Ryomen Sukuna watched with keen interest. After hearing Yuji's words, his mouth stretched into a cruel grin, his eyes burning with pure malice.
They're just 2 soul fragments. Did you misunderstand? Sure, if you want to switch, I can let you, but the moment I'm out, I'll kill Megumi Fushiguro first, then that woman. Your expression at that moment will be priceless. Ha ha ha.
Without Sukuna's intervention, if things continued this way, Megumi and Nobara, who likely hadn't escaped far, might actually be killed by him. Yuji had to stall for time. Despite this, he could barely withstand the current attack. Yuji was sent flying by a punch from the cursed spirit so fast, it was nearly invisible, breaking through the wall and crashing into a more open area. If this newborn cursed spirit hadn't been toying with him, death would have come already. You must protect others. The cursed spirit clasped its hands eagerly, like a child anticipating a game. Terrifying cursed energy gathered in its palms. The instant it struck, Yuji's grandfather's words surfaced in his mind.
But this pain.
Yaga Masamich's voice from enrollment days echoed alongside his grandfather's dying words. Faces of Megumi, Nobara, his seniors, and that poor mother flashed before him.
That man was right. No jujutsu sorcerer dies without regret. If that's true, then I want to say I died for a good cause. I'll gather all this anger, fear, and regret and shatter it.
A ball of blue cursed energy ignited on Yuji's right fist despite his missing finger. He slammed it fiercely toward the cursed spirit's face. Though he channeled cursed energy, the gap in strength was too great to overcome through willpower alone. The cursed spirit easily blocked the strike. It made strange, almost playful sounds as if entertained, then waved its hand, sending Yuji crashing into the ground. Shards of stone flew as Yuji spat out blood. Thanks to his exceptional physical resilience and Sukuna's passive cursed energy protection, his organs remained intact. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. Lying on the ground, his vision blurred, Yuji prepared to accept death calmly. Megumi and the others should have escaped. Then, suddenly, bright sunlight poured through the broken ceiling.
Where's that light coming from? Oh, the ceiling's broken.
The cursed spirit reached to grab Yuji but was suddenly struck, crashing to the ground. A figure blocked the light above, a voice speaking nearby.
I'm not too late, am I? How did you get involved in this mission?
Yuji, lifted gently, felt warmth flood into his body. His consciousness cleared and strength returned. The figure before him was none other than Senior Kamihara Hajime himself. Off to the side, Yuji also saw the cursed spirit sprawled on the ground, a massive wound rapidly healing. Hajime descended from above, piercing the cursed spirit with an arrow. Seeing Yuji lying on the ground, he used reverse cursed technique to stabilize him first, then patted his shoulder.
Don't worry, I'll take it from here.
The playful cursed spirit now lost its composure. It rose, wounds healed, glaring at Hajime with an unknown roar.
Stop barking!
Hajime said calmly. Without activating any technique, he closed in and kicked the cursed spirit back with such force it blurred. The monster crashed through multiple walls, stirring up a huge cloud of dust.
So powerful!
Yuji muttered, eyes wide. Having seen his own attack parried earlier, he knew how overwhelming that kick was. From the dust emerged the cursed spirit, claws sharp and cursed energy gathering for another attack aimed at Hajime's face. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Hajime was now behind the cursed spirit, and its claws pointed at himself, but the attack never came. Hajime grabbed the nape of the cursed spirit's neck and slammed it into the ground. Concrete and rebar shattered, momentum carrying them down to the next floor. Yuji, falling with him, was caught just before hitting the ground, suspended in the air, then gently set down. Not far away, the cursed spirit lay deformed. Hajime looked at it with disappointment but understood why. This was an ordinary newborn special grade cursed spirit, probably lacking much intelligence. The gap between special grades could be wider than between special grade and grade 1. He stomped on the cursed spirit, cracking the ground beneath. One last chance.
Can you use domain expansion? If so, open it. If not, you're done.
The cursed spirit roared and struggled under his foot, but showed no signs of domain expansion.
No value.
Hajime thought, releasing cursed energy. With a sharp crack, the cursed spirit shattered into fragments like brittle bones. The remains skipped decay, turning to ash that drifted away in the wind.
Huh, what's this? Is this Sukuna's finger?
Hajime picked up Sukuna's finger quietly resting on the ground and walked over to Yuji lying nearby. Seeing his dazed expression, Hajime smiled gently.
Don't worry about your injury. If it's just physical damage, reverse cursed technique can fix it. Let me heal you or it'll look strange. Thank you, Senior.
Yuji watched in surprise as his severed hand and finger miraculously regrew, restoring him to full health.
Mission complete. Let's get out of here.
Yuji hesitated but then spoke.
Senior, I want to bring a victim's body to his family. There are 2 others whose status is unknown.
Hajime sighed.
If you want, go ahead, but there's no need to search for survivors anymore. Except for us, there's no one left alive here.
Yuji nodded. The cursed spirit was exorcised, the innate domain vanished. The orphanage was safe again.
Maso!
At the white-covered body, Okazaki Masao's mother knelt, crying. Hajime watched silently. Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki approached, seeing Yuji unharmed. Without looking back, Yuji said,
I don't want to dwell on complicated things anymore. If I can help others even a little, that's enough.
Megumi said nothing. Nobara noticed his hand. Megumi glanced at Hajime talking with Ajichi.
Just report to Gojo-sensei later. If I hadn't come, people would have died here. Missions with special grade curses usually include survivor searches. How come the higher-ups didn't tell me?
Hajime sneered. Ajichi wiped sweat from his forehead, dreading the report to Gojo Satoru.
Wasting a precious finger to test Sukuna and it failed. Sukuna didn't even appear. Was this your plan, Suguru Gaido?
Chapter 61, Chapter 61, Observers, 5 months ago. Chapter 61, Observers.
I already know.
Gojo Satoru said calmly to Hajime, leaning back in his chair as he looked up at the bright ceiling light.
A mission classified at least grade 1, possibly involving a special grade curse, and they send first-years to rescue survivors. Those old geezers aren't even pretending anymore.
Kamihara Hajime idly toyed with an ornament on the table, his face unreadable.
They're clearly upset about you protecting Itadori, Gojo-sensei. If I hadn't shown up quickly, they might have suffered casualties, or worse.
I'd love to get rid of every last one of those dried-up fossils.
Hajime smirked.
All right then, sensei, I'll hand you the knife. Who's going to stop us?
Gojo sighed.
You punk, if killing them would fix it, I'd have done it myself. The problem isn't just those parasites, it's the whole rotten system.
He leaned forward slightly, arms crossed.
Until the roots are ripped out, more vermin will keep crawling in, and I can't do it alone. That's why I need all of you Yuta Akatsu, Kinji Hakari, Megumi Fushiguro, Yuji Itadori.
Hajime asked.
His attitude didn't help, and Yuta.
Gojo shrugged.
He's still looking for the black rope. No leads so far, so I'll check it out myself soon. That's actually why I called you here. I won't have time to mess with those old men for now, but before I go, I'll give them a warning. While I'm away, I need you to handle things.
Hajime nodded.
If anyone pulls the same stunt again, I'll make sure the curses deal with them.
The following days were unusually calm. Fushiguro and the others received standard missions, while Yuji Itadori began his formal training under Gojo Satoru. He occasionally sparred with Megumi or second-years to sharpen his skills. Yuji's physical ability was absurd even without a cursed technique. His talent was undeniable. Unlike Maki, whose strength came from a heavenly restriction, Yuji had no such limitation. He was simply born this way. Maki said it best.
He's got stamina, fast recovery, and heals almost instantly from minor injuries, even without reverse cursed technique. He's the perfect training dummy.
Yuji also learned quickly, turning hits taken in battle into learning experiences, improving with every encounter. Maki had to stay on guard during every match. A few days later, while Gojo Satoru was riding with Ajichi on a quiet road, he sensed something.
Stop the car, you can head back.
Ajichi glanced at him with concern but followed the order. As her car faded into the distance, a shadow dropped from the sky, shattering the road behind him. Chunks of asphalt floated midair before Gojo. He turned to face the Atakara volcano-headed cursed spirit stood at the impact site. Gojo frowned.
Who are you?
Jogo didn't answer. He simply raised a finger. A nearby mountainside erupted, sending a searing column of flame roaring toward Gojo. The inferno scorched the area, melting stone and earth. When the flames faded, lava flowed across the ruined ground. But from the smoke, Gojo's voice echoed.
That's it, pretty weak.
Unscathed, Gojo stepped from the smoke. Jogo's grin faltered.
What's wrong?
Gojo taunted.
Did I hurt your pride? The strongest, huh? You're not even close. I'm just a bit stronger than you.
Gojo added, pinching his fingers together to show a sliver of space. Annoyed, Jogo released a swarm of insects, but none could reach Gojo stopped midair by Limitless.
A talking special grade curse, huh?
Gojo muttered, observing the curse.
Stronger than Sukuna's current state.
The insects shrieked, unleashing a sonic attack. Jogo followed up with another fire column, but Gojo dodged and appeared behind him.
A two-stage combo, not bad.
Flames burst again as Jogo struck Gojo's head, igniting him like dry tinder, but it was useless. The smoke cleared. Gojo still stood. He smiled and raised his hand.
Because between you and me, there is infinity.
Back at Jujutsu High, Hajime was teaching Yuji Itadori basic cursed energy control when Gojo appeared.
Perfect timing.
Gojo said with a grin.
I've got a real fight to show you. You're coming too, Hajime-san. Jogo, you're going to die today.
Jogo, knocked into the water, struggled to stand, then saw Gojo reappear, flanked by two others.
That's Sukuna's vessel and…
Gojo just smiled.
This is Yuji Itadori, the star pupil, and this is Hajime-san, today's observer. Feel free to continue. He's using me as a demonstration.
Furious, Jogo erupted with flame.
You dare mock me, I'll turn you all to ash.
Pride overriding reason, Jogo screamed.
Domain expansion, coffin of the Iron Mountain.
The lush forest was replaced by jagged, scorched rock and flowing lava. The temperature surged. Yuji panicked as molten boulders flew.
It's so hot. You brought us into your domain too.
Hajime said with a sigh.
This is your field lesson, huh, Gojo-sensei?
Gojo shattered a massive boulder with a flick of his wrist and began calmly explaining domains to Yuji. Meanwhile, Hajime analyzed the field.
A textbook domain.
Hajime concluded, placing a hand on Gojo's shoulder. Gojo, removing his blindfold, revealed his glowing 6 eyes.
Domain expansion, unlimited void.
A sea of pure information and light swallowed Jogo's domain. The curse froze, overloaded by sensory data. Gojo walked over and seized Jogo's head.
I've got questions, so I'll let you live for now.
With a pull, he detached Jogo's head, stomping it as he questioned him.
Who sent you? Is that stitched face one of your allies?
From the forest, Suguru Gito watched silently.
They really don't believe me.
As he disappeared into the trees, Hanami, the plant-based cursed spirit, moved silently toward the battlefield. Back at the crater, Gojo casually toyed with Jogo's severed head. Hajime, meanwhile, explained infinity to Yuji. But then something changed. A strange wooden stake landed nearby, instantly spreading flowers across the battlefield.
It's here.
Though he looked relaxed, Hajime had been ready the entire time. The cursed spirit manipulating Flora, Hanami, had arrived. Time froze. Gojo, Yuji, even the flowers paused midair. And in that moment, Hajime acted. With a swift movement, he shattered the wooden stake and unsheathed Tatsuka no Tsurugi, flashing toward the incoming curse. Time resumed. Yuji turned to see Hajime striking down Hanami with brutal precision. The curse had lost an arm and been nearly cleaved in two. Gojo whistled.
Nicely done.
Before he could finish the fight, Hajime's vision darkened. He stood alone in a void familiar.
That sneaky curse again.
He thought.
A domain.
Fighting off unconsciousness, Hajime gritted his teeth.
They're working together, should have guessed.
Just as sleep threatened to overtake him, he reversed the rotation of his technique. The domain shattered. He reappeared beside Gojo and Yuji, breathing hard.
They escaped.
Gojo said flatly.
I didn't expand my domain immediately because I was worried about you too, but I'm pretty sure my purple landed.
Yuji gaped at the damage, a massive scar torn through the pond and into the forest. Gojo adjusted his blindfold.
I couldn't trace them. That plant curse is more spirit than solid, slippery.
But we learned something.
Hajime added.
We'll meet them again.
Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Breaking Their Minds Not Body, 5 months ago. Chapter 62, Breaking Their Minds Not Body. Gojo Satoru had left to assist Yuta Akatsu abroad, leaving Kamihara Hajime to take on minor assignments. Under Gojo's guidance, Hajime had also learned the art of delegation disguising laziness as training. He handed off basic missions to Megumi and the others. The 3 first years were all extremely capable, and routine tasks barely challenged them, giving Hajime an excuse to enjoy some downtime. But rest couldn't last forever. As the only special grade sorcerer remaining in the country, high-level assignments still found their way to him.
No mission intel, just that the targets range from grade 1 to special grade.
Hajime's tone was light as he addressed the woman seated across from him. Normally, his smile had a calming effect, but now, it made the young woman visibly anxious.
Terui Mizuari, you're from headquarters, right? Is this how those old fossils assign missions now?
His smile faded, and his eyes sharpened with pressure.
No intel, no official dispatch, just someone sent privately to deliver a vague assignment. Either they've completely lost their minds, or they think I'm some pawn they can toss around.
Mizuori sat stiffly, sweat threatening to form. These top-level sorcerers were terrifying enough, and Kamihara Hajime was one of the worst to provoke.
As someone will explain soon.
She stammered, taking a bulky, old-fashioned phone from her bag. She pressed a number. The call connected almost instantly.
Sir.
She said, then placed the phone on the table in front of Hajime. He leaned back, tapping the armrest with disinterest, not bothering to speak. The silence stretched painfully. At last, an aged voice broke through the speaker.
Kamihara Hajime, this old man is from headquarters. I'm also the dispatcher of this mission.
Hajime scoffed.
You've got nerve, can't even say your name, trying to hide behind a phone.
The voice replied without agitation.
I am Kazuyuki Suzuki. As for the mission, the lack of intel is deliberate. Absolute secrecy is required. But rest assured it's well within your ability. We've all seen what you're capable of.
Hajime narrowed his eyes and brought the phone closer.
And you think I'm your errand boy? After that mess you pulled trying to eliminate Yuji, now you want me to blindly walk into another setup. Why? Because you're too scared to deal with me face to face.
Suzuki's voice remained mechanical.
If you prefer, we can speak in person. But before that, Mizuori will give you the item tied to the mission.
She handed over a document. Hajime took one glance and his demeanor shifted. He read it again, then again.
This.
Hajime fell silent. The intel was more valuable than the reward itself. It didn't make sense for the higher-ups, who were at odds with Gojo Satoru, to share this with him. What was their angle?
Fine, I'll go. Where? Omachi, Hokkaido.
Omachi had once been a quiet coastal village. Now it was deserted. Villagers were gone, homes abandoned, and every key point was under lockdown by teams in black suits. At the village's entrance, two distinct groups stood under a large tree. On one side, a blond, handsome man gazing out at the sea, a muscular, wild-looking man with spiked hair, and a refined man with a small braid. Opposite them, two men in traditional kimonos, expressions fixed in that empty, polite smile.
Zenin Neaya.
Kamo Kinsaku muttered.
Gojo's disciple is almost here. They say his technique goes beyond speed. Why bring him in? This incident's serious, sure, but not unmanageable.
Zenin Neaya's expression sharpened.
Because the cover-up failed, that thing was stolen. If Gojo finds out, he might actually wipe them out. Better to leak the intel through his student and save face. They're still trying to win that special grade over, too. Do they really think someone like him can be won over?
Kinsaku asked lazily. Neaya smirked.
Old men dreaming, but I admit.
A car pulled up, cutting the conversation short. Terui Mizuori stepped out with a second figure. The young man had tied-back dark hair, a black magatama earring, and a sharp, elegant appearance. Despite his refined look, the pressure he gave off silenced the crowd. Was this Kamihara Hajime, the special-grade sorcerer rumored to have defeated multiple special-grade curses alone? The one with the time technique. Hajime glanced around. His gaze landed on Neaya, who was already eyeing him with something between fascination and challenge. Terui introduced both groups. Hajime sized them up.
Zenin and Kamo, so you're part of this artificial sorcerer mess.
Kinsaku smiled thinly.
Hardly, just small contributors. Headquarters is in charge.
Neaya stepped forward.
Kamihara Hajime.
Neaya hadn't finished speaking before a brutal force knocked him backward. His face twisted in humiliation and rage. He vanished, reappearing behind Hajime with his hand formed into a blade, just as he thrust it forward. His target disappeared. Neaya's projection sorcery froze him for a moment. Hajime grabbed his wrist, ready to throw him only for Neaya to counter and strike Hajime's abdomen with a series of afterimages. Hajime stumbled back, inspecting the imprint on his chest.
So that's the Zenin projection technique.
Neaya sneered.
Is that so? This time I'll.
Hajime entered a time null state, closed the distance instantly, and punched Naaya square in the jaw, returning every hit he'd received earlier with interest. Then came a sharp kick to the ribs. Naaya was launched backward, but Hajime caught up midair, grabbed his face, and slammed him into the dirt. The ground cracked beneath the impact. Naaya lay motionless, face a mess of blood and shame. The two Zenin sorcerers rushed in, but before they could reach him, both dropped to the ground, hit by invisible force. Turning to the Kamo side, Hajime asked with a calm smile.
Do you want to step in too?
Kinsaku stepped back quickly.
No, not at all. He provoked you, I can testify to that.
Hajime turned back, raised his foot, and pressed it on Naia's head.
Because of Maki and others, I already despise the Zenin clan. And now, trash, rotting filth pretending to matter.
Naaya, face red, purple, and bruised, trembled with fury, but didn't dare move under Hajime's pressure. At that moment, a stern-looking man approached.
Kamihara Hajime, I'm Kazuyuki Suzuki, here to explain the mission in full.
Hajime didn't move his foot. A Zenin sorcerer suddenly shouted.
Let go of Naaya.
Illusory eyes appeared in the air. Cursed energy surged. Hajime blinked.
Trying to restrict me, cute.
Moments later, both attackers lay broken, one with bleeding eyes, the other pinned by a blade. Hajime pulled Anakiri free with disgust.
Zenin ideology, only true sorcerers are human. Ridiculous.
Chapter 63, Classified Information, Bonus.
Kamihara-kun, this is classified information, known only to a few high-ranking officials in the Jujutsu world. Please refrain from casually sharing anything I'm about to tell you. It could cause.
Kazuyuki Suzuki walked ahead as he spoke. Kamihara Hajime, walking behind, recalled the charred piece of paper he had seen earlier. A wry smile formed on his lips.
So it really is about that artificial sorcerers.
For the first time, Kazuyuki Suzuki smiled.
They're not as powerful as you might think. There are plenty of side effects. One of our former operatives lost control, completely lost his mind. Now he's nothing more than a monster driven by instinct.
Despite being much older than Hajime and clearly his senior in every way, Suzuki used honorifics when speaking to him calmly, without a hint of arrogance. But the content of their conversation deeply shocked Hajime. By fusing a cursed object or tool into a jujutsu sorcerer with limited potential, an
artificial sorcerer
could be created one that inherited the object's power as their own innate technique. It was unprecedented. Even if they weren't giving him the full picture, Hajime knew there had to be strict limitations. Otherwise, wouldn't they be mass-producing sorcerers? Why tell him this, especially when he was openly aligned with Gojo Satoru, who the higher-ups had repeatedly tried to undermine? Was it because this information no longer needed to be hidden, or had they already created a few of these
artificial sorcerers
and failed to control one? Trying to earn goodwill now after nearly getting Itadori and his friends killed? Unlikely. Hajime didn't believe in their sudden kindness. Ahead, Suzuki pointed at an unusual shimmer in the distance.
That's the barrier. It's keeping the entity contained. The village has already been evacuated. Once the seal is broken, the barrier will start to degrade. The mission is simple: exorcise the target.
Up close, the illusion became clearer. A boundary shimmered like warped glass. Trees, buildings, and the sky appeared normal until you looked closely. Then the jagged seams of an artificial illusion became apparent. Suzuki continued.
The cursed object fused into the entity comes from a legendary Tengu. The target specializes in close-quarters combat. It can imitate and surpass most techniques and movements after brief exposure.
Zenin Naaya fought it once. He won the first exchange, but by the second, his technique had already been analyzed and countered. None of our sorcerers have lasted more than 10 exchanges with it.
So a combat-type curse with adaptive learning, a nightmare for most. Hajime thought of Gojo if he were here. One
purple
would obliterate it.
One more thing,
Suzuki added.
The entity can manipulate wind imbued with cursed energy. It's destructive, but it shouldn't be an issue for someone like you.
He handed Hajime a talisman, who pressed it against the barrier. It ignited instantly. The illusion shimmered and a hole the size of a man opened in the field. Hajime stepped through. The village beyond was devastated. Mudbrick homes were shredded as if something had torn through them at high speed, leaving gouged scars in the walls and ground. Small frame but wide area attack potential. The wind carries cursed energy. Its body is durable.
He really does look like a Tengu.
Its face was twisted and grotesque, features distorted with bone-like growths. A long, pointed nose, bloodshot red-black eyes.
His body is reinforced, his cursed energy shaped into bladed wind.
Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Variables, 5 months ago. Chapter 64, Variables. After slaying the Tengu, Kamihara Hajime noticed a change in the feather fan he held. A strange aura surged from within, intensifying the curse's residual energy. Yet when Hajime tried to wield it, he could only generate a faint, breeze-like attack nowhere near the destructive gales the Tengu had once conjured. Of course, Hajime wasn't an expert in cursed objects. It would need to be turned over to specialists for proper analysis. As the battle's noise faded, the barrier enclosing the area had long since vanished. Kazuyuki Suzuki stared at the Tengu's broken corpse without a hint of surprise.
Hajime-san, you've done well. As agreed, along with your compensation, the feather fan is now yours.
Shortly after, their cleanup unit arrived and took the creature's remains. Hajime sheathed Tatsuka no Tsurugi and stored the fan, turning his gaze to Kazuyuki, who offered his ever-faint, unreadable smile. Hajime spoke the question on his mind.
This was a major secret, wasn't it? Why reveal this now? Involving the Zenin and Kamo clans is one thing, but even reaching out to the Gojo family, you've always excluded them. What are you after?
The Kamo clan had long been a conservative cornerstone, their involvement expected. The Zenin clan, due to their rigid customs and past grievances, aligning against the Gojo family was hardly a surprise. Kazuyuki raised a hand, gesturing toward a sleek black car parked by the road.
If Hajime-san is curious, I can explain everything in detail.
Hajime narrowed his eyes, smiling.
Fine, let's hear it.
Inside the luxurious car, the silent driver pulled away smoothly. Kazuyuki reached into a small cooler and retrieved a bottle of red wine, offering a glass.
I'm underage.
Hajime said flatly.
Japanese law still applies.
Kazuyuki smiled, revealing a lower drawer with assorted non-alcoholic drink soda, sparkling water, juice.
You didn't think we only drank whiskey and wine, did you?
Ignoring the joke, Hajime grabbed a chilled cola. While Kazuyuki performed an unnecessarily refined wine ritual, Hajime was already halfway through his drink. During the ride, Kazuyuki avoided the main topic, instead talking about mundane events at the Kyoto and Tokyo campuses. Hajime answered curtly, eyes on the passing scenery. Kazuyuki didn't seem to mind the disinterest, continuing his monologue like it was a one-man show. Eventually, the car arrived, not at the main building of a high-end hotel but at a private structure behind it. 5 stories tall and surrounded by an expensive manicured garden, its opulence was subtle but undeniable. After the car stopped, Kazuyuki gestured for Hajime to step out. As Hajime exited, several elegant women emerged from the building's golden doors, dressed in a variety of high-end fashion, each exuding a carefully polished allure. With trained poise and harmonious voices, they bowed and greeted him. Hajime barely glanced at them.
Let's not waste time,
he said to Kazuyuki.
My schedule isn't empty.
Kazuyuki nodded and clapped lightly. The women bowed again and led the way to a lavishly furnished room. Once inside, Hajime motioned for them to leave. After Kazuyuki nodded, the women gracefully exited, closing the thick, soundproof door behind them. Kazuyuki poured hot tea and began.
The process of fusing cursed objects with compatible individuals is recent. It has flaws. I'm no technician, but I know the basics. The subject must be willing, otherwise the success rate plummets. Also, the individual must have potential as a sorcerer but lack a technique. In exchange for the power, they sacrifice most of their lifespan. The soul begins to rot, and death usually follows within years or months. That's something all adapters must know. Adapter!
Hajime caught the term.
Yes, compatibility matters. The closer the match between sorcerer and cursed object, the higher the success rate and the greater the strength retained.
Kazuyuki, though he possessed cursed energy, lacked the capacity to become a proper sorcerer. That made sense. If there were no cost, these old men would have used it on themselves long ago. The drawbacks explained why this method was being revealed now, but Hajime sensed there was more. Kazuyuki's face grew grim.
An accident happened days ago. One of our research sites was infiltrated and several cursed objects were stolen.
Hajime leaned back, expression cool.
And the thieves? No visual confirmation, but based on residual traces, it wasn't a solo job and they were curses. As for what was taken,
He paused.
the sword, an ancient blade, recorded in our history as Tatsuka no Tsurugi, one of the 3 divine swords. Before this, we couldn't unlock its secrets. Other than being unbreakable, it showed no special effects and no one was a compatible host, so it was sidelined. We didn't expect it to vanish in the raid.
Kazuyuki clenched his fist.
They came prepared, fast, precise, and if they managed to awaken the curses within these objects,
Cursed objects that gained power through fables or myth carried immense destructive potential. If the curse within that divine sword returned.
I'll be going now.
Hajime said at last, rising.
No need to see me out.
The afternoon sun bathed the beach in golden light. It should have been peaceful until a ripple like a cracked mirror split the air. Through it walked Suguru Gido, a smug smile on his face. Nearby, Mahito and Hanami reclined in beach chairs. Mahito perked up.
Did it work?
Gido strolled past Jogo, whose grotesque head was still regenerating atop a small body.
Of course, and we gained more than expected.
He murmured the rest under his breath. Mahito leaned forward.
Huh, what was that?
Jogo's head smoldered in frustration.
So can you use your trump card now? We still only have one prison realm. You can't trap both Gojo and that brat.
Gido raised a finger to his lips.
I never said this was for awakening him. This is just a key. Maybe only a sliver of the shell can be recreated, but that's enough.
He stared at the sky, lost in thought.
Living long enough lets you witness all sorts of wonders. Even with human limits, we've come this far.
Mahito stretched, bored.
This is gonna take a while, huh? I'm heading out to find something fun. Let me know if anything happens.
As Mahito disappeared into a void doorway, Gido watched, amused.
With so many variables, this plan might fail.
Chapter 65, Chapter 65, The Future is Changing, 5 months ago. Chapter 65, The Future is Changing.
This is it.
Gojo Satoru took the Tengu fan from Kamihara Hajime, removed his sunglasses, and examined the strange cursed object carefully. After a moment, he set it down and said,
This one's different from your average cursed object. It's been altered, artificially, I'd say, but the residual curse energy isn't strong. Doesn't seem like it was used for anything particularly evil.
Kamihara Hajime stood up and stretched, yawning.
Then I'll leave it to you, Gojo-sensei. I have no interest in dealing with the bureaucratic headache that always comes with these kinds of things. Hold on.
Gojo stopped him.
I might be tied up for a while. I'll be counting on you to look after Yuji Itadori until the exchange event starts.
Hajime raised a brow.
Wait, you mean Yuji's still being targeted?
Gojo shook the fan lazily.
Not by the higher-ups, at least not for now. After their recent screw-up, they've got their hands full. But Itadori is still a prime target for curse users and cursed spirits. With Sukuna inside him, there's no telling who might come after him.
Hajime nodded thoughtfully. That much made sense. It was one thing for Itadori to have consumed Sukuna's fingers, but allowing Sukuna to take control and fully revive, that was a risk too great to ignore.
No problem then. I'll have Kusakabe-sensei informed.
Inside a decaying building, 3 figures darted around, kicking and punching at thin air, seemingly locked in a chaotic battle. Yet there was no visible enemy. To an outsider, it looked like a group of madmen fighting hallucinations. Kamihara Hajime sat on a beat-up plastic chair nearby, munching on an ice cream.
Don't look at me, focus. This thing's just a semi-grade one. Its technique is weak, not even suited for combat. Use your heads.
Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki were inside the fray. Since being assigned to Hajime for field training, Itadori had been following him on missions, though Hajime rarely interfered. Otherwise, the training would be meaningless. Megumi and Nobara occasionally joined these missions, and today was one such case. The target was a semi-grade 1 cursed spirit with a weak technique, nothing fatal if handled correctly. The spirit resembled a four-legged beast with sharp claws, fangs, and a whip-like tail. Its most dangerous asset was its technique, invisibility. Not only was it completely undetectable visually, but even its cursed aura was faint. It blended perfectly with the environment. Itadori's hand had already been pierced by a surprise strike. To make matters worse, anything the cursed spirit touched could also be rendered invisible. Blood, dust, even debris, it all vanished once in contact. Itadori kicked up some dirt, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spirit through the gaps. For a split second, he spotted a distortion in the air. Megumi and Nobara launched a pincer attack, but the spirit darted away again. A counterattack grazed one of Megumi's Shikigami-kan, who barely managed to dodge. The confined terrain worked in the spirit's favor. Its attacks could come from any direction. Megumi considered his options. He needed to summon Max Elephant, but maintaining it alongside Khan would be too draining.
I'm switching Shikigami. Itadori, Kujisaki, keep it grounded. Don't let it escape to the ceiling. Can you manage that?
Itadori gave a confident nod.
Got it, leave it to me.
Nobara flipped her hammer in one hand, nails in the other.
Same goes for me. Just finish prepping whatever technique you've got, Megumi. We're exercising this thing today.
Khan vanished as Megumi withdrew it. The spirit grew more aggressive. Blood sprayed from Itadori's side as he exchanged blows, but his counter hit as well, causing the spirit to recoil.
Straw doll technique, hairpin.
Nobara's nails, previously lodged in the ground, exploded with cursed energy. The spirit roared in pain, blood spraying across the floor, but the hit wasn't fatal. The wide area blast lacked concentrated impact. Against a fast, invisible opponent, it was hard to land a critical blow. But Itadori seized the moment, ignoring his injuries and charging toward the source of the cry.
Megumi!
Megumi, already forming hand seals, expanded his shadow like ink spreading across the floor. With a roar, a massive Shikigami emerged.
Max Elephant!
The elephant sprayed a torrential blast of water. The sudden downpour soaked everything. The invisible cursed spirit lunged, hitting Itadori in the stomach and sending him reeling.
Kujisaki!
Itadori shouted. Though she couldn't see the spirit clearly, she understood Megumi's tactic. The flood would expose the invisible entity.
Don't rush me, I feel it.
Her cursed energy detonated the area by the wall. The spirit shrieked again, water surging around it and outlining its body for a moment. In the accumulating floodwater, even an invisible target couldn't fully disappear. The water left an indentation, a missing piece on an otherwise smooth surface. Itadori spotted it.
Got you!
He dashed forward like a bullet, stomping through puddles. The cursed spirit, now cornered, lunged again, but Itadori evaded and grabbed hold of something wet, slimy, possibly a tongue.
Come here!
He yanked with full force, slamming the spirit down, then punched forward.
Divergent fist!
The air trembled with impact. Nobara followed up instantly. Nails exploded in midair, tearing through the spirit.
Kedge!
Megumi tossed a cursed blade. Itadori caught it mid-run and slashed. Blood sprayed with each cut.
Recall!
Megumi withdrew Max Elephant and the water slowly drained. The spirit's corpse faded into view, a massive reptilian creature. Its tongue, now severed, lay beside Itadori.
That invisibility technique was such a pain.
Nobara muttered. Hajime leapt down from the second floor, having avoided the flooding. Once things settled, he used reverse cursed technique to heal their wounds. Itadori stretched.
That was wild.
Megumi quietly noted the usefulness of reverse cursed technique. There was even a 10 Shadows Shikigami tied to it. He'd look into that later. Hajime checked his expensive watch, bought with most of a mission's reward. He couldn't even remember the brand.
Well, that's done. Still early, let's grab dinner, my treat.
Itadori pumped a fist.
You're the best, senpai, I want steak.
Later, back at Jujutsu High, Megumi began preparing to subjugate a new Shikigami. Itadori excelled in close combat. Nobara's straw doll technique had great potential. Megumi's 10 Shadows technique and inherited Zenin ability was versatile and deep. Destroyed Shikigami passed their power to others, and some could even fuse like Nu and the Toad, forming.
Well's bottom unknown.
Megumi was still testing other combinations. If no missions came up, they trained. With the third years suspended, the first years had to participate in the exchange event. Hajime and Itadori later received a new mission, this time in Kanagawa. 3 people had mysteriously died in a movie theater. The signs matched the effects of a specific cursed spirit, Mahito.
Mahito.
Joined by Shoko Larry, the two headed to the scene.
Hajime-san,
Shoko said, handing him a file.
one other person was in the theater. We haven't approached him yet. He might be connected.
Hajime skimmed the file. Yashino Junpei, Kanagawa Prefectural Satizakura High School, lives with his mother, parents divorced.
Let's pay him a visit. We'll check for cursed energy or any ties to Mahito.
Itadori blinked.
Who's Mahito?
Hajime sighed.
A repulsive cursed spirit. You won't need to fight, just help investigate. If we run into him, I'll handle it.
Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Special Grades Are Getting Common, 5 months ago. Chapter 66, Special Grades Are Getting Common. Inside the dim cinema where the incident occurred, Kamihara Hajime stood beside Yuji Itadori, pointing toward the faint traces left behind.
Using a technique leaves residual cursed energy. It's weaker than what cursed spirits leave, so you have to focus. Try it, Itadori.
Yuji obediently nodded and squinted, scanning the dark space carefully. Meanwhile, Hajime checked his phone, reviewing the tracking data from the window.
In battle, relying on instinct and talent helps, but you can't ignore technique.
Hajime said without looking up.
A jujutsu sorcerer uses both cursed energy and technique. You don't have an inherited technique, so focus on reinforcing your body and exercising curses through raw control. Mei and Kusakabe are excellent examples. There's also a second year from Kyoto Jujutsu High. You'll meet them during the exchange event.
Yuji nodded again, absorbing the information.
Senpai, can we track the curse from these traces?
Hajime pocketed his phone and motioned for Yuji to follow.
No, there hasn't been much movement since the incident. He's hiding.
As they exited the cinema, police at the scene whispered about the 2 teenagers.
Chief, why are a couple of kids handling this case? What department are they even from?
The middle-aged officer sighed.
You saw those bodies, that kind of thing.
Junpei, speaking with a sweaty, overweight man, likely his teacher, turned at the sound of his name. 2 boys in matching uniforms approached. One had pink hair and a cheerful expression. The other, wearing sunglasses and a calm smile, exuded pressure that made Junpei freeze. The subtle intimidation he felt was worse than what Mahito gave off.
Which school are you from?
The teacher grumbled, clearly suspicious. Hajime answered plainly.
We need to speak with Yashino Junpei, in private.
His voice was calm, but his eyes, visible now that the sunglasses were off, made the teacher step back without a word. Junpei, somewhat entranced, agreed.
All right.
They walked along a quiet stretch near the river. Hajime took the lead.
Kamihara Hajime.
He introduced.
You were at the cinema 2 days ago at 2:30 p.m. 3 students from your school died.
He continued casually, not pushing.
I'm not accusing you. I'm just here to ask, did you see someone with a stitched face that day?
Junpei lowered his head, letting his long bangs shadow his face.
No, I left early. Didn't finish the movie.
Hajime glanced at him but didn't call out the lie. That man is Mahito, a special grade cursed spirit. Human life means nothing to him. If he's in the mood, he might observe people like ants, or he might just crush them. Sometimes he pours boiling water into the nest just to see what happens. He stopped walking.
He doesn't operate by human values, but one thing is certain, he needs to be eliminated.
Yuji, hearing all this for the first time, stayed quiet. He remembered the grotesque corpses from the cinema. Hajime had told him they were once human, twisted by Mahito's technique, and it couldn't be undone. Hajime's phone buzzed, he frowned.
Itadori, you talk with Junpei. Window picked up a large group of transfigured humans nearby. I'll take care of it. Call me if anything happens, be alert.
In the underground drainage system, Hajime wrinkled his nose. The place wasn't disgusting, but it reeked faintly.
Mahito really is like a sewer rat.
A corner ahead echoed with inhuman sounds. Turning it, Hajime spotted transfigured humans wandering aimlessly. With a sigh, he drew Onakiri and entered time null state. In a few brief slashes, he granted them peace. Even his reverse cursed technique couldn't restore what Mahito had ruined. Once done, Hajime surfaced, contacted Yuji, and raised a brow at the response.
Dinner at Junpei's house.
He shrugged. It was unexpected, but perhaps helpful. Mahito originally intended to strike there. Maybe the change in events meant he'd already fled.
You must be Itadori's senpai. I'm Junpei's mother, Nagi Yashino. Come in.
Hajime smiled and bowed politely, stepping inside. The atmosphere was cozy. At the table, Yuji waved.
Senpai, welcome back.
Junpei said nothing, just watched. Compared to Yuji's openness and Hajime's calm brilliance, he felt like he belonged to a different world. After dinner, they said their goodbyes.
Thank you for the meal, Auntie. You're welcome anytime.
Nagi replied warmly. Outside, Yuji turned to Hajime.
Senpai, won't Junpei be targeted? He already has been.
Hajime answered flatly.
He's definitely had contact with Mahito. Whether Mahito returns is uncertain, but surveillance is in place. We'll stay close in case he shows up.
Elsewhere, Mahito dangled over a rooftop railing, grinning.
Suguru, I was just starting to have fun. That guy ruined it. Got any plans for him?
Guido stared at the city lights.
Not yet. His technique is unprecedented. If you face him now, he'll kill you instantly.
Mahito frowned.
Humans really are annoying. Some of them are scarier than us. Prepare for the next phase.
Guido said.
Tomorrow, release that and gather grudge blood. It's time to test him again.
Mahito smirked.
I'll pick a good spot. Might as well have a little more fun.
The night passed without incident. But early the next morning, Hajime received an alert. A veil had been detected at Satazakura High School in Kanagawa. Dozens of transfigured humans were reported, and casualties were in the hundreds. He called Yuji.
Go with Yiri to Satazakura High. I'm heading there now.
Activating his technique, Hajime froze time around him and rushed toward the school. He ran until he reached his limit, then used technique reversal to restore his energy and kept going. When he arrived at the auditorium, the sight was gruesome. What was supposed to be an awards ceremony had become a massacre. Bodies were scattered across the floor, their faces twisted in terror. Yet little blood stained the room, making the scene even more chilling. At the center stood a figure skeletal, grotesque, threading a spinal cord into its own arm.
Special grades really are getting more common.
Hajime muttered. The creature turned and grinned, jaws snapping. Then bone spikes erupted from its back and the air filled with tension. Hajime drew Onakiri again.
Let's end this quickly.
Chapter 67, 67 Chapter 67, I'll exorcise Mahito, 5 months ago. Chapter 67, I'll exorcise Mahito.
These.
The scene in the auditorium made Kamihara Hajime narrow his eyes at the grotesque cursed spirit before him. It felt eerily similar to the Tengu. But wasn't that technique supposed to be confidential? How were these cursed spirits using something so similar? The possibility of a leak seemed unlikely. Considering how the higher-ups operated, they wouldn't easily hand over such a powerful technique. And colluding with curses? Impossible unless they had a death wish. If this bone demon was anything like the Tengu, that meant it would leave a physical corpse once destroyed. When that time came, he'd make sure to bring it back for Yiri Shoko to study. As his mind raced, the bone demon attacked. Jagged bones erupted from its body, transforming it into a monstrous form. Bone spurs thick as arms tore through the air, aiming to block every escape route. Time wheel spin. Hajime evaded with ease, gliding past the bone spurs suspended in the air. Sword in hand, he charged straight at the bone demon mid-pounce. When Tatsuka no Tsurugi struck the overgrown bone protrusions, a sharp shriek echoed. The blade cut deep, aided by its natural advantage against cursed energy defenses. The creature resembled a massive thorn bush, its structure barely humanoid. Hajime cleaved through bone after bone, even splitting the skull-like face in two. It was made entirely of white bones, with the occasional scrap of flesh acting as an afterthought. Nearly half of its body was torn apart, but not a drop of blood spilled. It felt more like chopping through firewood than fighting a living being. The technique faded. Explosions echoed behind him, the earlier launched bone spurs embedding into the ground. Despite losing half its body, the bone demon barely reacted, rapidly sprouting fresh bone spurs from its remaining mass. Hajime surged his cursed energy and sidestepped. His blade fell like lightning, severing white bone after white bone. The creature began to
blossom,
its form unraveling like petals. From within, a figure shot out, bone blades extending toward Hajime's head and neck. But Hajime was faster, even without invoking a technique. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Anakiri crossed in his hands, parrying the strikes and shattering the bone arms. Only then did Hajime see it clearly. Barely humanoid, the creature's upper half had emerged from a mass of thorns. It lacked a head and other features. A gaping mouth full of fangs sat at its center. Two white arms extended outward, ending in blade-like bone structures chipped and splintered from the earlier clash. Dragging its rear mass, the creature rampaged forward. Its upper body acted more like an appendage. Even when Hajime struck it down, it regenerated. Its entire form was saturated with cursed energy, especially the hardened, offensive limbs. Even Tatsuka no Tsurugi couldn't sever it in one strike. Worse still, it seemed to lack vital points. Hajime destroyed piece after piece, but each one regrew from the spiny bulk of its body. Time rain. Condensed, cursed energy gathered above and fell like rain. Under Hajime's full output, the rain formed a barrier across the auditorium. Any being infused with cursed energy was caught in the downpour and began to decay. The rain was selective. Hajime had refined it through countless experiments and his deepening understanding of barrier techniques. It didn't require an enclosed domain. Instead, it affected every cursed being within its reach, applying continuous, debilitating decay. If released at maximum output, even jujutsu sorcerers would be reduced to husks within seconds. For cursed spirits, it became a test of how long their energy reserves could last. The bone demon, now too large to reinforce every part of its body with cursed energy, began to rot. Its unshielded bones blackened and crumbled. Trying to adapt, it shed its massive frame, condensing itself into a smaller, denser form to survive.
There, the weakness is revealed.
Tatsuka no Tsurugi carved through the stagnant curtain of rain, cutting even the droplets midair. Hajime's blade struck true. The humanoid half emerging from the thorns was torn apart.
No brain, no heart.
He remembered the scene, how the curse had extracted a spine from its prey. It wasn't after flesh or blood. Hajime dispelled the technique. Scraping sounds echoed the bone demon's arm blades shattered. Its mouth was unrecognizable. Despite targeting every likely weak point, it still moved. Even without blades for arms, it sprouted more bone spurs. A flash of sword light danced around Hajime, sweeping away everything. Only rust-colored dust remained.
It really has no conventional core. Then I'll reduce it further and obliterate it with a time arrow.
Just then, another bone arm extended from the creature, forming a hand seal. Hajime's instincts flared. Around him, the corpses twitched. He stopped, eyes narrowing. In the next instant, all the bodies detonated. Bone burst from their forms, erratic, grotesque shapes twisting in every direction. The forest of bone climbed to the ceiling, exploding into fine fragments midair and scattering like shrapnel. Hajime's expression turned cold.
You're defiling their corpses now.
Time wheel reverse. The growing bone forest vanished. The mutilated corpses returned to their original state. The bone demon froze stunned.
I can't use time stop. After it's over, I can't use my technique for a while. If I need to destroy every inch of this thing to kill it, sword slashes alone won't cut it.
With blades drawn, Hajime carved into the monster. The three cursed blades danced around him, slicing through its body. Finally, the bone demon began to fall apart. He dispelled the technique once more. Behind him, a phantom Asura emerged demonic-faced and wielding destruction. It struck the final blow. The bone demon exploded, falling into broken pieces. Hajime scanned the rubble. Among the remnants, one fragment pulsed unnaturally. It was trying to regenerate.
As expected, it's not that it has no vital point, every piece can act as one, but now that it's in fragments, it can't hide where the real one is.
Time arrow. Cursed energy surged in his hand, forming a condensed beam of lethal energy. Before the bone demon could react, a streak of light tore through the air, silencing everything. The wooden floor vanished beneath the blast, exposing gravel. The cursed spirit was gone, its remnants obliterated. Only fragments of bone remained. A miscalculation, he couldn't retrieve a complete corpse. Still scanning, Hajime spotted something else. A cursed spirit, shaped like an eyeball, hiding in the corner. He picked it up. The eyeball rotated, reflecting his face. Hajime chuckled and crushed it beneath his sword. In another location, Suguru Gido smiled as the final image cut off. Mahito, Hanami, and Jogo watched beside him.
The first experiment is complete. We also confirmed his technique. It accelerates time, so to him, speed is meaningless, and his long-range attack decays anything it touches by fast-forwarding its time. But the most dangerous part is his time reversal.
Gido said, serious now.
We had speculations, but now we know.
Jogo snarled.
So what's next? If he fights beside Gojo Satoru, how will we ever seal him?
Gido held up a blood-red bead, smiling faintly.
Isn't that what we're planning? Humans are bound by responsibility, compassion.
Jogo growled again.
Over 400 people. That's the cost of one experiment. If this continues, Jujutsu High will respond with full force. Afraid?
Gido asked, turning to him. For once, Jogo didn't explode.
Gojo Satoru, and now this Kamihara Hajime. If your plan works, the world won't accept it. I don't want to die before seeing the outcome.
Mahito added.
Even I've been targeted for making toys, and if Hajime catches me, there's no running. You said we shouldn't appear in front of Jujutsu High, then what? Don't worry,
Gido assured, eyes on the horizon.
I'll send cursed spirits and allies, and besides, we have other options. This fusion of cursed objects and humans.
Mahito's face lit up.
The soul change is fascinating. Though the human mind disappears, their body becomes a true curse. Just gather cursed objects,
Gido said.
We'll reawaken them. This will make harvesting blood much easier. What about Sukuna's vessel?
Jogo asked.
That power alone won't be enough. They'll keep feeding him fingers, we'll intercept some, and when the time comes, we'll give him all of them at once.
He smirked.
For now, just follow the plan. Senpai!
Yuji Itadori ran up to Hajime outside the school. Yashino Junpei was beside him. Hajime raised a hand in greeting.
You're here, the mission's done. Mahito won't show up again. It was a special grade cursed spirit this time. No need to go inside.
Seeing Yuji glance toward the building, Hajime stopped him. Itadori could be blunt, but he had a sharp emotional sense.
Senpai!
Hajime looked at the growing crowd of police and sorcerers.
Yes, everyone. Special grade spirits leave no time.
Yuji clenched the door handle, silent, then he entered. Junpei stood frozen. He'd glimpsed the bodies earlier. Pale and trembling, he murmured.
Those.
Hajime nodded.
Yes, connected to the one I mentioned, Mahito.
Yuji emerged, face ashen and voice firm.
Senpai, I'll exorcise Mahito.
Junpei ran outside and vomited. Hajime saw Iiri approaching and placed a hand on Yuji's shoulder.
Let's go, those curses.
Chapter 68 Chapter 68, Megumi's New Shikigami, 5 months ago. Chapter 68, Megumi's New Shikigami. The Satazakura High School incident drew massive attention. It had been a long time since a cursed spirit incident resulted in such high casualties. The previous Hayeki Yagyo, though devastating, caused no civilian deaths due to Suguru Gito's prior warning, allowing for a complete evacuation. Most of the damage had been structural. But this time,
Whatever, let Gojo-sensei handle it. Time to go.
Yashino Junpei stood by as Hajime and Itadori waved goodbye. Hajime's words still echoed in his mind.
You've likely awakened a technique. If so, Tokyo Jujutsu High might reach out. I recommend you accept and transfer while everyone's attention is focused on this area.
Itadori had looked thrilled.
Senpai, you mean Junpei can join Tokyo Jujutsu High? Then he'd be our classmate too. Of course, sorcerers are in short supply. Any unregistered ones are usually recruited. If they're not suited for combat, they're trained as supervisors or assigned to logistics. Did you think all our gear appears out of thin air? Oh, I know that.
Back at Jujutsu High, Maki and Fushiguro were training hard. Their focus now was improving Fushiguro's and Kujisaki's combat ability, though Itadori would soon join them.
Hajime.
They greeted him from a distance as Kujisaki completed her latest round of one-sided training under Maki. Their sparring had clearly been intense. Noticing their injuries, Hajime began walking over to help treat them, but before he could act, Fushiguro summoned a new Shikigami, tall, sturdy deer. Its form was not especially intimidating, but Hajime immediately noticed the positive cursed energy radiating from its body reverse cursed energy. Shikigami, round deer. Under its influence, everyone's injuries healed rapidly. Maki stretched her limbs and joked.
What's wrong? Disappointed we didn't need your help.
But Hajime wasn't disappointed, he was fascinated. The Shikigami was composed entirely of positive cursed energy. Unlike most healers who use the reverse cursed technique directly, this Shikigami could support others passively in battle. Since unincarnated cursed spirits were made of negative cursed energy, this positive type acted like sunlight on snow, melting them away effortlessly.
This is a Shikigami I recently tamed.
Fushiguro explained.
It can only use the reverse cursed technique. Hajime-san, do you think I could learn the technique by observing it?
Hajime nodded.
It's a good idea. Reverse cursed energy is hard to grasp from explanation alone, but feeling it in action, that's the best teacher.
He looked over Fushiguro's progress with approval.
You've come a long way. Only 3 Shikigami left to tame, right?
More or less. I recently merged new with the Great Serpent. This fusion resulted in something new.
Fushiguro activated his technique again. The shadows rippled and several winged snakes slithered out. They looked more like decorative creatures than threats, but Hajime knew better.
This was my first attempt at a triple fusion. Along with New and the Great Serpent, I included Rabbit Escape.
The snakes dissolved into shadow and the ground suddenly surged. A massive creature erupted like a dragon rising from a fountain. It had a serpent's body with wings just beneath its head. Compared to the smaller versions, this one was far more fearsome. Electric arcs danced around its form as it glided through the air.
I call it Tang's Snake. It's powerful, but the energy cost is heavy.
After dismissing it, Fushiguro added.
I wish I had more info. Most of what I know comes from Gojo-sensei. If I had access to real records.
Hajime thought of the Zenin clan. As the origin of the 10 Shadows technique, they likely had plenty of archived material, but Fushiguro's ties to them were complicated. Maki scoffed.
Those bastards wouldn't give you anything without draining you dry.
Fushiguro's tone remained calm.
Doesn't matter. If someone in the past could master it, so can I.
Despite his calm, Fushiguro's view of the Zenin clan was no better than Maki's. The people he respected, Gojo-sensei, Hajime-san, Maki-senpai, were all outsiders to that clan's twisted values.
Those not of Zenin are not sorcerers. Those not sorcerers are not human.
He had no intention of seeking help from them.
All right, enough talk.
Maki said, stretching.
We still need to prepare for the exchange event. Hajime-san probably can't join, right?
Itadori blinked.
What exchange event?
Everyone turned to Hajime. He scratched his head.
I forgot to explain.
Fushiguro quickly summarized the event. Itadori lit up.
Wait, senpai can't participate. Why?
Panda answered, arms folded.
That's the word from Principal Yaga.
Hajime shrugged.
That's about right. If Yudara Akatsu were here, it'd be the same. Otherwise, what's the point of calling it an exchange event?
He grinned.
Guess I'll just pull up a chair and watch while you all work hard.
He hadn't given it much thought when Gojo-sensei mentioned it. Whether he participated or not didn't matter. He was often busy, and with Fushigiro's progress, he felt confident in the team.
You lazy jerk.
Maki growled, turning her gaze to Itadori.
All right, Itadori, your turn.
Itadori groaned but quickly sprang to his feet. His physical endurance let Maki go all out during training, and with Hajime and now Fushigiro's Shikigami around, minor injuries weren't a problem. He got beaten the hardest in training, but he accepted it. A former high school athlete who could toss a shot, put over 30 meters and sprint 100 meters in under 10 seconds, he hadn't needed martial arts before. Now he was learning through Maki's relentless sparring. She saw potential in him, a sorcerer without a technique, yet with a powerful body and sharp instincts. At this rate, he'd be able to exorcise grade 2 or even grade 1 curses on his own. But was that enough? Could he handle monsters like Mahito?
Is a sorcerer without a technique really capped at this level? No, I'll push past it. Limits are made to be broken.
He flipped himself up after getting slammed by Maki's staff and immediately began analyzing his form, searching for a better way. Hajime waved as he walked away.
Keep going, you've got this. Megumi can hold the fort. I'm going to see the principal.
He made his way to Yaga's workshop, where the principal often worked on cursed corpses. When he opened the door, White Wolf bounded up to him in excitement. After ruffling the dog's fur, Hajime stepped inside.
Kamihara, did you need something?
Yaga asked, looking up from his work. Hajime picked up a cat-shaped doll.
You've seen the Satazakura High report, right?
Yaga nodded, frowning.
Yeah, the situation is grim. The victims' bodies are being examined. They were drained of blood almost ritualistically. Very abnormal. Also, during the mission, we found someone who seems to have awakened a technique. He was just caught up in things, but we should act quickly. I'll have someone check him out. If he qualifies, he can enroll.
Then Yaga remembered something.
By the way, you won't be joining the exchange event. You understand, right? Yeah, I figured. What about Yuta? Still not back. He's searching for the black rope. It's an incredibly rare cursed tool. Apparently it can be manufactured, but the conditions are harsh. Could be a wasted trip.
Hajime set the cat doll down, watching it wander toward the other cursed corpses before falling still.
No worries, I'll play with him when he returns. All right, Principal, I'll be heading out.
He waved at White Wolf.
Come on, silly dog, let's go.
Chapter 69, Chapter 69, A New Student, 5 months ago. Chapter 69, A New Student. With 23 days remaining before the Kyoto School Exchange event, the aftermath of the Satazakura High School incident was still reverberating. Since then, the window had only detected minor curse activity, nothing involving Mahito or the other special grade cursed spirits. Missions became fewer and far less dangerous. Most assignments now served to assess how far students like Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki had come with their training. The results were promising. Second-grade curses no longer posed a threat to them. Even first-grade curses were manageable, as long as the enemy's technique was understood. Individually, they could already exorcise some of the weaker ones. Megumi stood out for his quick battle resolutions. His growing mastery of the Ten Shadows technique and the fusion of his Shikigami increased his combat efficiency. The results of combining Nu with Toad or Great Serpent were impressive, but as always, the true power depended on Megumi's own cursed energy and technique control. For example, his fusion called Tang Snake inherited the strength of the Great Serpent and the flight and lightning of Nu. In practical terms, it equaled a first-grade curse in power, and its versatility made it a reliable force in group battles. When Gojo Satoru returned to Jujutsu High, he brought important news. They were getting a new classmate, Yashino Junpei, one of the survivors of the Satazakura High School tragedy. After confirming Junpei's awakening of a technique, Principal Yaga gave Gojo the green light to extend an invitation. The experience at Satazakura had changed Junpei deeply. Initially cold and emotionally numb, he was forced to confront the reality that even people he barely knew or hated were still human. Mahito's manipulations and cruelty left him disillusioned. The laughter of a curse echoed against the backdrop of corpses. Accepting Gojo's offer, Junpei discussed it with his mother, Nagi Yashino. When he told her he wanted to move, she agreed almost immediately. She'd seen the news and had already begun planning their relocation. Though unaware of the supernatural elements involved, she was relieved Junpei hadn't been at school during the attack. Junpei didn't share the full truth about his new school. After all, Tokyo Jujutsu High operated under the guise of a religious institution, and official documentation wasn't a problem. Gojo gave him the address and told him someone would pick him up once he'd settled his affairs. When Junpei finally arrived under the midsummer sun, he was greeted by the ever-cheerful Yuji Itadori. Yuji ran up to him and effortlessly hoisted his luggage.
"You're here, we're classmates now. Come on, I'll take you to the dorms." Gojo-sensei said any empty room is fine. After that, I'll introduce you to the others. "Thank you,"
Junpei said quietly. Yuji scratched the back of his head.
"Honestly, most of the credit goes to Hajime-senpai."
As they walked, Yuji explained the basics of jujutsu sorcery and the school's environment. After dropping Junpei's bags in a room near his own, he led him to the training grounds. In the rocky, barren landscape behind the school, a massive winged serpent rampaged across the cliffs. Junpei stood frozen, watching in disbelief as a lone figure darted in and out of the Shikigami's strikes. Each of the serpent's attacks missed. The small figure struck back with precise, devastating force. A single punch made the beast recoil and hiss. Then, the battle ended. The massive Shikigami dissolved into black mist and vanished. Everything returned to stillness. Gojo Satoru appeared beside Junpei, grinning beneath his blindfold.
"You'll get used to it."
The fighter landed nearby. It was Kamihara Hajime.
Tang Snake and Max Elephant are too taxing when combined. I can't sustain the form for long, but the power increase is impressive.
Megumi Fushiguro observed aloud. Hajime nodded. He had been helping Megumi test Shikigami fusions. While the new fusion was strong, the strain on cursed energy was considerable. Yuji and Junpei approached, and Hajime gestured for the others to gather. Though they'd heard of Junpei before, this was their first time meeting him in person. Junpei recognized the summoned creature earlier as a Shikigami, far larger and stronger than his own. Nobara's stern aura made her intimidating, while Megumi's calm indifference made him difficult to read. Maki looked fierce but confident. Inumaki only spoke in rice ball ingredients, and then there was...
"You're getting there. Some of the strain comes from your overall cursed energy reserves. Those will grow. But part of it is control. My 6 eyes let me fine-tune my output to avoid waste."
He formed a small orb of cursed energy on his finger and blasted a crater into a rock.
"Same power but more efficient."
This time, he condensed a smaller orb and fired again. It drilled a perfect, finger-sized hole clean through the rock and continued through the ground behind it.
"See the difference? Practice your manipulation. Every drop counts."
He turned to Yuji, placing a hand on his shoulder.
"Since you and Junpei know each other, I'm assigning you to guide him. Don't mess this up."
Yuji saluted.
"Leave it to me, Gojo-sensei."
As Maki and Nobara continued their sparring, Hajime turned toward the others.
"Will Junpei be part of the exchange event?"
Panda shrugged.
"Most likely. It's a sparring match after all good experience. Then he should join special training too, once Yuji's done teaching him the basics."
Yuji didn't slack. With everything Gojo had just demonstrated fresh in his mind, he explained everything he knew about refining and manipulating cursed energy. Junpei was a quick learner, and with his newly awakened technique, he caught on fast.
"What's your technique?"
Panda asked after seeing Junpei condense cursed energy. Junpei summoned his Shikigami, translucent, pale blue jellyfish with golden veins.
"I can convert my cursed energy into poison through it. So far, I can choose between paralysis and lethal poison."
Panda nodded.
"Did Yuji tell you about technique disclosure?"
Yuji looked sheepish.
I forgot.
Panda explained, most of us don't have techniques. Yuji, and Maki are special cases. Megumi uses 10 shadows, summoning multiple shadow-based Shikigami. Nobara's is.
As for Hajime-senpai, his technique involves time manipulation. It's absurdly strong.
He eyed Junpei critically.
You'll need to start special training. Jujutsu sorcerers can't afford weak bodies. You've got about 3 weeks to shape up.
Junpei didn't hesitate to agree. After everything he'd witnessed, he knew he was still far too weak. To protect what mattered, he had to become stronger.
Yashino, what's that mark on your forehead?
Panda asked during warm-ups. Junpei hesitated. Noticing his discomfort, Hajime stepped forward.
Let me see if I can treat it.
Junpei hesitated again before brushing back his hair, revealing a small cigarette burn scar. It wasn't caused by a curse, so Hajime used reverse cursed technique to begin healing it. Within moments, the scar had nearly vanished. Junpei touched his forehead, stunned. Then he looked at Hajime and gave a quiet, grateful smile.
Thank you, Hajime-senpai.
20 days passed quickly. Training had paid off. Junpei now had real combat capability, though he still needed more experience.
Has Kyoto Jujutsu High arrived already?
Panda asked, carrying a bag of cold drinks beside Hajime.
They weren't this early last time.
Hajime replied, scanning the distance.
Strange, I don't see them.
As they turned back toward the training grounds, several familiar figures appeared on the path ahead. At the front was Ai To-Do, leading the Kyoto team.
Hajime, long time no see.
Chapter 70, Chapter 70, I'd see if you're worthy of being my best friend. 5 months ago. Chapter 70, I'd see if you're worthy of being my best friend.
I've heard of your feats even in Kyoto. What's this about you not participating in the exchange event?
Ai To-Do asked, half curious, half disappointed. He had been hoping to face Kamihara Hajime and Yuta Akatsu again. Accompanying To-Do were Kamo Noritoshi, Zenin Mai, Momo Nishimiya, and Nain, who had enrolled in Kyoto Jujutsu High. Nain's expression lit up upon seeing Hajime.
Hajime-kun, it's been a while.
She looked cheerful and at ease, clearly getting along well with Mai and the others. Hajime returned her greeting, handing out cold drinks he'd just bought before heading back to the vending machine for more.
If I participated, I'd have to use my technique.
Hajime said casually.
That'd make things unfair and boring. Same with Yuta, but he's still overseas.
To-Do shrugged as they walked toward the training field.
Fairness doesn't really exist in battle. Let's have a spar sometime. It'd be boring if neither of you were here.
Hajime gave a sly smile.
We've got some promising first years. You might not be disappointed.
Soon, they arrived at the training ground where Itadori and Fushiguro were engaged in a fierce spar. It was strictly hand-to-hand, with Megumi holding his own despite Itadori's aggressive style. Maki watched from the side, barking critiques and reminding them to fight like it was real. To-Do scanned the field.
You've got quite a few first years. You mean those too? I've heard about Sukuna's vessel.
Naturally, To-Do's eyes locked onto Yuji Itadori and Megumi Fushiguro. With hands in his pockets, he approached, casting a long shadow behind him.
I'm Ai To-Do, 3rd year, Kyoto Jujutsu High.
Seeing Hajime and the others casually chatting with these newcomers, and Maki smiling at a short-haired girl, Itadori assumed they were friendly. He introduced himself with a grin.
Yuji Itadori, 1st year from Sendai. Nice to meet you.
Fushiguro wasn't so relaxed. He had a sense of To-Do's intensity and the tension between the two schools. Still, he introduced himself politely.
Megumi Fushiguro, 1st year.
To-Do smirked, the scar on his cheek adding to his fierce expression.
Hajime said I could expect a lot from you too. So tell me, what kind of women do you like?
Itadori and Fushiguro blinked in confusion. Itadori didn't hesitate.
Jennifer Lawrence, probably.
Fushiguro shot him a withering glance. Typical, still he answered.
I don't really have a type. As long as she's got a good personality, that's enough.
Tears welled in To-Do's eyes, though he was clearly smiling too.
You two are total opposites. Fushiguro, you're dull as a stone, and Itadori, you're perfect. Hajime wasn't wrong.
Itadori leaned toward Fushiguro, whispering.
What's wrong with this guy?
Fushiguro remembered hearing about to-do from the second years. He sighed internally.
Whatever's coming, it's your problem.
To-do's gaze practically blazed with excitement, but he didn't launch into a fight. He had a Takata-chan fan meeting later and didn't want to sweat through it. That battle would have to wait.
Yuji Itadori.
Itadori took a few steps back, unnerved.
What is with this guy?
With one last intense look, To-do left, muttering something about how perfect this day was.
Bye-bye.
Hajime walked over, grinning.
Well, now you've met him. What just happened?
Itadori asked.
He's.
Hajime patted his shoulder.
He probably thinks you're friends now. He'll want to fight you during the event.
Itadori blinked, then nodded slowly.
He said he's exorcised first-grade curses without even using a technique. Yup, he even handled a special grade during the night parade of 100 demons.
Hajime added.
You can learn a lot from him in close combat.
Itadori's eyes lit up.
Now I'm excited. I want to be that strong too.
Meanwhile, tensions were rising between Maki and Mai. Nobara Kujisaki, siding with Maki, clashed verbally with Momo Nishimiya. Momo wasn't skilled in arguments and quickly lost ground, pouting in frustration. Kamo Noritoshi stepped in, clearly unenthusiastic. He could handle curses just fine. This was another story. The Kyoto group had only come to scout things out. To-do left for his idol's fan meet, and the rest didn't stay long. With the atmosphere souring, they made their exit.
Train hard.
Maki called, satisfied.
We're gonna crush them in the team battle.
2 days later, the exchange event officially began. The Kyoto delegation included Principal Gakuganji and Yudahime Iori. During the initial meeting, someone was notably absent.
Where's that idiot?
Yudahime muttered. No one batted an eye. It wouldn't be Gojo Satoru if he wasn't late. Still, he never missed anything important. He showed up minutes later, fashionably late and carrying a bag.
Sorry, I brought souvenirs from overseas.
He passed around straw-woven dolls' cheap trinkets, but Miwa Kasumi beamed. It didn't matter what it was, her idol had given it to her.
Gakuganji-sensei, still alive, huh? Make sure you tell me before you kick the bucket.
Gakuganji's veins popped. Gojo turned to Yudahime and whispered something else, nearly making her explode. Yaga Masamichi quickly stepped in.
The team battle begins in 2 days. Kyoto's participants, Ai To-do, Kamo Noritoshi.
With Hajime not participating and Junpei Yoshino newly added, both sides had 7 members. The numbers matched evenly. Back at the dorms, Maki began strategizing.
Panda and Nobara are a team. Toge and Junpei with Itadori. Fushiguro and I will pair up. He'll find the cursed spirit. I'll deal with interference. Toad's group should hold back To-do. Kamo's the only real threat left after that.
She turned to Hajime.
You know that new Kyoto student Nain, right? What's her technique?
Hajime rubbed his chin.
Something soul-related. Back then, she wasn't much of a fighter and her technique wasn't fully developed.
Maki's glasses glinted.
And the special grade mission last time was set up by Gojo-sensei's enemies. Gakuganji's part of that faction. We'd better watch our backs.
Hajime nodded. The higher-ups likely wouldn't pull the same stunt again, but caution was warranted. 2 days later, the event commenced. Hajime sat in the teacher's viewing area. Mei was in charge of broadcasting the event, calm as ever, since she was getting paid.
Good morning.
Hajime greeted politely. Yudahime Iori smiled, surprised once again by his manners. A polite, powerful young man. How on earth had Gojo raised him? Gojo, oblivious to the side-eye, focused on the broadcast. The participants were already moving, tracking cursed spirits or each other. While most Kyoto students aimed to exorcise the assigned curse, To-do only had one goal, fighting Itadori. He found him quickly. Inumaki and Junpei were with Yuji when To-do emerged from the woods, grinning broadly. Inumaki immediately lowered his collar, readying his voice. He knew To-do wouldn't play around.
Senpai, I'll handle him.
Itadori said confidently.
You and Junpei move ahead.
Inumaki nodded.
Menteiko.
With that, he and Junpei sprinted forward. To-do didn't stop them. This was what he wanted.
Yuji Itadori.
Yuji wiped his nose, grinning.
Funny, I was thinking the same thing.
He charged forward. To-do smiled wider.
Show me if you're worthy of being my best friend.
Elsewhere, Maki and Megumi moved through the forest with Kan. A faint whistle cut through the trees.
Watch it.
Maki shouted. Kan bit down on the projectile. It was a blood-stained arrow.
That's...
Megumi muttered. Too late, the blood on the arrow burst into spikes, injuring Kan slightly. Kamo Noritoshi emerged.
Just the Zenin pair.
Maki drew her weapon.
Just you, pretty confident, huh?
Kamo said nothing. He launched 2 more arrows, which Maki deflected, only to be intercepted by a scythe-like blade of blood. Red blood manipulation, scythe exorcism. A sudden beam of light tore through the trees. Megumi barely dodged. He looked up too late.
Don't lose focus.
Kamo warned, appearing beside him. One palm strike sent Megumi flying into a tree. As Kamo charged again, something shifted. Megumi smirked and formed a hand sign. Technique amplification, Tang Snake. A massive shikigami burst from the shadows, its jaws snapping. Kamo dodged the bite but caught the tail. He was thrown back, blood trickling from his lip.
That shikigami.
Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Trapped to Isolate Hajime or Gojo. 5 months ago. Chapter 71, Trapped to Isolate Hajime or Gojo. The violent impact and accompanying lightning discharge from Tang's snake nearly overwhelmed Kamo Noritoshi. Fortunately, he had already activated Crimson Binding, allowing him to quickly stabilize from the blow.
Blood manipulation, piercing blood.
A thin red line streaked through the air. Blood burst from Tang's snake's body, but apart from a painful hiss, the shikigami's momentum didn't falter. Compared to its massive form, the wound was superficial. It didn't even pierce all the way through.
Crimson Binding.
Kamo pulled a blood bag from within his robes and crushed it. The blood quickly elongated into a rope under his control, latching onto a distant tree. Using the tension, he launched himself across the forest canopy, dodging Tang's snake's relentless pursuit. This variation on Crimson Binding allowed him to swing through the terrain like a grappling hook. The main difficulty was maintaining the rope's form mid-motion, but it gave him just enough agility to keep ahead of the rampaging beast. Watching from a distance, Fushiguro Megumi turned to Maki.
I'll go after him. If I can take him out, great. If not, I'll abandon the pursuit and regroup with the others.
Maki smirked, twirled her naginata, and slung it over her back.
I'll deal with the robot. Go.
With that, she vanished into the trees, leaving behind only a blur. Megumi followed in Tang's snake's wake. The creature's size made it a poor fit for this dense terrain, but it pressed on with brute force, smashing through obstacles. Kamo was barely keeping ahead by sharply shifting directions and using his rope technique. Megumi kept his distance, hidden in the shadows. He saw Kamo leap from a cloud of dust, blood hardening in his palms as he prepared to strike.
Same technique again. That won't stop Tang's snake.
Megumi muttered, narrowing his eyes. A thin red line streaked through the air. Blood burst from Tang's snake's body, but apart from a painful hiss, the shikigami's momentum didn't falter. Compared to its massive form, the wound was superficial. It didn't even pierce all the way through. Crimson Binding. Kamo pulled a blood bag from within his robes and crushed it. The blood quickly elongated into a rope under his control, latching onto a distant tree. Using the tension, he launched himself across the forest canopy, dodging Tang's snake's relentless pursuit. This variation on Crimson Binding allowed him to swing through the terrain like a grappling hook. The main difficulty was maintaining the rope's form mid-motion, but it gave him just enough agility to keep ahead of the rampaging beast. Watching from a distance, Fushiguro Megumi turned to Maki. I'll go after him. If I can take him out, great. If not, I'll abandon the pursuit and regroup with the others. Maki smirked, twirled her naginata, and slung it over her back. I'll deal with the robot, go. With that, she vanished into the trees, leaving behind only a blur. Megumi followed in Tang's snake's wake. The creature's size made it a poor fit for this dense terrain, but it pressed on with brute force, smashing through obstacles. Kamo was barely keeping ahead by sharply shifting directions and using his rope technique. Megumi kept his distance, hidden in the shadows. He saw Kamo leap from a cloud of dust, blood hardening in his palms as he prepared to strike. Same technique again, that won't stop Tang Snake, Megumi muttered, narrowing his eyes. Why repeat it unless?
Shame he didn't show himself.
A barrage of piercing bloodshots followed dozens this time. The flurry engulfed Tang's snake. With his cursed energy nearly depleted and his escape routes cut off, Kamo went all in on this final offensive. The stronger the Shikigami, the greater the burden on the summoner. Though the Zenin clan's 10 Shadows technique had fallen into obscurity, the Kamo family's archives contain notes. Kamo suspected Tang's snake wasn't one of Megumi's standard summons. It must have been augmented, which meant a higher energy cost. His strategy? Destroy the Shikigami first, gain breathing room, then use Crimson Binding to pull Megumi into close quarters combat. Standard tactics don't give Shikigami users space to maneuver. Then he saw Tang's snake begin to dissolve, not collapse, but dissolve.
That's not how a Shikigami dies.
Even before Kamo's barrage hit, Megumi had started to disassemble Tang's snake. The blood attacks struck nothing of consequence. What hovered in the air now was a swarm of miniature Tang snakes. Megumi had fused rabbit escape into the summoning. By sacrificing raw power for quantity and unpredictability, he avoided damage and overwhelmed Kamo with sheer numbers. Tiny, winged serpents hissed and weaved through the shadows, surging toward Kamo. Bloodied and breathing hard, he summoned a crimson blade, bracing for a desperate last stand. Kamihara Hajime leaned back in his chair, watching the screen with a satisfied expression. The battle on Megumi's end was decided. Maki's fight with Mekamaru was also reaching its conclusion. Her mastery of terrain allowed her to evade his cursed energy detection. In the end, she baited an opening and countered decisively. As for Itadori, Yuji, and Ai, to do their bout was more like training than combat. Yuji was bruised and winded, but to do wasn't trying to win. He was teaching. It looked like a brawl, but in truth, to do was a passionate mentor. Yuji absorbed each lesson mid-combat, converting it instantly into technique.
They're not going to go too far, right?
Yudahime Gori asked anxiously, watching the screen. To-do had a reputation for getting too excited.
Don't worry,
Hajime said, smirking.
Iiri Shoko's here. Besides, even gorillas can be sensitive when it counts.
He turned his attention away from the spar. This match for Itadori and To-do was more about growth than winning. Meanwhile, Inumaki Toge regrouped with Panda, Nobara, and Junpei. They soon encountered the Kyoto team near the center zone. Aside from Momo Nishimiya gathering intel from the air, their opponents were Miwa Kasumi, Zenin Mai, and Nain.
We've got 2 first years, bit unbalanced.
Panda sounded casual, but he'd already sized up the situation. Inumaki gave them an edge. If they played it smart using Inumaki's cursed speech, Nobara's support, and Junpei's technique, they could dominate. Nain grinned and pulled out her cursed weapon, a long, chipped staff. Mai briefed her quickly, pointing out weaknesses, then gave a subtle signal.
Panda's coming.
Charging fast, Panda barreled forward. Nobara followed with her signature hammer in hand.
Don't move.
Inumaki's voice froze the front line, but Mai and Miwa had anticipated it. They shielded Nain and broke free, with Momo descending from above. Nain charged toward Panda. The battle erupted in a flurry of motion. Panda, cautious, shifted into gorilla mode immediately. His next swing distorted the air itself. But Nain, with a confident smile, sidestepped and struck with her staff. Panda, sensing danger, realized too late it wasn't just a physical blow. The strike bypassed his armor and rattled something deeper, his soul. He froze.
That wasn't an ordinary weapon.
While Panda reeled, the battle raged elsewhere. Mai fired rubber rounds to disrupt Inumaki's rhythm. Momo used the trees to mask her broom assaults. Miwa dueled Nobara, but the latter quickly took the upper hand, her refined technique surprising everyone.
Is that the Zenin clan's ancestral technique? Impressive.
Yudahime remarked. Gojo Satoru chuckled beside her.
Techniques are only as good as the user. So, Yudahime, what's your prediction for this match?
Yudaheim rolled her eyes. The outcome was clear. Megumi would finish Kamo and rejoin the others, tipping the balance further in their favor. Kamihara Hajime, on the other hand, had already lost interest in the match's result. But just as he was considering slipping away, Iiri Shoko rushed in, bypassing Gojo's usual antics. Gojo Satoru, urgent alert. A cursed spirit has appeared in a prison in Shizuoka. 2 sorcerers dead already. It's highly likely to be special grade. The situation resembles what happened at Satazakura High. Hajime immediately realized what this meant.
It might be Mahito's group. I'll go. Gojo, you stay here and protect Jujutsu High. If they're after Sukuna's fingers in the repository, we can't risk being caught off guard.
Gojo nodded, his tone serious.
All right, I'll send you partway. If anything happens, contact me right away.
The 2 vanished into the sky, traveling quickly through Gojo's technique. They reappeared on a remote road outside Shizuoka.
This is your stop,
Gojo said.
Be careful. If they're setting a trap, it could be a full snare meant to trap both of us. If they get into the repository, they might take the fingers. Agreed, but I think, like last time, there's more to this. I'll handle it.
Chapter 72, Chapter 72, 86 lives, 5 months ago. Chapter 72, 86 lives. By the time Kamihara Hajime arrived at the prison, the situation was far worse than the Ono prison incident. When the curse was initially detected, it was mistaken for a lower-grade spirit due to the weak cursed energy signature. As a result, a first-grade and a second-grade sorcerer were dispatched. What should have been a simple extermination ended in tragedy. Both sorcerers were killed. Thankfully, before their deaths, the sorcerers managed to deploy and reinforce a curtain, sealing the cursed spirit inside. The report was sent immediately afterward. The personnel stationed outside were surprised by Hajime's swift arrival. They had barely issued the emergency call. How had someone already shown up? And this young man.
Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kamihara Hajime. Status report.
He said, voice calm and direct. The auxiliaries stiffened. They recognized the name, Kamihara Hajime, a special grade sorcerer, one they'd only heard about in whispers. Now here he was in person. One of the staff stepped forward, bowing slightly.
Hajime-sama, the curse is powerful. Most couldn't escape. Inside.
Hajime gave a brief nod and stepped through the curtain. Behind him, someone muttered a prayer.
May your martial prowess prevail.
Inside, silence. The presence of the curse was faint, nearly undetectable. As he advanced deeper into the prison, Hajime encountered the first body's prisoners. He crouched beside one. The corpse's face was frozen in panic, a silent scream locked in its final moment. There were no visible wounds, no signs of struggle. But a closer look revealed a faint puncture near the carotid artery, thin, precise, almost bloodless. The skin was pale, drained. Dozens more littered the hall, stretching toward a distant, open door. It was clear they had tried to flee and been killed in an instant. Moving farther in, Hajime noted the building's internal structure had subtly shifted, likely a side effect of the curse's presence. Rooms were warped, darkened. More bodies. Some were staff, most were inmates. Their deaths mirrored the others' faces, twisted in terror, bodies collapsed mid-motion. He released a wave of cursed energy. Nothing responded, not even residual fluctuations. Then,
Save me.
The whisper came from behind a thick wall. Tatsukino Tsurugi gleamed as Hajime slashed it open with surgical precision. The reinforced concrete cracked apart effortlessly. A Manon inmate stumbled forward, eyes wild with fear.
A monstrate's still here.
Hajime remained alert, ready to activate his technique at the slightest sign, but nothing stirred.
Calm down,
He said, but before the prisoner could respond, his expression froze. His body collapsed. Hajime immediately activated time null state. Everything around him slowed, space folding inwards slightly. Nothing. He scanned the area, tore down adjacent walls, checked every hidden corner. No curse, no presence, no trace. Deactivating his technique, he checked the fallen man. Still warm, no injuries, but no heartbeat either. Oddly, the prisoner's skin retained its color and a faint pulse had lingered, yet his cursed energy had completely vanished, as if he'd been hollowed out.
A soul-level attack.
Hajime muttered, standing slowly.
There are two different methods of killing: one drains blood, the other destroys the soul. Two culprits or one curse with dual techniques.
His reverse cursed technique remained active at all times. Any physical damage would instantly be healed. That gave him the freedom to investigate further. Suddenly a shift. An attack. Yes, his reverse technique had triggered, but again, no trace of a curse. Hajime didn't immediately use time stop. Its cooldown, though short, left a gap. Instead, he began moving unpredictably, testing. No further attacks came while his technique was inactive, so it wasn't long range. He stepped into an open space and activated Time Rain, a barrier-infused extension of his innate technique. Anything entering the range would be sensed, seen, or not. Then he stood still, letting himself be vulnerable. An attack hit. He felt no pain, no physical impact, but his thoughts blurred just slightly. His body was untouched, and then clarity returned. His technique had reversed the effect.
A soul strike.
He confirmed.
That explains everything.
Mahito wasn't the only one with access to soul-based techniques, it seemed. Most sorcerers couldn't sense the soul, let alone defend it. That's why Mahito was so deadly, because reverse cursed technique can't heal soul damage. Once the soul is altered or destroyed, the body follows. Only through constant reverse technique and his innate time powers could Hajime defend against it.
If the curse is close enough to attack my soul,
Hajime whispered,
then it's within range.
time stop. Everything within 200 meters froze, cursed energy and all. And there it was. Suspended midair, frozen in the moment, was a grotesque cat-shaped cursed spirit. Its massive body was translucent black-violet. In its face sat a single vertical red eye. It had two tails and massive human-like limbs fused into its frame. On its side, a human face twisted in agony, not a resemblance. A real face, real flesh.
A fusion.
Hajime said grimly.
Like the failed artificial sorcerer Tengu, but worse.
Save me.
The whisper came from behind a thick wall. Tatsukino Tsurugi gleamed as Hajime slashed it open with surgical precision. The reinforced concrete cracked apart effortlessly. A Manin inmate stumbled forward, eyes wild with fear. A monster, it's still here. Hajime remained alert, ready to activate his technique at the slightest sign, but nothing stirred. Calm down, he said, but before the prisoner could respond, his expression froze. His body collapsed. Hajime immediately activated Time Null State. Everything around him slowed, space folding inwards slightly. Nothing. He scanned the area, tore down adjacent walls, checked every hidden corner. No curse, no presence, no trace. Deactivating his technique, he checked the fallen man. Still warm, no injuries, but no heartbeat either. Oddly, the prisoner's skin retained its color and a faint pulse had lingered, yet his cursed energy had completely vanished, as if he'd been hollowed out. A soul-level attack, Hajime muttered, standing slowly. There are two different methods of killing: one drains blood, the other destroys the soul. Two culprits or one curse with dual techniques. His reverse cursed technique remained active at all times. Any physical damage would instantly be healed. That gave him the freedom to investigate further. Suddenly a shift. An attack. Yes, his reverse technique had triggered, but again, no trace of a curse. Hajime didn't immediately use time stop. Its cooldown, though short, left a gap. Instead, he began moving unpredictably, testing. No further attacks came while his technique was inactive, so it wasn't long range. He stepped into an open space and activated Time Rain, a barrier-infused extension of his innate technique. Anything entering the range would be sensed, seen, or not. Then he stood still, letting himself be vulnerable. An attack hit. He felt no pain, no physical impact, but his thoughts blurred just slightly. His body was untouched, and then clarity returned. His technique had reversed the effect. A soul strike, he confirmed. That explains everything. Mahito wasn't the only one with access to soul-based techniques, it seemed. Most sorcerers couldn't sense the soul, let alone defend it. That's why Mahito was so deadly, because reverse cursed technique can't heal soul damage. Once the soul is altered or destroyed, the body follows. Only through constant reverse technique and his innate time powers could Hajime defend against it. If the curse is close enough to attack my soul, Hajime whispered, then it's within range. Time stop. Everything within 200 meters froze, cursed energy and all. And there it was. Suspended midair, frozen in the moment, was a grotesque cat-shaped cursed spirit. Its massive body was translucent black-violet. In its face sat a single vertical red eye. It had two tails and massive human-like limbs fused into its frame. On its side, a human face twisted in agony, not a resemblance. A real face, real flesh. A fusion, Hajime said grimly, like the failed artificial sorcerer Tengu, but worse. He moved swiftly. Tatsuka no Tsurugi cut the curse's head clean off. Onakiri and Spider Cutter impaled its limbs. Time resumed. The curse collapsed, not yet dead, but near it. The severed head twitched. From the human mouth came a broken cry, "Save me."
Not dying normally.
The human face still twitched. This wasn't over. He activated the Shura Shadow Blade. It fell, cleaving through the fading remains. As his blade pierced the core, the eye in the cat's head trembled and then went dark. Still, Hajime sensed something off. It wasn't dead. He moved on, exploring the prison, room by room, corpse by corpse. No survivors. Doors had been clawed open. Some rooms looked like they had been torn apart by something large. The coordinated killings.
Mahito's group again.
He muttered, just as he finished his sweep. Another attack. Time stop. The Nekomata appeared again, identical, hideous, its presence still warped. This time, Hajime didn't hold back. Tatsuka no Tsurugi gleamed once more. The curse died. Then revived. He killed it again. And again. And again. It revived 86 times. With each death, it grew weaker. It lost its invisibility. Its soul-based attacks dulled. Eventually, even without time stop, Hajime could slice it apart with ease. On its final resurrection, it could no longer flee. He impaled it mid-scream. It vanished, this time for real. The prison fell quiet. Kamihara Hajime stood amid the ruin, unsheathing and sheathing his blade in one fluid motion. His expression never changed. 86 lives, one curse, no survivors. He looked toward the sky beyond the curtain.
This won't be the last.
Thank you for the generous. Chapter 73, just hitting and throwing the ball right.
Just like at Satazakura High School, the victims were completely drained of blood. It's safe to say the same group is responsible.
Kamihara Hajime stood beside Gojo Satoru, calmly explaining the prison incident.
Around 700 people were killed, more than last time. If this is for a ritual,
He continued.
then it's terrifying, and I have a feeling.
Gojo rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
As expected, curse users infiltrated the school. We're still unsure how they discovered its location, but they were weak. We've already captured them and they're under interrogation. Gojo-sensei.
Hajime shifted the topic.
The cursed spirit I encountered the Nekomata was unusual. It caused direct soul damage, and more importantly, it was fused with a human. The technique used.
Gojo's smile faded. His expression grew serious as he adjusted his posture and sat upright.
I'll handle this. Those old fools might be stubborn, but even they have to explain this. Leave the politics to me. You young ones should enjoy yourselves. Oh, and this year's individual battles, I changed them to a lottery system.
Gojo added with a smirk.
We're playing baseball this time. You can join. Not a lottery, huh?
Gojo flashed a bright smile, his white teeth gleaming, then turned and walked off. Hajime sighed. He could already guess what would happen if every lot drawn said,
Baseball.
Then it was definitely Gojo-sensei's doing. The first round of the exchange event ended, just as Hajime had predicted. Fushiguro Megumi brought the match to a close, and Yuji Itadori unintentionally became AI Todo's new best friend. As Gojo declared, the individual battles were now set to be a baseball game, scheduled 2 days later. The curse users who had infiltrated Jujutsu High were questioned, but no meaningful information was extracted. They'd simply received instructions to invade a place. By the time they realized they were up against Gojo Satoru, it was already over. Fortunately, no one from Jujutsu High was harmed. In fact, several curse users were taken out by the students themselves. The only casualties were some minor cursed spirits caught in the crossfire. When Gojo returned from confronting the higher-ups, his satisfied smile said it all. Hajime understood. They couldn't explain how a forbidden technique known only to the headquarters was used by the enemy. Whether it was stolen or leaked, someone had to be held accountable. But Hajime was more concerned about the stolen blood and the motive behind these attacks. If the goal were to revive Sukuna, Yuji would be the obvious target. Yet these attacks had nothing to do with Sukuna. Linking it to the earlier Bone Woman and the recent Nekomata, it seemed Mahito's group had mastered a similar technique. That could only mean one thing: they were trying to revive something else, something tied to the legendary
Tatsuka no Tsurugi.
In Jujutsu lore, names like Orochi and Susanoo no Mikoto were more than just myth. Even if distorted through time, their mention was serious enough. Combined with Mahito's recent moves, Hajime suspected their ambitions were far greater than just chaos. After sharing his theory with Gojo, Hajime was surprised by his calm response. Gojo had already suspected the same and scoured the ancient Gojo family records but found no trace of Orochi or Susanoo. Even the Zenin and Kamo families turned up empty.
What about Master Tenjin? Does he know anything?
Hajime asked. Gojo shook his head.
I asked. He said he's never seen a curse like Orochi and doesn't know much about cursed objects either. Said he stayed isolated too long.
Hajime frowned.
Then we're back to square one. These curses are like rats in a sewer, disgusting and impossible to pin down.
Gojo chuckled.
Nice analogy, but don't worry, we'll find their weakness.
This matter, along with the whereabouts of Mahito's group, became top priority. Predictably, after the Nekomata incident, the curses vanished again. With few capable of tracking special-grade spirits and limited surveillance from the windows, all Hajime could do now was focus on the upcoming event. And so, under the judgmental gazes of Yaga Masamichi and Yudahime Iori, the students drew their lottery. Of course, every slip read.
Baseball!
No one questioned it. The match took place under clear skies. Jujutsu High had no shortage of fields or equipment, but
You've never played baseball.
Maki asked incredulously. Hajime tilted his head.
It's just hitting and throwing the ball, right?
Maki was speechless. Panda and the others began warming up in full gear, but Maki realized Hajime didn't even understand the rules.
Yukari-senpai, I'll teach him.
Yuji volunteered eagerly. He wasn't a hardcore fan, but he understood the basics well enough. After the crash course, Hajime stepped onto the field confidently.
Got it, just hit it where they can't catch it. This guy.
Maki sighed. The rule was no techniques or cursed energy. Otherwise, it'd be a death match. But even without techniques, the raw strength of Maki and Yuji alone made things intense. Craig. Hajime swung the bat, the ball shot into the sky and cleared the fence. His eyes easily tracked the ball's arc.
All that matters is that they can't catch it.
He muttered, satisfied.
Nice hit, run.
Yuji shouted. Maki narrowed her eyes.
Again.
Resting the bat on his shoulder, Hajime smirked.
The result won't change. I told you this game's simple.
Suddenly, the next pitch flew in like a bullet. Hajime barely reacted in time, slicing it back with a screeching swing.
That was close.
At the field's edge, Gojo Satoru appeared, sunglasses on and grinning, flanked by Yudahime Iori and Kyoto's team. Due to Hajime's presence, Kyoto was one player short, granting them the right for one student to use Jujutsu. And that student was Kamo Noritoshi.
Huh, that's legal.
Maki yelled, watching the ball curve unnaturally midair and land right into Nain's glove. Red blood manipulation. The game quickly turned competitive. Kyoto had Kamo and AI to do, Tokyo had Maki, Yuji, and Hajime. Between shouts, hits, and trick pitches, the baseball match became a lively event under the summer sun. Elsewhere, Jogo stared into a rippling pool of blood, where a long sword hovered above the surface.
How many more sacrifices are needed?
He asked. Suguru Gito stood nearby, smiling calmly.
3 or 4 more.
Before Jogo could complain, Gito added.
We need to take our time. This technique is interesting. Let the defective ones gather what we need first. And Sukuna,
Jogo growled.
what if they hide his fingers? What if we can't collect all 20?
Guido dipped a finger into the pool. The red drop clinging to his fingertip reflected his face like a jewel.
Don't worry, that was just a warm-up. If they try to keep the fingers, we'll handle it. When chaos erupts, they'll be too distracted to protect anything. Even the strongest can't be everywhere at once.
He added.
That title is heavier than it looks.
He flicked the blood off his finger, then turned to Jogo.
Stay hidden for now. Dying for nothing is foolish.
Jogo exhaled fire and smoke.
I'm not afraid of death, but I'm not dying for free either. That brat, with our techniques, he's nothing.
Guido's smile remained, but something cold shimmered beneath it.
Is that so? What about death that erases you entirely?
Jogo sneered.
You think we're doing this just for ourselves? If it takes my death to make curses live as humans,
Guido nodded.
then let's show this stagnant world something new.
Chapter 74, Chapter 74, More Powers Extended Lifespan, 5 months ago. Chapter 74, More Powers Extended Lifespan.
Abilities users, what's that supposed to mean? Are you talking about actual superpowers?
Kamihara Hajime looked puzzled after hearing Gojo Satoru's words. Gojo, leisurely stirring sugar into his coffee, explained.
They're just jujutsu sorcerers. It's just the overseas branding that makes them sound fancier. At the core, they're people born with techniques, maybe refined through inheritance or personal development. The terminology changes with culture.
He took a sip before continuing.
Hajime, you know not all official organizations abroad are friendly with our jujutsu community. Some are hostile. Recently, a group of so-called abilities users entered Japan.
Hajime, of course, was familiar with foreign sorcerers. During the Cursed Spirit incident in the Arctic region, he had encountered a few. Compared to native jujutsu sorcerers, most foreign ones were weaker and rarer. He'd seen outsiders among Miguel's faction, but if Gojo-sensei was bringing it up, this wasn't just another cultural visit.
So they're here with an agenda. We're not sure yet. A lot of them came in under legit IDs, and deporting them would be troublesome and pointless. But their timing is too suspicious. We've been dealing with a lot of curse-related chaos lately.
Gojo shrugged.
So I need you to handle this. Nothing violent unless necessary, just get a sense of what they're after and make it clear we're not to be trifled with.
Hajime downed his coffee and gave a thumbs up.
No problem. Let's see what kind of spellwork these tourists brought with them.
Tokyo Shinjuku.
These guys are a trip.
Hajime stood outside a traditional-style guest house. Intelligence confirmed this was where the group was staying. Despite being from different nations, they had formed a makeshift tour group, almost all of them superpowered. Hajime found the whole setup ridiculous. Tourists who just happened to be sorcerers. If it wasn't suspicious, it was downright absurd. He knocked. A blond man with blue eyes answered, foreign in both looks and the cursed energy leaking from his body. He didn't move from the doorway.
Who are you? What do you want?
He asked in clumsy Japanese. Hajime smiled and switched to perfect English.
Local authority, I'm here to talk.
The man, clearly surprised by his fluency, glanced around and saw Hajime was alone. After a moment, he stepped aside.
You've got guts, come on in.
He led Hajime into a large tatami-floored room. A dozen people were gathered, most foreigners, all radiating cursed energy. A middle-aged man with a salt-and-pepper beard scowled.
Tor, who the hell is this? You brought a sorcerer in here.
Tor shrugged.
He said he's from local authority, came alone.
Everyone turned to look. The older man narrowed his eyes, then muttered to someone beside him.
White hair.
As tension thickened, the man leaned forward.
So you're their envoy? What, too short-staffed to send someone older? You'd be more useful if you were a petite girl. I prefer the local women, heh.
Snickers rippled through the group. A woman with snake-like eyes stood and slithered toward Hajime with a smile that was all venom.
He's a cute one. You geezers step back, he's mine.
Hajim's eyes flicked to the bracelet on her wrist, pale white, embedded with what looked like human teeth. Classy. He sighed and cleared his throat.
I'm here to inform you.
A hulking man stood up easily over 2 meters tall, muscly bound and shirtless.
Let's welcome our guest. I'll play first. You can have what's left, Snake Girl. Bastard, wait.
The older man started, but it was already too late. The giant's face twisted in confusion, clutching his throat. Blood began to spurt through his fingers. Hajime tilted his head.
Better hold that tighter. I was merciful enough not to sever it all at once. With your build, you'll last a little longer.
The others froze, alarmed.
Let's not waste time. You're not tourists, so I'll make this clear. Behave.
Someone opened their mouth to curse him out but coughed up blood instead. Hajime raised a finger.
That's two.
He stepped forward calmly.
You're just like the curse users I've dealt with. Maybe you're used to calling the shots wherever you come from, not here. If this were up to me, none of you would leave this building.
A chilling silence fell, then Hajime turned to the snake-like woman.
You talk, why are you here?
She froze, then just as she opened her mouth, pain shot through her wrist. Her hand dropped to the floor, bracelet and all.
Oh, I hate cursed accessories. Now continue.
Pale, sweating, she smeared black ointment on the wound to stop the bleeding.
There.
Hajime's expression darkened. This sounded exactly like Mahito's twisted experiments.
Who posted it? Don't know, the site's anonymous. No registration, the poster was new. You said there was a video, show me.
The video was set in a dim room. A hulking, mutated man stood at the center. His limbs were grotesquely modified. He was trembling.
The experiment was a success. Roughly grade 2 level now, no weaker because combat sense still matters. Using it on regular humans is a waste.
The audio was distorted, but Hajime recognized the tone. It reeked of Mahito's group. Subtitled in English, the video offered fake stats and promises pure bait. But to desperate mercenaries chasing power, it would be irresistible.
These people!
Hajime muttered. He had the woman copy the video and handed her a flash drive.
You've been warned, cause trouble and I'll finish what I started.
He turned to leave. Pushing past the twitching corpse of the large man, he politely shut the door behind him. Inside, no one spoke for a long time.
I thought only the white-haired guy was dangerous. I didn't even see this one move.
Someone murmured. Tor stood drenched in sweat. The snake woman collapsed to her knees.
That drug.
She whispered.
It's not worth it. He's a demon.
Chapter 75, Chapter 75, looks like I'm not too late, 5 months ago. Chapter 75, looks like I'm not too late. After reporting the situation to headquarters and requesting close surveillance of the foreign spellcasters, Kamihara Hajime contacted Gojo Satoru on his way back. In Japan, most Jujutsu sorcerers are officially registered with headquarters. Even the freelance ones remain within its awareness. The rest are usually curse users. But why would Mahito's side deliberately lure foreign sorcerers into Japan? And that video?
Insiders
Usually only understood a fraction of the truth. But that video,
proof.
to back it up. If he were in a civilian's shoes, he'd see it as the discovery of a new kind of resource, something with limitless potential. Whether or not the alleged drug actually extended life, just the promise of power was enough to spark global chaos. After all, if you could turn someone into a monster that could shred livestock with their bare hands, what government wouldn't be interested? People wouldn't hesitate to test this theory through experimentation, surveillance, or abduction. And if that happened, it wouldn't just be a handful of sorcerers sneaking in. Jujutsu sorcerers, especially those without techniques like Gojo's, are still human. Most can't survive conventional military force. And with the Jujutsu world already strained by Mahito's actions, another crisis could collapse everything. But then,
things are starting to spiral. Everyone needs to be careful.
The next day, reading a message on his phone, Kamihara Hajime paused and gestured for Yiri to hold off. He made a quick call.
Megumi, handle the investigation for now. I've got something to deal with here. I'll head your way once I'm done.
He hung up, nodded at Ijichi, and allowed him to continue. Ijichi quickly explained the issue foreign spellcasters again. While some had quietly withdrawn after their last encounter, others remained. A few acted alone and were harder to track.
One of them made contact with an ordinary civilian and disappeared from our surveillance for a while.
Ijichi reported.
When our team engaged, he injured them easily and fled. The civilian has no curse potential, but he was marked by some kind of jujutsu.
All local transport had been secured. The spellcaster hadn't escaped yet.
Got it, let's go.
Hajime said as he stood.
Where's Gojo-sensei? I haven't seen him recently.
Ijichi, starting the car, paused as Hajime waved him off and continued.
Recently, we've received repeated false alarms, like the ones at Sujisawa 3rd High and the prison. Weak curses, nothing dangerous. But because of what happened last time, Gojo has been responding personally to each case. And we've diverted a lot of our manpower to track these foreign spellcasters and contain the fallout from that shadow web leak.
Kamihara Hajime confirmed the target's location on his map.
I'll handle it myself. You stay at Jujutsu High and keep watch.
With that, he activated his technique and vanished. Though not a teleportation ability, Hajime's technique accelerated his time, letting him
move.
At extreme speeds, it still required foot travel, and using it too long meant pushing his limits. Even so, it was ideal for situations like this. 88 Bridge.
Sumiki went there once too.
Hajime thought as he neared the area Megumi was investigating. Could that curse have triggered her coma? Probably not. According to Megumi's data, the victims struck by the curse didn't die at once, nor did they exhibit similar symptoms. Still, that curse needed to be dealt with. Then Hajime received new intel. Good news, they had located the rogue spellcaster. Bad news, he had lost control. Several people were dead. A local team had arrived to contain him, but the situation was dire. Train station interior. The station was eerily empty. Just minutes ago, the rogue had tried to escape via Shinkansen, but went berserk, killing several civilians before being intercepted by patrol sorcerers.
He's catching up.
Chisong Lingmei, the lone woman in the team, reported breathlessly. Her technique, real game, recreated real-world environments in her mind and mirrored enemy movement like a live battle simulator. However, its combat predictions were grim. 21 simulations, all of them ended in their deaths. The enemy's strength exceeded all projections.
He's adapting too fast.
Lingmei muttered, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Ishizaka Kazuo, calm and methodical, created jagged air-solidified barriers behind them while generating stairs that led up and away. Takekawa Hiroshi, their power-type brawler, smashed through the ceiling and helped them escape to the next floor.
He's getting stronger.
Hiroshi reported grimly.
Every second we run, he evolves.
The enemy was no longer human, its body, mutated with bone spikes and disproportionate muscles. It now resembled a grotesque monster nearly 3 meters tall.
We have to draw him deeper into the station. If he gets outside, civilians will die.
Lingmei grit her teeth. All escape routes were damaged. Their only option was to die stalling him.
Let's lead him underground.
She said.
Even if we die, someone will avenge us.
But just then, footsteps echoed from behind. Calm, confident, unfazed.
Looks like I'm not too late.
Chapter 76, Chapter 76, He's strong and kinda cool. 5 months ago. Chapter 76, He's strong and kinda cool.
Be careful.
Chisong Lingmei's voice broke the tension. She had sensed the monster's movement and warned the others, but when she turned, it was still standing in place. Then, without warning, the towering creature surged forward, crashing through the debris. Ishizaka Kazuo reflexively prepared to push his technique to its limit, but what happened next stunned everyone. The monster charged, then, like a corrupted video skipping frames, it snapped back to its original position. It charged again, and again it glitched back, trapped in a loop.
What?
Chisong Lingmei muttered.
Is this really a special grade?
The monster, once relentless, was now no more than a glitching puppet caught in a time loop. Kamihara Hajime walked over silently. Only fragments of human appearance remained on the monster-torn clothing: warped skin, barbed claws and scales, a tail strong enough to fracture concrete, and bone spurs lining its body. Its sheer physical strength alone had been devastating, even without the use of any technique.
Report the situation.
Hajime said calmly. Lingmei quickly composed herself and relayed the details. Her technique, real game, gave her an exceptional memory, and she recited everything with precision. As Hajime listened, his eyes remained on the creature, his thoughts turning. This one was different, similar in nature to the cat demon and Tengu fusions, but closer to the original template, more human. He released the technique, binding the monster. The instant the loop ended, the monster lunged, but Hajime moved first. He met the charge head-on, crashing into it. The impact cracked stone pillars. Then, with a metallic grinding, 3 ethereal blades manifested and pinned the creature to the ground.
Time wheel spin.
Forming a precise madra, Hajime activated his technique again, this time controlling the process with delicate precision. Slowly, the monster's enormous frame shrank. It began to speak coherent words, not guttural roars.
His.
To everyone's disbelief, the monster had regained self-awareness. Hajime had confirmed his suspicion. By accelerating the transformation, he had brought the host's consciousness back. Though still monstrous in form, the being was thinking again like a cursed fusion version of a Jujutsu sorcerer. This one had fused not with an unawakened human, but a spellcaster, something even the higher-ups hadn't achieved. Hajime noted the implications. Perhaps this was what the higher-ups termed
perfect adapter.
the restrained monster, now identifying himself as Hansen, stared blankly as reality returned to him. The pain was real, but so was the rush of newfound power. He tore the blades from his body, healing slowly, not through reverse cursed technique but sheer regenerative force. But as he turned to flee, he exhaled a dense cloud of violet smoke, obscuring vision with a haunting shimmer. Hajime didn't give chase immediately. A thinking monster was always more dangerous. It had retained enough human awareness to retreat, unlike the rampaging beasts before. As Hansen dashed away, Hajime simply warned,
Be careful of the gas.
then vanished. Seconds later, a thunderous crash echoed. The ceiling burst open, and Hansen's body slammed into the ground, coughing blood. A massive gash cleaved through his torso. Hajime dropped in from above, Tatsuka no Tsurugi in hand. Despite his wounds, Hansen began regenerating again, slowly but surely. Hajime watched him rise, his monstrous form barely holding onto its humanity. He pondered, could beings like this even be called human anymore? Humans didn't heal like this. Humans didn't wield time-based techniques or slice through steel or control space. And yet,
You figured it out already.
Hansen grunted.
You attacked my shoulder.
Hajime said, his voice steady.
Then a mirror strike followed from the same angle. Your technique, some kind of delayed reflection. Close.
Hansen muttered.
It's called Ghost in the Mirror. When I strike, a mirrored version of the same attack launches from a nearby space. It doesn't need to connect, it just...
Hajime didn't reply. He had heard enough to estimate the threat level, and with battle, estimates were all he needed. Hansen suddenly grabbed a nearby concrete block laced with exposed rebar and hurled it toward Hajime. At the same moment, he activated his technique again, hiding behind the obstructing debris.
You probably think I have to hit you for the effect to trigger. But now, with your vision blocked, I'll use your own sword to finish you.
In an instant, Hansen thrust Tatsuka no Tsurugi from his position, confident the mirror would do the rest. But Hajime was no longer there.
Oh!
Hajime's voice came from behind him.
Your technique has decent range. That's rare.
Hansen froze, a chill crawling up his back. Before he could turn, he collapsed. His balance failed, his limbs no longer attached. Hajime calmly retrieved his blades. Anakiri remained clean. Tatsuka no Tsurugi glowed faintly. Then, activating Amber, Hajime sealed the fallen spellcaster ray technique that could restrain or preserve, and in this case, it served to suppress Hansen entirely. His severed limbs reverted, the cursed energy stopped flowing, all attacks ceased. Hansen, defeated, could only watch in stunned silence. Hajime called out to the others.
I've restrained him, keep watch until the others arrive. He's still useful, I'm leaving now.
He placed a hand on each of their shoulders, channeling reverse cursed technique to heal their injuries, then disappeared. Takekawa Hiromi said, feeling the effects of the healing wash over him. Chisung Lingmei rolled her eyes, but in truth, she quietly agreed.
Let's just make sure this guy doesn't go anywhere.
Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Megumi's Domain, 5 months ago. Chapter 77, Megumi's Domain.
Where are you?
Kamihara Hajime, moving swiftly under the cover of night, called Megumi Fushiguro as he approached the 88 bridge. After a delay, it was Yuji Itadori who answered.
Hajime-san, we're by the roadside. When we fought the cursed spirit, Fushiguro used domain expansion. He collapsed after that.
With their location confirmed, Hajime rushed over and found the trio Fushiguro, Itadori, and Nobara Kujisaki waiting nearby. By the time he arrived, Megumi had just regained consciousness. Answering Itadori's call, Hajime walked over.
Looks like you dealt with the curse.
Hajime noted. Megumi silently handed him something he'd been gripping even in unconsciousness. Hajime took it and frowned. It was one of Sukuna's fingers, radiating malignant cursed energy. Hajime crouched, healed Megumi with a touch of reverse cursed technique, and muttered.
So exhausted you can't even summon round deer.
He also restored Itadori and Kujisaki, who had obediently gathered near. Megumi stretched and let out a breath.
It was like the one from the juvenile detention center, just stronger. It should have been a mission for higher-ups, but...
Hajime nodded. He understood. Rationally, Megumi should have waited, but emotionally, of course, he wouldn't. While waiting for Akari Nita to arrive, Hajime took the chance to debrief Megumi on the domain expansion. Megumi took a moment before responding.
It's hard to explain. I didn't think, I just acted. It felt like I merged with the environment. Even though it was incomplete, using my Shikigami became way easier inside it.
Hajime sighed thoughtfully. His own domain, Time Rain, had never fully taken form despite nearing completion. Megumi achieving it first gave him pause. Perhaps he needed to form a prototype and then refine it, but even that path might just yield a slightly improved Time Rain not worth it. Domain expansion was the pinnacle of Jujutsu combat. It wasn't just about technique, it had to reflect a sorcerer's innermost essence. Each domain was unique, even when based on similar abilities. Gojo-sensei's unlimited void didn't empower his blue or red techniques directly, it instead overloaded the opponent with infinite information, crashing their minds. In contrast, Megumi's Chimera Shadow Garden made his techniques nearly effortless inside its shadow-drenched terrain. He'd even fused Great Serpent, Nu, and Max Elephant, not a mere stacking of effects, but genuine technique amplification. It wasn't just about strength, it was about understanding oneself.
Do I need that kind of pressure to push through?
Before Hajime could spiral further into thought, Akari Nita arrived visibly flustered. She had been left behind when the trio went off mission. When she realized they weren't at the hotel and didn't answer her calls, she searched everywhere, only to find them after they had already exorcised the curse. She stormed over, her voice sharp.
Hajime-san, what are you doing here? Did you handle the curse?
No.
Hajime replied calmly.
They did, I only just arrived.
Nita froze in surprise as Hajime handed her something. The moment her hand touched the object, her expression twisted. Sukuna's finger. The curse at 88 Bridge had been a special grade. She didn't know whether to reprimand them for recklessly confronting such a threat or praise them for surviving it. After Hajime sealed the finger, the team returned to Jujutsu High. Back at Jujutsu High.
Come in.
Hajime pushed open the door. The room was sterile, filled with machines, medical beds, and a wall of glass jars housing strange objects.
Gojo-sensei, Iiri Shoko-san.
Gojo Satoru and Iiri Shoko stood beside two restrained creatures, one captured by Hajime, the other by Gojo. Both appeared humanoid, though warped and monstrous. Gojo grinned.
You're back, Hajime. Looks like we caught twin freaks. Mine was nearly brain-dead thanks to unlimited void, though.
Iiri Shoko nodded.
They're from the same source, but yours is more useful. His consciousness is still intact, thanks to your technique.
She glanced at the one Hajime captured, its expression blank, hollow from whatever research she'd conducted. Apparently, she'd been using the effects of amber to experiment on him, restoring him repeatedly as she tested his limits. Hajime didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. He even offered.
Need me to reactivate the technique again?
Iiri waved it off.
No need. You've got more important things to handle. Let me brief you.
The two entities were partially human but far from normal. Their physical enhancements were evident, but even more bizarre was the fusion of cursed techniques. Number 1 Gojo's sample had no usable intel. He'd been a regular criminal before transforming. Number 2 Hajime's had fragments of memory about a mysterious figure and something he described as a
medicine,
which wasn't medicine at all but a processed cursed object.
Headquarters fusion process only works on non-sorcerers.
Hajime said.
And even then, it's unstable. But this guy had 2 techniques, though he couldn't use them together. That shouldn't be possible.
Gojo leaned forward.
So whoever developed this went beyond anything we've seen.
Iiri interrupted, frowning.
Maybe so, but there's a flaw. They won't live long.
Number 2's gaze sharpened.
What did you say?
Iiri didn't react.
Your extended life is thanks to Hajime's technique. Number 1 will probably die first.
As if on cue, Number 1 began convulsing. In seconds, his body shriveled into a husk. Number 2 stared blankly.
You lied to me.
Hajime looked to Iiri.
Anything else you need to study?
Iiri shrugged.
Not unless I want to reinvent a whole branch of jujutsu. This is way outside my expertise.
Gojo smirking added.
Why not ask me? I'm amazing at this stuff.
She didn't even glance his way.
Gojo, don't you have a mission to get to?
He chuckled.
I've got a talented student. Won't take long. Besides, we need to get ahead of this while we can.
Hajime sighed inwardly. With more of these modified curses appearing, it was only a matter of time before things escalated.
Oh, right.
He added.
Megumi touched on domain expansion.
Gojo blinked.
Wait, he used an incomplete domain against a special grade.
When Hajime confirmed it, Gojo grinned wide.
Nice, looks like that kid's making real progress.
Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Bonus More Troubles, 5 months ago. Chapter 78, Bonus More Troubles.
These things are worthless. Their souls are already shattered, they're just disposable tools.
Mahito leaned on his hand, eyeing the distorted bodies on the tables with thinly veiled boredom. From the shadows, Suguru Gito emerged, his presence instantly stirring the otherwise unresponsive figures. Suguru Gito studied the squirming forms like one might admire a painting. Despite Mahito's complaint, he kept his usual calm smile.
Even failures have value. Without them, my progress in this research wouldn't have come so far.
Mahito turned his attention to his mutating hand, exhaling heavily.
You said this would help us deal with the Jujutsu sorcerers. But how? At this rate, we'll be waiting forever.
It sounded like a petty gripe, but Gito understood the deeper frustration. Mahito's twisted desires weren't being fulfilled. Given the strength of the current top Jujutsu sorcerers, especially that one boy.
Mahito, not everything in this world revolves around Jujutsu.
Mahito's interest perked slightly.
So that's why you brought in those foreign spellcasters. Are you planning to target ordinary people too?
Gito approached 2 of the restrained subjects who had stopped moving and were now trembling. His smile deepened.
The balance has already shifted. What we need now is a foreign element, something to stir the pot. Only then can our true plans move forward.
Mahito rubbed his chin, skeptical.
You sure that's enough to handle the Jujutsu sorcerers? We're not bringing Sukuna back just yet, right?
Suguru Gito retrieved a small bead from his sleeve, mist swirled inside it. He placed it in one of the subjects' mouths. The man began convulsing violently before falling still, breathless. Gito let out a soft sigh.
Thanks to these volunteers, and the many more to come, we'll get there.
2 days passed. Yuri Shoko had long since concluded her analysis of the curse samples. The foreign spellcasters had been unusually well behaved since then, and no further reports of incidents or outbursts had surfaced. Surveillance had been tightened, but no irregularities were observed. They blended into a tourist group so convincingly it was difficult to justify any direct action. Kamihara Hajime had only dealt with one rogue individual. Handling the entire group would be too much trouble unless absolutely necessary. For now, observation and containment would suffice. But peace is always temporary. That illusion shattered with the arrival of a new report.
The Yakuza, they're still relevant. Did they trigger a curse outbreak?
Kamihara Hajime looked confused. Gojo Satoru responded with a snap of his fingers.
Yeah, the Yakuza aren't what they used to be. Most of them drifted into gray market industries after reforms. But the police still keep them under pressure. They can't risk any curse-related incidents slipping through the cracks.
Gojo handed Hajime a document folder.
This case actually started before the spellcaster incident. It was just.
Hajime skimmed through the 10 or so pages, eyebrows knitting into a frown.
Illegal goods, how is that connected to curses?
According to the intelligence, Yakuza in Osaka had been distributing contraband in entertainment venues. Initially, the scale wasn't alarming, but as the product gained popularity, competition disappeared, and the mysterious supplier never raised prices. With profits soaring, the Yakuza turned a blind eye to everything else. Then came the murder. The suspect was a dropout, jobless and wasting away his family's money. He spent his days chasing fleeting highs until he tried this new product. It changed him. Strength surged through his body, his mind cleared in strange ways, yet he descended deeper into obsession. There were no visible side effects at first, so he abandoned everything else for more. Then one day, returning home, he found his girlfriend in bed with another man. He snapped. Rage fueled him. He fought the stranger, someone clearly more physically fit, and yet he overpowered him with ease. Just as he was about to kill him, his girlfriend stabbed him in the back with a kitchen knife. He pulled it out like it was nothing, his gaze dark. Then he crushed the knife in his hand. The pinned man tried to fight back but was immediately killed. One punch crushed his face, the second deformed his skull. He died on the spot. The girlfriend, paralyzed in terror, could only whimper as she watched. Then, in an unstable frenzy, the suspect violated her before killing her too. According to forensic reports, the girl died before the mutilation occurred. Yet her body was found horribly disfigured, with nearly half of it missing, particularly the torso, thighs, and chest. The room itself was a grotesque canvas. Blood soaked everything. The smell alone forced several officers to vomit. The suspect was caught not long after. A half-naked man, drenched in blood and clearly unstable, wasn't hard to find. And yet,
Weapons!
were his mutated hands bizarre enough to evade bite mark detection, powerful enough to tear flesh and bone unaided? More alarming, the police uncovered similar cases after the fact, none as extreme, but all hinting at the same substance. Kamihara Hajime set down the file, rubbing his temples.
This is tied to those foreign spellcasters, isn't it?
Gojo Satoru nodded.
Yes, not the exact same fusion technique, but the same principle. Those drugs are infused with cursed energy. They don't bestow techniques, but they can enhance physical capabilities at the cost of mental collapse. The local police are raiding every known site, but we can't wait. You're heading to Osaka. Get answers, Hajime. This can't be allowed to spread. This marks the beginning of a new age.
Suguru Gido sat comfortably on a plush sofa, addressing several sharply dressed executives with imposing auras. Beside him stood a woman in a pale kimono, her short silver hair falling neatly around her face. If she had been standing in snow beside blooming plum blossoms, nature itself might have faded in comparison. After showing them a video filled with disturbing events, skepticism still lingered on their faces. Gido didn't bother to argue.
Have any of you heard of Jujutsu?
He gestured for the woman to bring over a tray.
These are special viewing tools. Please try them on.
As the group reluctantly donned the glasses, their expressions shifted from doubt to horror. If any Jujutsu sorcerers had been in that room, they'd have seen it too, a horde of twisted, violent, cursed spirits.
This is just an illusion, right? Some new AR tech.
Smiling, Gido leaned forward.
If you still doubt me, how about this? Send out your best soldiers. Let's see how they fare against real curses.
Chapter 79, Nation's Threat. Osaka. The Ryuo nightclub, once a bustling source of profit, had gone completely silent. The Yakuza behind it had tried to deflect attention with a scapegoat, but the situation had clearly escalated beyond their control. Not just the underlings, but even the higher-ups politicians, corporate figures, and corrupt officials connected to this operation were all being targeted and purged. But for Kamihara Hajime, things weren't moving fast enough. Instead of waiting for the system to slowly trim the weeds, Hajime planned to rip out the roots himself. Activating his technique, he casually walked through the nightclub's front entrance. The place was completely empty, no surprise, given the recent fallout. Hajime didn't need to ask where the boss was. The two burly guards standing by a side door gave it away. With minimal effort, he incapacitated both men, pushed open the door, and stepped inside right into a frozen scene of intimacy. A bare back, pale and smooth, was draped in dark, glossy hair. The twisted pose of the two lovers had a dynamic tension, like a painting caught mid-motion. Canceling his technique, Hajime cleared his throat loudly. Startled, the man jolted upright. Muto Sanji shoved the woman aside and reached into his desk drawer, quickly pulling out a loaded pistol. Ducking behind the sofa, he aimed directly at the intruder. What he saw, however, didn't match the situation in his mind. A young man in a black Jujutsu High uniform, standing calmly, arms relaxed at his sides.
Who the hell are you? How did you get in?
Sanji barked, trying to hide his fear behind aggression. Hajime ignored the gun. He walked past Sanji like he didn't exist, took a seat on the opposite sofa, and gestured silently for the woman to step aside. The woman, hastily pulling on a robe, shrank into the corner without a sound. Sanji sneered and wrapped a towel around his waist before taking the other seat. Hajime spoke first.
Muto Sanji, 42 years old, father of two, unofficial head of the Yanagawa Gumi.
He began with a calm smile.
At least that's the public story. In reality, you're connected to several factions, including local bureaucrats and corporate networks.
Sanji paled. Whoever this guy was, he clearly had deep intel information that should have been impossible to gather.
Who are you?
Sanji demanded, knuckles white on the pistol grip. Instead of answering, Hajime placed a small, clear plastic bag on the table and pushed it forward. Sanji picked it up and immediately recognized what it was: Gokurakugen. He remembered authorizing its distribution after watching users become stronger, more euphoric. He hadn't touched it himself. He preferred his pleasures tangible, not chemical, but the money it brought in had made it irresistible. That was until the police swooped in. His clubs were shut down, his contacts vanished, his assets were frozen, attempts to flee had been blocked, and now this boino, this sorcerer, was here for that very substance.
What is this supposed to be?
Sanji began, trying to stall.
Gokurakugen.
Hajime interrupted.
That's the name you gave it. You've pushed it in your clubs, don't play dumb.
Sanji scowled and waved his gun.
You better watch it, kid. I don't know what you think this is. Shoot!
Hajime said flatly. Sanji froze. Hajime said flatly. Sanji froze. What did you say? Shoot, Hajime repeated, leaning back casually.
Squeeze the trigger.
Sanji hesitated, torn between fear and pride.
What's your angle? You trying to bait me? Want me to kill you so you can slap charges on me?
Hajime didn't answer. In one seamless moment, he entered a time null state, appeared beside Sanji, and disarmed him. The pistol was gone before Sanji even realized it. He blinked, confused, then panicked. Hajime examined the weapon, unimpressed. He could easily replicate its power with cursed energy. Still, for ordinary people, a gun was more intimidating than invisible power. He casually pointed the muzzle at Sanji and pulled the trigger. Click. Sanji flinched violently, expecting pain. When it didn't come, he opened his eyes and looked down at himself, still alive. His eyes darted to the table, and there it was, a single deactivated bullet casing standing upright. The door burst open. Several men in black stormed in, weapons drawn.
Boss!
Sanji, trembling, lifted a hand.
Get out!
They hesitated.
I said get out.
He repeated. Once the room was clear, Hajime spoke again.
Who supplied you with the Gokurakugen? I want every detail. I'm not here for you, you're just bait on a hook. Don't try anything stupid.
Sanji, pale but composed, nodded.
Okay.
A large man entered.
Bring everything labeled under number 1.
Sanji ordered. The man returned minutes later with paper documents and a laptop.
It's all here. The system is offline, and the files are on this USB.
Sanji explained. Hajime skimmed the paper copies, then plugged in the USB. The combined data painted a clearer picture: delivery records, transaction logs, surveillance captures. Sanji wasn't a mastermind, just another pawn. More importantly, Hajime found what he needed. Sanji had tried to track down the source of the drug after it proved successful, but everyone he found was a dead-end regular people with no clue what they'd been part of. And then came the warning. One morning, without anyone entering his office, the severed head of his subordinate was sitting on his desk. Since then, Sanji hadn't dared to dig further. Hajime collected the USB and papers.
I'll be taking these. Thanks for your cooperation.
With a flick of his fingers, the laptop and files vanished into thin air. He turned toward the stunned woman.
What are you still doing here? Leave.
She bolted. Outside, Hajime walked past the guards with ease. They didn't dare stop him. Back inside, Sanji stared at the bullet casing, deep in thought. Eventually, he picked up his phone. Later, Hajime handed over all the intel to Ajichi. The documents were enough to expose several key figures. Still, the real puppet masters behind this operation remained hidden. The way ordinary people were being drawn into these incidents reminded Hajime of the last case, a civilian caught up in something far beyond their understanding.
Unknown techniques affecting non-sorcerers.
He muttered. New operation launched. The police and Jujutsu sorcerers acted swiftly, targeting storage points, flushing out suppliers, and confiscating unused doses of Gokurakugen. Mutu Sanji and others involved were rounded up. Authorities escalated their crackdown on similar substances, earning public approval. Eventually, it was confirmed, curse users were directly involved. Through the trail left by the ecstasy pill, investigators discovered other variant substances carrying faint traces of cursed energy. Some raids were met with resistance from cursed spirits. Hajime neutralized a few, but was quickly summoned back for an urgent meeting. Returning to Jujutsu High, Hajime found not just Gojo Satoru, but also Principal Yaga and nearly every faculty member present. The last time he saw such a gathering was during the Hayeki Yagyo.
Since Kamihara Hajime is here, let's begin.
Yaga said.
Today's topic, the cursed energy leak incident.
Gojo's face turned serious.
The United States has contacted Japan. They've confirmed knowledge of Jujutsu.
Hajime frowned. Yaga continued.
Most overseas spellcasters espers, as they're called, aren't affiliated with any government. Curses are rare abroad, so foreign states never formed countersystems like ours. But now...
He looked around the room. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Gojo makes a move, 5 months ago. Chapter 80, Gojo makes a move. Currently, the opposing side was still maintaining a semblance of diplomacy. Their wording remained ambiguous, but both parties clearly understood the underlying intentions. After discovering the existence of Jujutsu and learning that Japan had preserved and developed this system over 1,000 years, that greedy superpower naturally wouldn't let go of what they believed to be the key to ushering in a new era. A series of demands, arrogant and presumptuous, quickly followed. Still, it was evident they knew some of the inner workings. They hadn't torn off their masks completely yet. Even so, tensions spiked immediately. Among the outrageous demands, they even had the nerve to request Jujutsu sorcerers for their experiments. It went without saying, the Jujutsu community would never allow that. For once, the big three families and the Jujutsu headquarters stood united. Some of the foreign requests went beyond invasive. They were an attempt to dig up the very roots of their world. The majority of the Jujutsu society agreed. This greed would not be tolerated. But rejection was easier said than done. While human weapons were useless against curses, they could still harm Jujutsu sorcerers. Cursed energy provided defense to an extent, but ordinary sorcerers wouldn't withstand snipers, rifles, or heavy artillery. Even the strongest would be challenged by modern weapons or worse, nuclear arms. A full-scale war wasn't an option. At best, it would result in mutual destruction. So the question was, how do they achieve peace?
Deterrence.
Kamihara Hajime said flatly, all eyes turned to him. He continued.
Peace is maintained through power balance. If both sides can destroy each other, neither side dares to strike. Modern peace is built on nuclear deterrence. So,
Hajime explained.
we need to make them understand that we possess power strong enough to warrant their fear. That's how we'll establish peace. But we don't have nuclear weapons.
Someone began. Yaga Masamichi understood immediately.
We may not have the strongest man-made weapons.
Everyone's gaze turned toward Gojo Satoru and Kamihara Hajime. Could individual power truly serve as deterrence? It wasn't about scale, it was about perception. If a single person could bring destruction, that was enough to change the enemy's mind.
I'll go,
Said Gojo. Hajime, who had been preparing to volunteer, glanced at him. Gojo smiled.
This kind of job is beyond student training. Besides, my technique is flashier. Gojo-sensei.
He wasn't wrong. Hajime's time null state made him perfect for assassination, slipping past defenses like they didn't exist. He was a natural killer in a world where humans had no defense against cursed techniques. Gojo, however, was something else, a walking bomb, infinitely regenerating and impossible to ignore. His presence would force the world to pay attention. But Hajime understood why Gojo insisted on going. It wasn't just about ability. Hajime mostly killed curse users, criminals, or those too far gone for redemption. This time, it was different. They were facing soldiers, people following orders, some unaware of what they were involved in. Gojo knew Hajime could do it, but he also knew what such a role would do to him. If the plan failed, whoever carried it out would be labeled the villain who triggered global war. The world wouldn't remember reasons-only consequences. That's why Gojo insisted on going. It was a teacher's burden, not a student's. And with that, the plan was decided. They wouldn't start with brute force. Official negotiations came first. Kyoto would be informed. The Jujutsu leaders would prepare in secret. Even students like Megumi Fushiguro and Itadori Yuji could sense the tension. At first, only vague hints were given, but as pressure mounted, Hajime decided they deserved to know the truth. Unlike Principal Yaga, Hajime believed it wasn't about strength, it was about awareness. They were Jujutsu sorcerers and no protection would last forever. The American delegation. When the Americans arrived, Hajime didn't attend the talks. The big three families and Jujutsu headquarters handled them. The first negotiation failed instantly. According to Gojo, it was
glorious.
Apparently, the elders nearly cursed the foreign representatives on the spot. What surprised everyone was that the Americans already knew of Gojo Satoru, and no one dared provoke him. Gojo claimed it was due to his overwhelming reputation, though he added that the old geezers still tried to shift responsibility onto him. When the deterrence plan was proposed, the elders panicked, worrying it would trigger war. But in the end, they yielded. Gojo's power and resolve left them no choice.
Those old men care more about their legacy than their lives.
Gojo muttered later.
They're just waiting for me to clean up the mess.
Hajime laughed.
Gojo-sensei, what if we took over? With your strength and my technique, the Jujutsu world could be ours.
Gojo, sipping tea and nibbling pastries, reached over to ruffle Hajime's hair.
You've been watching too many action movies.
Then his tone softened.
Don't worry about this stuff, enjoy being young, you'll have plenty on your plate soon. Yudor Akatsu's returning, you'll see him in a few days. As for the mess,
Operation Deterrence begins. Negotiations collapsed. Everyone finally realized that America intended to seize control of Jujutsu. The Jujutsu world, disgusted by the spinelessness of the official government, began to act. Their foreign enemies previously overlooked Jujutsu sorcerers received help from the Americans. gaining mysterious status and protection by mingling with stationed forces. Soon after disappearances began, Jujutsu sorcerers went missing. But retaliation came fast. Those rogue sorcerers and their handlers, 3 leaders and several officers, were killed inside their fortified military base without a trace of the attacker. Their peaceful faces suggested they saw it coming. No one needed to ask who was responsible. Meanwhile, Japan's anti-drug campaign came to a close. The cursed contraband disguised as narcotics had been wiped out. But no one had time to celebrate. The deterrence plan was ready. Tensions hit freezing point. International media swarmed the story. America deployed warships for training exercises, bolstered troop numbers, and began economic pressure. Japan had no choice but to act. The strongest makes his move. Morning dawned. Gojo Satoru stood calmly, no blindfold or sunglasses covering his 6 eyes. He waved casually to the students, flashing a smile.
Then I'm off, don't worry.
He gave a thumbs up, then vanished into the sky. Above the Pacific, massive warships cut through the sea, unmoved by the crashing waves. Commander Jorel had been briefed on Jujutsu. At first he dismissed it until he saw its effects. Now he was a fanatic. He saw Jujutsu as a key to a new world order, one America had to dominate. Their weapons were supreme, flesh and blood couldn't resist them, no matter how powerful. Once they mastered Jujutsu, global supremacy was inevitable.
Such power should not belong to a small island nation.
Jorel muttered smug. Just as he ordered the daily exercise to begin, a black dot appeared in the sky. He laughed.
A drone or a fighter jet.
But reports came quickly. Radar couldn't track the target. It moved erratically, unnaturally, too small to be a jet. Then came the radio call.
Commander, someone's flying.
Jorel rushed out. He saw it. A man floating. He gave the order.
Fire!
But before weapons could launch, one of the ships split clean in half, silent and effortless. Explosions filled the sky, but the man remained. He moved again, too fast to track. He raised one hand.
Stop!
A roar answered him. Another ship was destroyed. Jorel collapsed, muttering in disbelief.
Impossible!
Chapter 81, Chapter 81, White-Haired Demon, 5 months ago. Chapter 81, White-Haired Demon. Jorel's commands were useless. Bullets and explosions had no effect on the demon. Every time the flames and smoke cleared, he remained unharmed. Whenever he teleported onto a warship, an invisible force would sink it. Only after putting on the special glasses provided by his superiors did Jorel finally see the cause of destruction. A flash of purple light brief, and residual ripped through the ship's hull and seawater like a blade, unobstructed. The resulting waves from the evaporated seawater crashing back into the void were colossal, but Jorel no longer noticed. His heart had turned cold. 41 seconds. To be exact, it could be measured in milliseconds. Every warship under Jorel's command had been sunk, leaving only the aircraft carrier he stood on. He and the other soldiers aboard fell into despair. Some dropped to their knees, praying to God. Through blurred vision, Jorel saw a figure, a tall, white-haired man. His appearance was stunning, even by differing aesthetic standards. But none of it compared to his eyes, vaster than the sky, deeper than the ocean, more beautiful than any gem Jorel had ever seen.
You're the commanding officer, aren't you?
The man spoke in flawless English, his voice clear and cold. Jorel snapped out of his daze, barking hoarsely.
Fire!
The soldiers opened fire, but the bullets stopped midair, forming a hovering shell around the demon.
Oh God.
A soldier whispered, frozen in awe and terror. With a soft whoosh, the bullet shell scattered, revealing the untouched figure within. Gojo Satoru took another step forward. The soldiers, minds broken by fear, could no longer fight. What they saw defied reality. This was no man, this was a demon, a god, or something worse, and the god they had prayed to never came. Driven by the survival instinct, Jorel reacted. Drawing his handgun in a flash, he fired directly at Gojo. The bullets halted before they could reach those cerulean eyes. Clink! They dropped to the deck. Gojo gripped Jorel by the neck and soared into the sky.
No!
Through his glasses, Jorel saw another flash of purple. He screamed, but the man didn't respond. Below, the last aircraft carrier sank, and the surviving soldiers floated like helpless ants in the ocean. Jorel, pale and broken, could only whisper.
What do you want?
Before the thought fully processed in his mind, Jorel ceased to exist. A piece of wreckage fell, barely making a ripple. Gojo Satoru looked into the distance, then vanished. Though the deterrent mission had only one operative, others weren't idle. Official forces scrambled to rescue the surviving soldiers, who were then placed under containment. Ironically, they owed America thanks for entering the area. Their own coasts had suffered, but information control ensured the public remained unaware of the fleet's annihilation. At Tokyo Jujutsu High, representatives from factions across the jujutsu world gathered. The waiting period, though short, felt excruciating. When footsteps echoed through the room, Gojo appeared at the doorway. His smile said everything was under control.
It was a success.
Everyone exhaled. The government official present wiped the sweat from his brow. Though the operation clashed with official plans, they couldn't oppose it. Too many ties bound the jujutsu world and the government. They needed the sorcerers to resolve the crisis. In turn, the sorcerers acted autonomously while officials managed damage control. Fortunately, the strategy worked. The American fleet had been destroyed, a brutal but effective show of power. The next phase involved smoothing things over diplomatically. The surviving U.S. soldiers would be returned. The aim was peace, not war. By demonstrating power capable of threatening even America's foundation, an uneasy peace began. When your neighbor barks, show him your teeth, then he talks. Under Gojo's lead, conservative factions like Zenin and Kamo were pressured into making token concessions for negotiation leverage. America wouldn't let go easily. Neon, a global player, was still no match for U.S. influence. When force failed, economic pressure would follow. With curses now revealed, the threat was real and their resolve absolute. Thus came the new plan, cooperation. Foreign spellcasters lacked organization, often just master-disciple or bloodlines. They couldn't match Japan's old jujutsu families whose knowledge and influence endured. Despite jujutsu's decline since the Heian era, things had shifted with the Gojo family's divine child. Even without titles, these families retained power, making them more valuable than wild, self-taught foreign spellcasters. So, Japan offered scraps of jujutsu knowledge to stabilize the West. Once they understood curses, their obsession might fade. Someone once said, destroy their roots. In this case, give them crumbs. Negotiations began, tensions eased, cooperation replaced confrontation. Some nations suspected the truth. A fleet doesn't disappear without notice. Yet America, shamelessly resilient, sat at the table with their executioners. Outrageous demands faded. Foreign spellcasters stranded in Japan were quietly taken back. What became of them remains unknown.
Fugsg.
President Palmer swore loudly. As the U.S. head of state, he'd helped plan this operation and was now paying the price. He still remembered the moment the urgent report arrived, the fleet destroyed by a single airborne individual. His first thought, a rival nation trying to provoke war. Then came the details, not a country, a person flying.
Superman, are they high?
He'd snapped. But the name stuck, Gojo Satoru, the strongest jujutsu sorcerer. He'd heard it before, those self-proclaimed curse masters had mentioned him. Palmer didn't believe them then. His fleet wiped out by one man. He convened an emergency meeting. Then the man himself appeared. White-haired calm, holding a severed head Jorel's. He placed it on the table. Palmer nearly choked. How did he get past security? And then nothing, no violence, no words, just presence. When other officials arrived and saw the head, silence fell. They understood their lives hung in the balance. The worst part wasn't Gojo's power, it was that no weapon could hurt him. They had no choice but to negotiate. Even now, Palmer shuddered recalling that day. Suddenly a knock. The door creaked open.
Mr. President.
Palmer scowled.
You again.
Suguru Gito strolled in, smirking, bypassing all guards.
What do you want now?
Palmer said, voice cold. Guido lounged on the sofa, smiling knowingly.
I warned you, didn't I? They're strong.
Palmer narrowed his eyes. He had warned them, yes, but not like this.
Mr. President,
Guido said.
our goals align. I have a proposal. Then talk. Remember the true nature of curses.
Guido asked. Palmer said nothing.
They're born from human negativity, but what happens when the public knows they exist?
Palmer's eyes widened.
You want to reveal them? That's insane. No,
Guido said.
not globally, just in a contained environment like.
Chapter 82, The Curse Revealed, targeting the entire nation.
The existence of curses will be revealed to the public.
Suguru Guido said, with a disturbingly calm smile.
And convincing them of it, leave that to me.
His tone held a quiet conviction as he continued.
Your task is to isolate this place from external interference. Cut off information flow and treat it as a closed zone.
Palmer, though initially alarmed, began to process the implication.
Even if some of it leaks out, it won't matter. Other nations will likely help cover it up, because no one wants this kind of truth spreading to their borders.
Guido added. Palmer's fear shifted into contemplation. If modern weapons couldn't handle jujutsu sorcerers, what chance did they stand against curses? Guido clasped his hands within his sleeves, composed as ever.
As for Gojo Satoru and the other sorcerers you're so worried about,
Palmer took a long breath, straightened up and asked.
then tell me, what's the full plan?
Later in Japan. With the crisis temporarily under control, most of the heavy lifting fell to higher-ups and strategic units, while ordinary jujutsu sorcerers returned to their routines. The illegal curse drug, known as Gokurakugen, had mostly been removed from circulation, with the supply chain buried deep and thoroughly scrubbed. The residual threats were swiftly managed, in no small part thanks to Principal Masamichi Yaga. Curses, however, had grown unusually active. Several recent cases mirrored the blood loss incidents from before, but this time they were ready. Yaga's latest creations, cursed corpses disguised as common animals like stray cats and dogs, were tailored to draw out hidden threats. Their only functions were survival and attracting curses. If a surveillance window team identified a suspect location, these corpses would be dispatched and monitored via talismans. If the talisman was destroyed quickly, it signaled a high-threat curse and elite sorcerers would be sent. If it remained intact, it was likely a diversion, and local agents could handle it. Kamihara Hajime himself would step in only if absolutely necessary. This system significantly improved efficiency, though Yaga himself had grown overworked. According to Panda, he was starting to act more like Hajime than he'd like to admit. But for now, things had settled. Large-scale attacks were down, lesser incidents were fewer and more manageable. Hajime could finally breathe. Narita Airport. Today, Hajime wasn't on duty. He was here to pick up an old friend, Yuta Akatsu.
Only a few flights left.
Hajime muttered, glancing at the sparse arrivals list. International travel had slowed, delaying Yuta's return by days. Not long after, he spotted Himuta, now older and carrying a single duffel bag, waved with a casual grin. Hajime greeted him with a warm hug before the two walked out together toward Ajichi, who waited nearby.
How have you been?
Hajime asked. Yuta returned a familiar smile.
Good, but
Gojo's still Gojo.
Hajime replied.
You coming back means your mission's mostly done, right? We've been short-handed, and that situation's only on pause.
He sighed and waved the thought away.
Never mind, you just got back. Let's get some food first.
They met Ajichi and headed to a quiet restaurant in Ginza. Over food, Hajime recounted everything, from the first-year students' antics to the chaos Yuta missed. Yuta listened closely, smiling at stories of their old classmates and juniors. The nostalgia was clear in his expression. But the peaceful moment didn't last. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the restaurant. Well-dressed customers abandoned their meals and gathered by the windows. Curious, Hajime and Yuta shifted to get a view. Their sharp eyesight quickly picked up the cause. Outside, every giant display screen flickered wildly. then unified. Every single screen in Ginza now played the same mysterious image. Phones across the restaurant buzzed. Customers found the same video streaming on their devices. A middle-aged man appeared on screen. His voice and face were blank.
We live in a lie.
He began.
The world's true face has been hidden. But today, I'll show you what's real. Please listen carefully.
The screens switched to grainy footage. A lone figure, clearly a jujutsu sorcerer, moved through a ruined street, striking at invisible enemies. He broke concrete with ease and hurled destroyed vehicles. To the average person, it looked like bad CGI, a failed film promo. Most laughed. But Hajime, Yuta, and Ajichi didn't. Their faces hardened.
This is...
Hajime muttered. Ajichi immediately began making frantic calls. Hajime ignored his own buzzing phone and kept watching. Whoever was behind this had no intention of making this a local event. The man's voice continued.
Supernatural powers exist. They are called curses, and the ones who battle them.
Then came a horrifying display. The man presented a woman tied to a chair, sobbing. He showed a small white pill, the same substance known as Gokurakugen. He forced it into her mouth. Moments later, she screamed in terror.
Ghosts.
The woman flailed in panic. Then, as though attacked by something invisible, her body floated and twisted in midair. The crowd watching began to retch and scream. It was real, uncensored, unfiltered. The camera panned back to the man.
These gifts are already distributed across the country. You've all been deceived for too long. Accidents, suicides, unexplained deaths.
Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Awakening of Truth, 5 months ago. Chapter 83, Awakening of Truth.
My name is Takahashi Sazen. I'm 22 this year. My parents divorced when I was very young, so my mother and I depended on each other. After graduating, I joined a well-known company, and I thought life was finally getting better, but last year my mother...
Takahashi Sazen, already dressed and ready for work, opened his front door and bumped into his elderly neighbor. He forced a polite smile, greeted the man, and descended the stairs without a real response. He had lost his job at the big firm. Emotional fatigue and burnout led to his dismissal. Now he worked at a small company, earning just enough to get by alone. He clasped the subway's handrail, staring blankly at the city lights passing by. Fellow commuters discussed yesterday's bizarre national incident in hushed tones. Since the event happened, authorities have tried to reassure the public, but panic remains widespread. Many cities even saw riots. Not only were shocking videos circulating, but international communication had been disrupted. Messages vanished, posting was blocked, and international flights were grounded. While rumors swirled, the official stance seemed strong. Yet what did this have to do with Sazen? The answer, he knew, was deeply personal. He had watched the entire video along with everyone else. He'd even recorded it. An ominous voice echoed in his mind, haunting his dreams last night. The dream showed a man in a nearby park who hinted that hidden medicines could reveal the truth.
You don't really believe in ghosts, do you?
A bystander asked.
Curses, that's what they're calling it now. Sounds like an internet stunt. But that footage...
These snippets looped in Sazen's mind. Curse.
Is this it?
He whispered, heart-pounding. The park was nearly deserted. He found a bag filled with small white pills just where he'd imagined. Its resemblance to the one in the video paralyzed him with fear. He tucked it into his jacket and hurried home. Once inside, he locked the door and replayed the recording of the man feeding that pill to a frightened woman. He compared his pill to the video. It was identical. Could taking it reveal curses? His mother's face flashed before him. He swallowed one dry. He knelt, bracing for poison, but nothing happened.
I don't feel anything. Charlatans after all.
He tossed the bag away, pulled the curtains, and prepared for bed. Then he noticed something under the street lamp outside, a strange shadow, a dog-like creature. He froze. It wasn't a child, but something inhuman.
It's real.
The creature turned. He ducked away, heart racing. He spent the night searching his apartment. No intruders. The creature was real.
Sazen, ignore that jerk. I noticed you've been off the past 2 days. Is it because of the incident?
Sazen took a steady breath.
Ogi!
Ogi hesitated.
Believe it, I've never seen ghosts or monsters, did you?
Sazin held out his palm. A white pill lay there, Ogi gasped.
You're not the sort to prank.
Chapter 84, Don't You Want to Be a Hero?
We contained what we could, but that day's incident reached far beyond our control. The perpetrators were ordinary people with no recollection, like puppets manipulated behind the scenes.
Iiri reported in the conference room at Tokyo Jujutsu High.
Most citizens remained skeptical. Though the police managed the situation quickly and launched a media diversion, two critical issues persist.
He paused, gathering attention before continuing.
The first concern is foreign reaction. We now confirm the network shutdowns and communication blocks weren't accidental, they were deliberate. Whether foreign powers are cooperating with the mastermind remains unclear. Second, and the topic of today's discussion, is the mysterious pill from the video, which apparently enables users to perceive curses.
Iiri set a small plastic bag containing a white pill on the table.
Have we analyzed it? Yes.
Iiri nodded.
Jujutsu High's researchers confirm it indeed grants the ability to see curses. Its properties aren't fully understood. It appears to be synthesized from merged human and curse tissue, enhanced by unknown technology. It likely shares the same origin as the broader phenomenon.
Principal Masamichi Yaga's expression turned grave.
Some people are already convinced. The moment they've taken it, they seek answers. As more people see curses, personal fear intensifies and fear breeds curses themselves.
Kamihara Hajime pressed his hand to his temple as public reports and videos crashed online. Police denials now felt hollow. Those who'd taken the pill were certain of their experience. And with widespread distribution, supplements of the pill were ramping up. Iiri continued.
Yesterday, a company employee used the pill, witnessed a curse firsthand, and shared it. Then others took pills, saw it, and fear mutated into a new curse. The police can't contain this. It's proliferating faster than we can manage.
He took a breath.
We're at a tipping point. A handful of believers is manageable, but once numbers swell, opinion shifts. When the majority claims certainty, resistance collapses. The question, how many people will resist trying it?
One faction favors full suppression, sees the pills, silence the witnesses. But the opposing faction, which Hajime now supports, believes it's too late. The best path is strategic transparency, reveal a controlled version of the truth rather than hiding it completely. Gojo Satoru turned to Hajime.
Hajime-san, your thoughts?
Hajime leaned forward.
It's closer to the latter. You can't bury this. Accidents and deaths that could be seen as unnatural will now be labeled curses. The internet age makes this uncontainable. And the drug is already out there, information spreads regardless.
He paused to voice his biggest fear.
Will this actually empower curses? Has this happened before?
Gojo shook his head.
Not entirely. Although awareness can fuel negative emotions, thereby feeding curses, it also exposes them. If nobody hides, people die in mass, eventually reducing the fuel. If humanity vanished, so would curses. Their existence depends on ours.
Hajime absorbed this.
So we've exposed curses here and severed international spillover. But what exactly is the mastermind after?
Meanwhile, in the realm of cursed spirits, Suguru Gido hosted an unusual gathering of Mahito, Jogo, and others. Jogo grumbled.
Why only this country? Can scattered curses really face off with the two special grade sorcerers?
Gido offered a wry smile.
Actually make that 3. Yudo Akatsu has returned.
He continued patiently.
If exposure is worldwide, humanity fights back, more powerful sorcerers will emerge. You're mistaken if you think cursed spirits survive without humans. Eradicating humanity makes your goal impossible.
Mahito stroked his chin thoughtfully. Jogo, less enthused, asked the real question.
Then why reveal curses? Weren't we aiming to awaken them?
Gido smiled, placing a card on the table.
Why separate them? You were born from humanity's fear of nature. What do people fear most about curses themselves?
Jogo's eyes lit up.
Our awakening accelerates it.
Gido explained.
We're close to the final step. First, we turn this country into a nation of curses, then watch the rest fall into chaos.
Back at Tokyo Jujutsu High, the atmosphere was urgent. Newly formed curses remained easy to eliminate, but public awareness sparked new problems. Jujutsu sorcerers were being eyed with suspicion. Worse still, cult-like factions had formed, trading in cursed medicines, spreading fear, faith, and greed. Police restrictions temporarily calmed things, but the public waters were boiling underneath. Anyone who claimed curses were real immediately drew crowds. Suppression only intensified resistance. At long last, the Jujutsu world and authorities devised a plan, reveal part of the truth, not to shock but to control. A national broadcast would prove curses exist while showcasing that.
We can handle them.
Nationwide broadcast.
See, I told you they're real.
A voice proclaimed.
Yes, curses are born from human negative emotions, but that means they're real and controllable.
Concluded a spokesperson. For the first time, curses entered national discourse. Public trust in the police recovered. Outrage focused on the rogue individual who leaked the footage, not the sorcerers. Dissenters remained a minority. As part of the plan, live exorcism demonstrations were proposed. Having 3 special-grade sorcerers perform public curse beatings could reassure the public and calm fear, turning dread into confidence. Hajime-san frowned at the idea.
Wait, does that mean I'm going public?
Gojo smirked.
Not just Yuta and I too. Think relief through spectacle.
Hajime shook his head.
I don't want it.
Gojo laughed.
Oh, come on, Hajime-san, don't you want to be a hero?
Chapter 85, Live Exorcism.
Is this it?
Principal Yaga Masamichi placed an owl-shaped cursed corpse on the table. Hajime studied it closely.
Yes.
Yaga continued.
This device is a new collaborative creation from Gojo, Satoru, Mei, and myself. It doesn't fight, it captures images and broadcasts them on regular TV.
Hajime hesitated.
Why a live broadcast? It feels.
Yaga quoted Gojo calmly.
The public needs hope to overcome their fear of curses. We'll make it entertaining like superheroes. Show them how easily you exorcise a curse and perceptions change.
He sighed.
That won't solve everything, but it will calm the panic. Meanwhile, the mastermind hasn't moved yet, so prevention remains our strategy.
Hajime couldn't refuse. He drew some comfort knowing Gojo and Yuta Akatsu would also appear. Yaga continued.
It'll be a trial run. You 3 and Maki will be featured. She'll serve as your camerawoman.
Maki raised an eyebrow.
So I'm the camerawoman.
Hajime quickly added.
We can't bring a supervisor on site. We need distance. Better someone with cursed energy training.
Yaga nodded.
Once charged with cursed energy, the device can broadcast for a long time. Just carry it on your shoulder.
At the assigned apartment in Chiyoda. Within hours, cameras went live across Tokyo. Phones and TVs buzzed with the unexpected broadcast. Official announcers introduced the event, and businesses paused to allow employees time to watch. Even bosses joined in. Young and old people tuned in with fascination. High schools couldn't prevent students from watching. Suddenly, supernatural powers weren't myth, they were real. Adults worried. They'd heard curses were immune to bullets. Officials now offered reassurance. Only Jujutsu sorcerers, real-life superheroes, could handle them. Knowing this offered a fragile comfort. Murmurs about fleeing the country faded when citizens learned curses were worldwide. If anyone could combat them, maybe they weren't hopeless. The broadcast begins.
This has to be it.
The screen shimmered and a perfectly composed face filled the screen. Women gasped over his youthful charm and heroic aura. Men whispered questions about his power. Students dreamed of hidden abilities. A banner read, Special Grade Jujutsu Sorcerer Kamihara Hajime. The name sparked excitement. Could a teenager be that powerful? Hajime and Maki arrived at the evacuated building.
You're up against a grade 2 curse.
Maki reminded him. Hajime nodded, recalling Yaga's instructions. Revealing their cursed technique live counted as a binding vow, one potentially amplified under public eyes. He was about to test that. He stepped in front of the camera.
My technique is called Time Wheel.
he announced.
It allows me to manipulate time.
Gasps reverberated from viewers. Controlling time, incredible. Meanwhile, Maki filmed as Hajime Blinktan suddenly appeared at the apartment door, dozens of meters away. Viewers murmured in disbelief, awed by his instantaneous movement. He glanced at Maki with a smile. He could feel the extra energy, the subtle boost the vow granted. It wasn't a breakthrough yet, but his technique felt noticeably sharper. Ascending to the 5th floor, a thunderous knock rattled the hallway. Yaga continued, "This device is a new collaborative creation from Gojo Satoru, Mei, and myself. It doesn't fight, it captures images and broadcasts them on regular TV." Hajime hesitated. Why a live broadcast, it feels.
No surprises, only the curse remains.
Back in Tokyo, commentators urged calm. Through his earpiece, a female voice guided him.
Define cursed spirits and reassure viewers.
He faced the camera.
Cursed spirits are born from negative emotions. This one is grade 2, low level and unskilled. They rely on cursed energy, not weapons. Most humans can't hurt them, but they're not invincible. Fear is often worse than the curse itself.
At the top of the stairs, the curse revealed itself, an upright, tentacled creature with grotesque, deformed features. The live audience went quiet, stunned. Hajime advanced, empty-handed.
Don't be afraid, look at it closely. It's ugly but basic.
Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Mass Production of Cursed Tools, 5 months ago. Chapter 86, Mass Production of Cursed Tools. The cursed spirit's grotesquely long arms lashed through the air, an unsettling sight to any ordinary viewer. But at Kamihara Hajime's speed, everything moved in slow motion. Calm and focused, he stepped forward and caught both arms mid-swing, rendering the creature's assault completely ineffective, like a child flailing helplessly. With a sharp pull, Hajime yanked the cursed spirit toward him, then delivered a crushing front kick. The spirit's body snapped in midair under the force. It was thrown backward, its form twisting as it flew, stirring a sharp gust through the corridor. The wall and window at the end exploded on impact, opening a jagged view of the sky. The sheer speed and brutality of the exchange left the audience stunned. Even through a screen, the raw power displayed offered a first glimpse into the true capabilities of a Jujutsu sorcerer. Without hesitation, Hajime blurred forward, his body trailing after images. Maki followed close behind, the small owl-shaped cursed corpse perched on her shoulder. Their synchronized leap from the 6th floor sent a jolt of exhilaration through the viewers watching from a first-person perspective. Hajime was already on the ground, landing with practiced ease. Maki let the owl take flight, then absorbed the landing with control and grace. She straightened and resumed the live broadcast. The cursed spirit, still dazed from the earlier attack, struggled to rise, but Hajime descended like a hammer, slamming his heel into its back and driving it into the ground. Cracks radiated from the impact. The creature's face contorted further, hideous and wild. Hajime dodged to the side, avoiding a whip-like tongue that shot from its mouth. He had been holding back, using only basic applications of cursed energy. The demonstration was for the public, not a real fight. Under normal circumstances, a cursed spirit of this level wouldn't have lasted a single exchange. Whether this was good or bad luck, for it was up for debate. Reduced to a glorified punching bag, the creature endured Hajime's carefully controlled blows. He limited his strength deliberately, ensuring the fight lasted longer than 2 minutes for the sake of the viewers. In the end, Hajime chose a clean conclusion. He drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi, slicing through the spirit in one swift, merciful motion. To the audience, the monstrous spirit had been helpless. For many unfamiliar with the world of Jujutsu, the sudden realization struck. Perhaps these things weren't as unstoppable as they'd imagined. Once the battle ended, the support team took over the cleanup. There was no need to continue the broadcast. Hajime and the others signed off without fanfare. With only brief nods, they cut the link to the owl-type cursed corpse and ended the stream. Unable to see the public's reaction, Hajime casually prepared to head home. As a streamer, Hajime was far from polished, but the viewers didn't care. Even after his image disappeared from the screen, the stream's popularity only grew. And there was no time for anyone to feel disappointed about Hajime's departure, because at that moment, Gojo Satoru appeared on screen. Hajime had planned to grab a bite on the way back, but that hope died quickly. It finally hit him how massive the impact of a nationally televised live broadcast really was. Too recognizable now, he had no choice but to return directly to Jujutsu High with Maki. On the way back, Panda and the others urged him to watch Gojo's segment. Hajime did, and it was clear Gojo Satoru was built for the spotlight. His presence on a live stream felt completely natural. This time, Fushiguro Megumi accompanied him. Surprisingly, Megumi was at ease on camera, even going out of his way to interact with the audience. The viewers were once again electrified. Gojo's battle captivated them, especially when he unveiled Cursed Technique, Reversal Red, shaking their understanding of Jujutsu to the core. Unlike Hajime, who had to be careful indoors, Gojo operated freely in open terrain. Buildings didn't matter. Safety regulations, optional. The Grade 1 Cursed Spirit Gojo faced stood no chance. He teased it first, explaining random trivia to the audience as if giving a casual lecture, then obliterated it with red. The spectacle was breathtaking. Superpowered hand-to-hand combat was the kind of fantasy that thrilled people, and Gojo's performance made it all feel real. Witty, charming, endlessly confident Gojo stole the show. He appealed to everyone. And with a wink and stylish farewell to the camera, he ended his segment. Next in line, Yuta Akatsu, the third special grade sorcerer to join the nationwide showcase. The public's perception of Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits had changed drastically in a matter of hours. Discussions exploded online and offline alike. Curses and Jujutsu were the new obsession, overshadowing every other headline. Though many details remained mysterious, the sorcerers, each with their own distinct style, had quickly built passionate fan bases. Fear of curses still lingered, of course, but now there was a counterbalance: hope. People began speculating, how long would any cursed spirit last against these three? Some even tried to rank them in terms of power, most just guessing, though a few surprisingly accurate theories floated among the noise. Unbeknownst to the public, some insiders guiding those conversations had been planted deliberately to steer opinion. Hajime knew that for a fact. Back at Jujutsu High, he joined the debriefing. The first operation was deemed a success. The live broadcasts had significantly redirected the public's attention. By presenting Jujutsu sorcerers as guardians rather than shadowy figures, the public now had something else to think about when a curse appeared. Not just fear, but reassurance. And that mattered. This kind of hope, these so-called
Heroes
were exactly what society needed in the face of supernatural threats. There was no more hiding. With cursed spirits now exposed, the existence of Jujutsu sorcerers could no longer remain a secret. After the meeting, Hajime was stopped by Maki's teasing smirk.
You looked pretty pleased when people recognized you, huh? Secretly enjoying the fame.
Hajime rolled his eyes.
I wasn't enjoying it.
Sure.
She said.
Gojo's having the time of his life. He probably wanted to show off purple. Next time, you take the backseat and let me be on camera. My cursed tool skills would blow them away.
Maki paused, imagining the entire nation watching her fight. The idea made her uncomfortable. Thinking about the flood of online comments, she quickly shut the thought down.
You all can enjoy that kind of attention.
Later, Principal Yaga Masamichi brought up a new initiative, refining the national barrier system with the help of Master Tenjin. Despite efforts to contain the situation, the rise in cursed spirits couldn't be stopped completely. The solution? Strengthen and expand barriers across the country, turning them into emergency shelters during curse incidents. Even if they couldn't stop high-level spirits, the extra seconds they bought might save lives. The source of power? That was still being debated, though it was hinted the belief of the people would play a role. Hajime didn't press for details, he had his own idea. After the meeting, he asked to speak with Yaga privately in his office.
What's wrong, Hajime?
Yaga asked with a grin.
You've become a star like Gojo, feeling the pressure.
Please don't tease me, Yaga-sensei.
Hajime sighed.
I had a thought.
Yaga leaned forward, listening.
Cursed tools can be wielded by ordinary people.
Hajime began.
They can't kill a powerful curse, but they can buy time against low-grade ones.
Yaga nodded thoughtfully.
We've considered that, but mass-producing them isn't realistic. They require too much strength and cursed energy, especially high-grade tools, and not every citizen can wield one properly. Even Maki's strength is thanks to a heavenly restriction. I'm not suggesting we arm the public with high-grade weapons.
Hajime replied.
I'm talking about simple cursed tools, enhanced charms, maybe even talismans that interfere with or slow low-grade curses. Something that can delay or distract, not kill.
Yaga narrowed his eyes.
So, a mass-produced defense system. Exactly, and I might have a way.
Hajime went on to explain. He had been working on a new barrier technique as part of mastering domain expansion. Though he hadn't succeeded, he developed a unique barrier that could rapidly accelerate certain processes inside.
In theory, I can use this to speed up the creation of basic cursed tools. 100-fold.
Yaga's eyes widened.
Um,
Yaga's face grew serious.
This could change everything. Let's get Gojo in here, we need to explore this fully.
Chapter 87, Chapter 87, First Meeting with Master Tenjin, 5 months ago. Chapter 87, First Meeting with Master Tenjin. Gojo Satoru was called in first. After hearing the proposal, he looked unusually serious.
It's doable. Tenjin's barrier can gather cursed energy, solving the power issue for mass-producing cursed tools. Even if not everyone gets one, it can still be widely distributed.
He continued thoughtfully.
The Gojo family does have some traditional cursed tool methods, but ironically, the Zenin excel in this more. Even their contributions to the repository are unmatched.
Yaga Masamichi, clearly impatient, interrupted.
We'll discuss that later. I'll confirm with Master Tenjin.
Shortly, Yaga returned and called Kamihara Hajime aside.
Master Tenjin says it's feasible, but he wants to discuss details with you.
Hajime followed Principal Yaga into Hoshi Palace, normally hidden behind shifting barriers that ordinary people could never find. Inside, he found layered underground halls circling a massive tree. At the base was a torii gate embedded in its trunk. Stepping through it, the lights dimmed and a pathway of lanterns appeared. Where moments ago was a palace, now there was a simple tatami room, a low table, an old TV, a vase of fresh flowers, and a window showing a bright blue sky. Before him knelt a strange figure, Master Tenjin. Its form was humanoid at best, its head merely a protrusion with 4 vertically aligned eyes.
Principal isn't staying.
Hajime asked. Tenjin's neutral, genderless voice asked him to sit and introduced tea materializing beside him.
You strike me as extraordinary.
Tenjin said, fixing its many eyes on him.
As for your idea.
Then the master spoke of votive power, a long-forgotten form of cursed energy born from human worship, not purely negative but intertwined with faith and emotion. Though once used rarely to create curses or tools, it was mostly obsolete now. But Tenjin revealed he could channel this votive power to strengthen barriers, and through those barriers, mass-produce simple cursed tools. When the public realizes they can use these tools against minor curses, panic will calm. Tenjin then created a dome-shaped barrier in front of them. Hajime applied his incomplete barrier technique onto it. Tenjin inspected it and nodded approval.
This is promising. We'll rely on ordinary people's energy to power these barriers. Yaga and you will manage the rollout.
As their session ended, the room faded back into the palace's root space. Yaga and Gojo were waiting above. Zenin negotiation task. Yaga, looking uneasy, asked.
Will Zenin agree to this?
Gojo leaned back casually.
We're not asking for their lives, just their manufacturing cooperation. Naobito isn't stupid, he'll go along.
Hajime then learned from Gojo that he'd been chosen as a neutral mediator, but he'd have to visit Zenin personally. Yuta was tied up elsewhere. Hajime sighed and accepted. Yaga reassured him.
Even without Zenin's tools expertise, we won't lag far behind.
Hajime realized he needed someone familiar with Zenin and thought of Maki. Maki's insight. He found her training alone.
I need someone to help with Zenin.
He explained. She paused, then nodded seriously.
Naobito isn't like the rest. He's reasonable, and I know how Zenin work.
Maki stopped her training and gathered her gear.
I'll go with you.
Chapter 88, Negotiations with the Zenins. The Zenin compound stood far from the city, its clustered buildings a solemn sight in the distance. Like Jujutsu High, the compound was protected by a barrier that kept ordinary civilians away, though such defenses meant little to Jujutsu sorcerers who already knew its location. As Kamihara Hajime and Maki approached the outer perimeter, they were stopped by two station guards.
Maki!
One of them asked, visibly uneasy. Though neither visitor exuded hostility, the unexpected arrival of someone like Hajime clearly rattled them. Word had spread within the clan. Naaya had returned in a rage not long ago, and it apparently had something to do with this man. Maki barely acknowledged the two, she couldn't even recall their names. Hajime, however, kept his tone calm and cordial.
I've come to speak with Zenin Naobito, the clan head. It's a matter of importance. Please let him know.
The guards exchanged a glance. One quickly turned to deliver the message, while the other guided the guests to a reception room. Before long, Hajime and Maki found themselves alone.
You can meet with the clan head by yourself.
Maki said, crossing her arms.
Just stick to what I told you. Talk to him directly. They won't lay a hand on you anyway. I've got other things to handle, so I'm not going with you.
Hajime gave her a side glance. Her mind was clearly elsewhere for someone like Maki.
If something's bothering you, just say it. Since when are you the sentimental type?
Snapped from her thoughts, Maki scowled.
You talk too much. I know what I'm doing. If it goes sideways, I'll call you free labor, remember?
He wagged a finger at her.
Wrong. My next decent meal depends on you.
She snorted, and as the banter faded, he added.
You're kind of a celebrity now. Can you even go outside without starting a scene?
After she left, Hajime sat quietly. 1 cup of tea later and still no sign of anyone, he stood up, his patience wearing thin. The guards were nowhere to be seen. On his way through the halls, Hajime stopped a maid. She looked startled, but he managed to gather directions to the clan head's location from her cautious answers. The compound's atmosphere was stifling. Servants avoided eye contact, and Zenin members only gave curt nods, more out of politeness than respect. No one tried to stop him, though. At least they understood his strength. The courtyard he finally arrived at was well guarded, though Hajime could tell the spellcasters stationed there were mostly for show. He sensed hidden sentries, too, until he neared the main house, where they mysteriously vanished. As soon as Hajime dispelled his technique, he heard raised voices from inside. He walked in without knocking. Everyone fell silent. They'd assumed someone had barged in by mistake, but their scolding died the moment they saw who it was.
Kamihara Hajime.
Snapped a young blonde man, Zenin Naaya. Hajime recognized the sharp tongue and arrogant posture.
Oh, if it isn't Zenin's favorite troublemaker.
He said with a light smirk.
What a coincidence. I was starting to think nobody was home. You!
Naaya's temper flared, but before he could explode, the man seated in the center of the room raised a hand.
Please excuse the lack of proper welcome,
said Zenin Naobito, the clan's head.
Family matters, nothing more. Since you're here, do tell us what brings you.
Naobito, with his stark white hair and muscular frame, sat with a relaxed posture, holding a gourd of red wine. What caught Hajime's eye most, however, was the man's perfectly styled mustache, sticking out like twin antennae.
How much maintenance does that thing need?
Hajime wondered. Naobito was more than just appearance, though. He was the father of Naaya and once known as the fastest sorcerer after Gojo Satoru thanks to his projection sorcery. But those days were long past.
I'm here on a minor request.
Hajime began.
You're likely aware of Master Tenjin's plan. We've developed a method to mass-produce low-grade cursed tools to support our operations. To optimize this, I'd like to observe the Zenin technique for crafting cursed tools. Impossible!
Naaya barked.
Why should we hand over our clan's secret, planning to steal it?
Hajime ignored him and looked directly at Naobito.
The world's changing. This is a mutually beneficial opportunity, those who can't see that.
The insult landed, judging by the glares from several elders nearby. Still, no one acted, not with Hajime present. Naobito leaned forward slightly, swirling the wine in his gourd.
And what do you plan to accomplish with this method? Enough to give civilians a fighting chance.
Hajime answered.
At least against low-grade curses.
A long-haired elder with a tied ponytail frowned.
You're talking about mass production how? There aren't enough spellcasters to make that possible.
My technique manipulates time.
Hajime said, casual as ever.
Master Tenjin and I created a barrier system where time flows hundreds of times faster inside, supported by a constant cursed energy stream. A small team can oversee an entire cursed tool assembly line.
Naobito sat up straighter.
So you've modernized the process? Exactly.
After a pause, Naobito asked the real question.
You're aligned with the Gojo family. Why come to Zenin? You're not here just for our icing on the cake, are you?
Hajime sighed.
Gojo and Zenin had their major fallout when both previous heads died in that imperial duel. Since then, it's just petty disputes. And in the middle of this disaster, are you really still thinking about petty pride?
Naobito narrowed his eyes, then chuckled.
Perhaps I was small-minded. Very well, we'll cooperate.
The other elders looked displeased, but Naobito was the one with authority. Still, the elder from before raised another concern.
What about profits? This will go nationwide. What's Zenin's cut? This might disappoint you.
Hajime replied flatly.
The idea is to keep profits as close to zero as possible to benefit the people. There won't be mountains of cash.
Grumbles started, but Naobito silenced them with a swig of wine.
That doesn't matter. Participation is enough. I'll send someone for the records.
He paused, then added.
But I have one more request, something personal.
Hajime tilted his head.
You and Megumi Fushiguro were both raised by Gojo Satoru, weren't you? Help me convince him to return to the Zenin clan. I want to name him the next head.
The room went quiet. Hajime stared. Even Naia's face twisted into disbelief. The elder beside Naobito opened his mouth to protest, but the clan head raised a hand.
It's not a demand, just a message I want you to pass along. He has Zenin blood, that's all. I'll pass it on.
Hajime said flatly.
But I doubt he'll agree. That's fine.
Naobito nodded. The elder who had spoken earlier returned shortly with a book thin, string-bound, and clearly a photocopy. Naobito waved it toward Hajime.
Our cursed tool method. Someone will escort you out.
But Hajime declined politely.
I came with Maki. I'll find her first.
He was led through the compound until he found Maki again, clothes a little scuffed, irritation on her face.
Let's go.
Apparently, she'd gotten into a few rounds of fighting during her time alone. She described it as
Teaching some trash a lesson.
knowing Maki, it was probably worse than she let on, but Hajime didn't press. After returning to Jujutsu High and handing the technique to Principal Yaga, Hajime quickly distanced himself from the logistics. The cursed tool project was tedious. He'd rather exorcise spirits. Barrier construction had begun. The cursed tools would follow. The world, now aware of Jujutsu, needed more than sorcerers, and so recruitment for supervisors began. Unlike sorcerers, supervisors didn't need techniques. Just the ability to handle basic cursed tasks with enough cursed energy. With mass production on the way and barriers going up, manpower was sorely needed. Out of over 100 million people, there were always a few with dormant potential. But they had to be under 30. Older people who hadn't awakened yet had almost no chance of doing so. Exceptions were rare. The Jujutsu world was changing fast. Some even suggested building public Jujutsu schools, but none of that concerned Hajime. He'd just received a mission, and it wasn't your average curse. A special-grade cursed spirit had emerged, straight from the depths of imagination. Sadako Yamamura. A name pulled from horror fiction and pop culture, now a real threat. Chapter 89, The Sadako Incident. Naexu had never experienced such intense fear. Since she was little, she had always been timid. Even simple courage tests with classmates left her trembling. But now, on the verge of graduating high school, the world had pulled a cruel trick. Curses were real. News of horrifying supernatural events exploded across the internet. The only shred of comfort she had was the existence of jujutsu sorcerers. Unlike the infatuated squealing of her classmates, Naexu felt genuine relief knowing that someone, somewhere, could fight back. Still, she'd never seen a curse herself, that is, until last night. Her former middle school classmate, someone she hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly sent her a video. She tapped it without much thought. On screen, a dim forest appeared and in the center, a crumbling stone well. She immediately recognized the reference. Sadako, the cursed videotape. Panic gripped her. She shut the video instantly, but cold sweat drenched her back. Her old friend sent several frantic messages afterward, filled with typos and panic. Apologies, desperation. He confessed he'd shared the video to survive and begged her to do the same. If this had happened a few months ago, she might have dismissed it as a joke. But now, with curses known to be real, only one thought crossed her mind.
This is a real curse event.
Through her mounting fear, a memory surfaced, the emergency hotline for supernatural incidents. Rumor had it someone who dialed it randomly was taken away by the Jujutsu authorities. Her hands shaking, she made the call. A soft, composed woman answered. She listened patiently to Naexu's explanation, took down her details, and stayed on the line to calm her down. Oddly, though terror pressed in on her, Naexu found herself steadying. It wasn't that she wasn't scared, her fingers trembled, her breath was short, but some inner strength allowed her to think clearly. She even planned an escape in case the curse targeted her home. She wouldn't let her sleeping parents get dragged into this. She kept chatting with the woman on the line, unaware that the operator was just as shaken. Unlike civilians, supervisors and jujutsu staff fully understood what Sadako meant. After listening to Naexu's account, the operator triggered the highest emergency protocol she was authorized to use. The moment she heard a curse was spreading via a video, she panicked. This sounded like an imagined special grade, the type born not from history but from the collective belief of the masses. Fortunately, help had already been dispatched. Sorcerers were on their way, and even a special grade had been mobilized. Her job now was to keep the victim calm. That, she did not expect to be easy. But Naexu surprised her. She was.
Don't worry, a special grade sorcerer is on the way. Until then, you'll be escorted to a safe location.
The mention of a special grade snapped Naexu's attention. Her heart skipped. She immediately thought of the three most famous names in the jujutsu world. Just the idea of one of them coming in person gave her hope. She asked who it would be. The operator told her.
Special grade sorcerer, Kamihara Hajime.
Hearing the name, Naexu's breath caught in her throat. Of course she knew him. Everyone did. She'd watched the broadcast on the first day of public disclosure. His performance was brief but unforgettable. Her classmates had screamed and fawned over him, especially when he unleashed his technique. The memory still rang in her ears.
If they find out I'm about to meet Hajime-san in person.
That thought made her flush, but the doorbell broke her chain of thought. Hearing her parents stir, she rushed to the door. Through the peephole, three figures in black suits stood outside. Her heart eased slightly. They confirmed her identity and swiftly led her to a car. Her parents, still groggy, were told everything would be explained. She left quietly. The safe point turned out to be a reinforced building in the suburbs, its interior laced with protective talismans. She was led into a barrier-isolated room with just a chair and headphones. The supervising voices continued reassuring her, but anxiety gnawed at her gut. Then it happened. 23 minutes and 15 seconds after she entered the room, a fluctuation in cursed energy triggered the alarm. She screamed. The observers, stunned, watched as the concrete floor of the room twisted and reshaped into damp soil and tangled weeds, just like the cursed video. It only lasted a few seconds.
Kamihara-sama, here's the report. The cursed individual is within the barrier, but it's not working. About 10 seconds ago, the curse triggered a localized phenomenon inside.
Kamihara Hajime reviewed the briefing. The first victim, Naexu's friend, was already confirmed dead. Based on preliminary analysis, the curse's propagation mimicked the fictional story, a videotape. But unlike the original legend, the delay wasn't 7 days. It could kill within minutes or hours.
Is she still inside?
He received a nod and entered. Inside, Naexu sat trembling. She looked up at him, eyes wide, and whispered.
Hajime-san.
He paused. It was the first time someone addressed him with such reverence. Usually people just shortened his name or added some dumb nickname. Only Gojo-sensei got the
Sama.
treatment. But Kamihara Hajime quickly composed himself. He sat beside her.
Are you experiencing anything unusual physically or mentally?
She shook her head, still stunned that someone her age could look so composed. Her fear melted away just seeing him. Her gaze drifted to the small owl perched on his shoulder, a cursed corpse. Then she blurted out. He smiled faintly.
Yeah, this curse spreads through video, so we're being careful. Don't worry, you won't be on camera. I've already adjusted the angle.
The sudden attention still made her panic a little. The idea that millions might be watching made her blush in embarrassment. Unbeknownst to her, the stream's chat had exploded. Viewers gushed about Hajime's calm voice and demeanor. Even though the girl had clearly suffered a traumatic encounter, many jokingly begged to switch places with her. Hajime, of course, ignored all that. After easing her nerves with light conversation, he slowly returned to the topic. It was definitely a special grade imagined cursed spirit. Worse, its propagation method was wide-reaching. The internet alone could spread the curse worldwide. He suddenly thought of the 88 Bridge incident and how even now, Tsumiki remained in a coma. That curse hadn't been the only one, and this might be the kind of thing behind it. His expression turned cold. He called the spellcasters outside and requested Naexu's phone. The original video was still in her message history. Her phone had been confiscated earlier. After setting the barrier and having the monitoring devices removed, he handed the cursed corpse to her for safety.
I'll watch it myself. If it targets me, I'll deal with it.
He sat down, loaded the video, and hit play. A dim forest. A dry stone well. The soundless pressure that clung to the cursed video felt suffocating. Then slowly a pale figure crawled out. White dress, black hair, the uncanny crawl. It was an almost perfect recreation of Sadako from the horror films. Kamihara Hajime was no fan of horror, but he'd seen classics. None of them compared to the real thing. Still, he wasn't afraid. He was a sorcerer, he killed curses. No matter how terrifying the figure was, he could destroy her. And yet...
Hi.
Then the image glitched. A decayed eye filled the screen, rotting flesh, black hair spilling everywhere. The image swelled with cursed energy. Kamihara Hajime narrowed his eyes.
So that's your game.
Chapter 90, Chapter 90, Cursed Video Special Grade Encounter, 5 months ago. Chapter 90, Cursed Video Special Grade Encounter. The terrifying face on the screen lunged forward, making Kamihara Hajime retract his earlier thoughts. What lay beneath the curtain of long, black hair was not human. A single rotten eye stared out from a face stripped of all other features: no nose, no mouth, nothing that could be called human. Hajime couldn't even confirm if the thing had a body beneath the white clothes and tangled hair. He stared into the screen's eye for several seconds before the footage cut back to the stone well. The entire video was short, abrupt. What once might have been dismissed as a cheap horror clip was now a genuine, deadly curse. Across from him, Naexu, still clutching the owl-shaped cursed corpse, watched nervously. When Hajime put down his phone and no signs of a curse manifesting followed, he asked for an update on the previous victim. The woman's heart had rotted away without a single mark on her skin. She died alone in her apartment, and neighbors hadn't noticed anything strange. So far, the curse seemed to kill only those who viewed the video, suggesting it operated remotely or from a long distance. Whether it could curse multiple people at once was still unknown. The so-called
initial spreader
was likely not the first. There must be others who forwarded the video, unseen, unreported, perhaps already dead. As Hajime took the cursed corpse back from Naexu, the stream audience wailed. Their view had just gone dark. Hajime's profile appeared only occasionally now as he moved out of camera frame. While considering how best to draw the curse out, a new report arrived. Someone else had watched the video and called for help, but they were panicking, driving aimlessly across town. The operator barely managed to get their location before the signal weakened. Hajime moved fast. He couldn't leave Naexu behind. If the curse targeted victims sequentially, she might trigger another outbreak near the base. Bringing her was the safest option. They got into the car and drove toward the last known signal. Meanwhile, somewhere on the highway,
Wild!
Jujutsu sorcerer to lend their program's authenticity. Though the man wasn't powerful by professional standards, he knew how to entertain. Asano produced shows featuring him talks, faux tutorials, even
Behind the curtain.
curse discussions for curious viewers. He believed the worst of the curse era was behind them. Life had continued smoothly until yesterday. Browsing his hobby forum, Asano opened what he thought was a video from a beginner asking about a new model kit. What played was a familiar sight: forest, stone well, dread dripping from every frame. It hit him all at once. He'd seen this before, years ago with his wife during a movie night. Back then, her fear had made him feel brave. Now he was alone and terrified. The video vanished almost instantly. He couldn't even confirm if it had truly played. Gripped by panic, Asano lied to his wife, claiming he had to work late. He fled their home in his car, barely able to think. On the road, he scoured social media and found the official Jujutsu emergency contact. Relief came only when he was told that a special-grade sorcerer had been dispatched. But then the road changed. The pavement around him was suddenly overrun with half-dead weeds, and trees that hadn't been there moments ago rose like skeletal arms along the roadside. He hit the gas. The operator's voice in his ear was distant now, barely comprehensible over static and the roar of his engine. Every tree looked unnatural. The headlights barely illuminated a few feet ahead. He couldn't even see the passenger seat beside him. Then he saw it. A flash of white long hair, no face. A second later, a withered well appeared on the road where the figure had stood. He swerved, the car twisted violently and smashed into a tree. The airbag saved his life, but his head swam. Through blurred vision, he spotted a figure standing before the well. And then,
No signal.
not far away, the tracking system in Hajime's vehicle lost connection with Asano's phone. That area wasn't remote, the signal shouldn't have vanished.
Curse outbreak.
Hajime muttered. New intel confirmed his suspicion. The curse had likely begun to manifest in full.
I'll take her ahead, you return.
He told the driver. Without waiting, Hajime grabbed Naexu's wrist and activated his technique. The world froze, cars, streetlights, even insects in midair locked in time like painted scenery. Hajime pulled her from the car, apologizing briefly. Then the whirlwind began. Reality bent around them, scenery flickering like ink on wet parchment. To Naexu, it was surreal, as if they had slipped into an abstract painting. But Hajime's expression was fixed, calm, focused.
Something similar to an innate domain.
He noted under his breath. Following the trail of residual cursed energy, he pinpointed the scene. The air was heavy with malevolent intent. The trees around them twisted unnaturally, and the curse's presence hung thick. They arrived too late. Asano lay lifeless on the ground, his expression locked in primal fear. Before him stood the white-clad figurehair like an oily curtain, her body more suggestion than flesh.
Stay back.
Hajime said firmly, lowering Naexu behind him. He released his technique and reversed some of the temporal backlash she'd suffered, then immediately activated it again. Sadako had already noticed them. She didn't turn. Instead, an eye opened in the back of her head, nestled between strands of black hair. Hajime didn't flinch. In one smooth motion, he summoned Tatsuki no Tsurugi, slicing through the curse like a sword through clay. Her form shattered into blocks, but there was no blood, no flesh. What spilled was something unknown. Her robes weren't clothes, they were part of her. He retrieved Asano's body and once more released his technique. The live stream flickered violently. Viewers saw a brief blackout, then a jarring shift. They were met with the image of Sadako.
She's not gone.
Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Bonus The Curse in the Well, 5 months ago. Chapter 91, Bonus The Curse in the Well. After Hajime effortlessly dealt with Sadako, Her cursed body was torn apart and slowly dissipated into nothingness. The audience, still riding the high of victory, erupted in cheers. But even as Hajime remained composed, another sinister figure began crawling out from the dry well's depths. The crowd watching the broadcast fell into a collective silence. A cold dread crawled up their spines, freezing their breath. Thankfully, the appearance of a curse wasn't contagious. The viral nature of the video had nothing to do with its visuals, it was the curse embedded in the footage itself. Even if it played something harmless like Makapaka, the curse would still trigger. Sadako, however, seemed to lack sentience. She followed a programmed pattern, mechanical, predictable, and incapable of deception. Standing beside Hajime, Asano Ikiki still hadn't come to his senses. His mind replayed that horrifying face and the intense pain that had pierced his chest moments ago.
I should be dead.
Then, his dazed eyes landed on the person next to him, someone unfamiliar, yet instantly recognizable. It only took a glance for him to realize it was Kamihara Hajime, the special-grade sorcerer whose name had been buzzing non-stop during the livestream.
Thank.
Asano's gratitude was cut short by the reappearance of the nightmare. A figure began crawling out of the dry well again, and the memory of his own death surged back violently.
Stay back with her.
Hajime said calmly. Naexu reacted instantly, grabbing Asano and pulling him to safety. The new Sadako glared at Hajime, a venomous look in her one exposed eye. Her cursed aura and energy signature were identical to the previous one that had just been exorcised. It was clear now this wasn't resurrection. If anything, it meant her core body hadn't been destroyed, the others had been extensions. Verification was simple: eliminate her again.
Time arrow pierce.
Cursed energy flared at Hajime's fingertips. Sadako extended a pale, skeletal arm from beneath her tattered sleeve, but before she could move further, a radiant flash erupted, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Now clearly visible to both the bystanders and countless viewers, Sadako's upper half, and the tunnel behind her, was completely vaporized into a blank void. Her shredded body fell limply to the ground, yet the cursed well stood unchanged, its mouth dark and lightless. Then, under Hajime's gaze, a pale hand reached up once more, skeletal fingers gripping the well's edge. That chilling eye, obscured by long black hair, followed. She crawled out jerky, insect-like and human. And then another arm emerged, then another. In just seconds, 3 identical Sadakos stood side by side on the moss-covered ground. Including the 2 he had already destroyed, Hajime had now faced 5 in total. Their cursed energy signatures were still exact matches. All 3 raised their pale arms in eerie synchronization. Hajime didn't stop them, he wanted to observe. Once raised, their cursed attack struck. From 10 meters away, Hajime felt a brief sharp pain in his heart, which vanished immediately under the effects of his technique reversal. But behind him there was a thud, then another. Turning, he saw both Asano and Naexu collapsed, faces twisted in lingering fear. Time wheel reverse. They gasped back to consciousness, trembling. Realizing they were still alive, they both looked at Hajime with the same awe-filled expression.
Their technique is basic.
Hajime muttered.
One form of attack, but there's a clear anomaly.
He adjusted his grip on Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and without another word, the Sadakos crumbled like faulty puppets. With a flick of his hand, Hajime sealed Asano and Naexu into protective amber, then stepped into time null state and moved toward the cursed well. It hadn't vanished yet, its brief permanence was its weakness. Drawing both Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Anakiri, he dove in. Darkness swallowed him, but he landed seconds later on solid ground. The dim light barely revealed his surroundings. It looked like the surface-withered trees, a forest stand in the distance, yet another identical dry well. But Hajime knew better. This was no illusion or time loop. The aura here was dense, suffocating, something primordial. A strange gurgling echoed nearby. Hajime dispelled his technique and stepped toward the new well, peering inside. This time, no darkness blocked his view. Instead, he saw pulsing, writhing flesh, deep purple and dark red, twisting, breathing, and glowing from within. Before he could study it further, 5 Sadakos lunged from the shadows, interrupting him. Their attacks targeted his heart directly again, but they were useless against Hajime's technique reversal. He sliced them down effortlessly. But more Sadakos were forming out of thin air, some already transparent.
There's no end to them.
Clutching both blades, Hajime stood ready as monochrome hues bled into the world around him. Countless eyes emerged from the dark, watching him, judging him. Another wave of Sadakos attacked. The pain was worse this time, strong enough to crack his skin. His body even showed the first signs of decay. But it was all reversed immediately. His technique reversal triggered automatically with the slightest damage to vital organs. They had only one chance to strike together. Now it was Hajime's turn. He re-entered time null state and unleashed hell. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Anakiri became extensions of a storm, slicing through the curse-born monstrosities. By the time his technique was dispelled, 286 Sadakos had been erased. None survived. Hajime reappeared by the well, cursed energy glowing in his hand.
Time arrow.
The explosion of power wiped away the cursed flesh within the well completely. It wasn't the main body, just the cursed womb. Sadako Yamamura had yet to truly emerge. The shadows before had all been her proxies, simple, fragile, and short-lived. But she was nearing her true birth. If she fully manifested, the devastation wouldn't be limited to just one city. After destroying the fleshy mass, the well's stone walls became visible again, but the anomaly didn't fade. Suddenly, Hajime leaped back as black water surged from the well. From it, a new Sadako emerged, one unlike the others. Her movements were more refined. Her head lifted, revealing a face half-rotten, skull visible beneath the skin. From the jagged opening of her mouth, broken sounds began to emerge. The first word was a shriek, impossible to make out, but the next.
Domain expansion.
Everything went black, so dark that Hajime couldn't even see his hand. The only light shone from directly above. Looking up, he saw the opening of the well. Blue bricks, familiar stone. This was the original cursed well. Before he could react, a giant shadow began sliding across the circular opening above. Hajime recognized it, a heavy stone lid grinding into place. Once it closed, he'd be sealed inside, killed by the domain. But Hajime wasn't going to follow her rules. He forced the time wheel to halt forward and reverse, colliding at once. It only lasted a fraction of a second, imperceptible to most. But it was enough. The domain collapsed, unable to complete itself. Hajime returned to the forest as the cursed technique unraveled. Sadako, still midair, was ripped apart, her domain breaking into fragments around her. She had no defense left. Hajime's blade struck, impaling her completely. Her twisted body struggled for only a second before turning to dust. This time it was over. With the true Sadako destroyed, the cursed well finally collapsed. The strange forest vanished, replaced by familiar scenery. Asano, Naexu, and the massive audience remained frozen in shock. The black orb that had enclosed them shattered within seconds, followed by the cursed well dissolving into mist. And then Hajime stepped into view. He sheathed his swords. It was done. The curse known as Sadako Yamamura, a hypothetical special-grade cursed spirit, had been exorcised. Scene change: Shibuya, Tokyo. Following the public curse incident, underground jujutsu matches, especially those organized by Kinji Hikari, skyrocketed in popularity. Once secretive, they were now massive events, drawing huge crowds and betting pools. But today, Hikari was approached by some unexpected visitors.
You're telling me to abandon what I love and go back to those passionless duties.
Hikari muttered, lounging on a couch. Kurara Hoshi, dressed like a Gyaru, sat beside him. Opposite them sat Panda from the second year, and Megumi Fushiguro, a serious first year from Tokyo Jujutsu High.
You know this isn't allowed, right?
Megumi said firm.
And with the rise in cursed spirits lately, Hajime said you can't just sit this out. I get it.
Megumi added.
You've been through a lot, but what happened before, it won't happen again. Jujutsu High, and honestly, all of Japan, needs your strength.
Gojo-sensei and the others are holding things down, but we can't keep up with the rate of curse births. We need you, senpai.
Hikari leaned forward, silent at first, then his eyes sharpened.
What about you, Megumi Fushiguro?
Megumi blinked.
What?
Hikari's voice cracked with sudden passion.
Where's your drive? You say you care about all this. Then show me.
He stood energized.
Let's fight here and now. Convince me with action. Let me feel your conviction. Show me.
Chapter 92, Chapter 92, The Clash of Passion, 5 months ago. Chapter 92, The Clash of Passion.
All right, how do we set the terms?
After a quiet moment's thought, Megumi Fushiguro finally nodded to Kinji Hikari's challenge. Beside him, Panda couldn't help but protest, calling it unfair and joking that they should instead Hajime to fight. Kinji Hikari simply smirked and met Megumi's determined gaze. He thought this could be entertaining.
It's simple. You don't have to beat me. I just need excitement.
He declared.
Whether it's driving those pain-in-the-ass guys off or turning this into a full-blown sorcerer brawl, it's all for passion. Without passion, it's like eating unseasoned noodles, bland and empty.
He watched Megumi's tightened expression but ignored it. All that mattered was the spark that might ignite soon.
So,
Announcer in a suit.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to an unprecedented spectacle. Introducing the host, the man who runs this building and loves to gamble with his own life, Kinji Hikari.
Hikari strolled in from the aisle, hands in jacket pockets and a lazy grin on his face. And his challenger, Megumi Fushiguro from Tokyo Jujutsu High, master of shadow technique. The crowd erupted. The presence of both the event's organizer and a high-profile sorcerer from Jujutsu High sent adrenaline surging through them. Kinji stepped into the center of the ring. The bottom 3 floors of this renovated building were open air, with giant screens broadcasting the fight.
Inspired by headquarters, I found a sorcerer whose technique allows me to stream jujutsu here.
He announced, peeling off his jacket to reveal a short-sleeved shirt and toned arms.
Cursed energy broadcast is one thing. I just need to supply the energy.
He turned to Megumi.
So don't hold back. Use your technique however you want.
Megumi formed the familiar seals.
Divine dogs, totality.
A massive shadow wolf appeared behind him, while dark rope-like tendrils wrapped around his arm. As the announcer continued, the match began. Ground cracked under Kinji's feet as he dashed forward, cursed energy trailing from his fists. Divine dogs moved out front, silent yet swift. Its claws swiped at Kinji. He leaned in, dodged timing perfect, and punched the wolf directly in the head. It spun through the air off balance. That left Megumi open. With calm precision, he struck at Kinji's abdomen using Tang's snake. Kinji barely managed to block with his offhand, though the electric shock seared his muscles. He kicked back hard, sending Megumi flying. Kinji's expression turned playful as he eyed the tendrils coiling around Megumi's arm.
Another Shikigami different style from the wolf. Fine, my cursed energy resists this kind of damage.
He stepped forward again.
To beat a Shikigami user, you go after the master.
Megumi ground his teeth in pain.
It's exactly as Gojo-sense said.
Megumi shifted tactics. Divine dogs recovered and stepped in front of him. He released Tang's snake and began forming new seals, new Orachi Max Elephant.
Technique amplification, ox.
Divine dogs dissolved into shadows. In their place, a titanic, horned beast erupted forward, its claws massive and aura oppressive beyond belief. The crowd roared. But Kinji blocked it without flinching, a wild grin spreading across his face. The surge of pure power thrilled him.
Absolutely superb.
He charged, the ox roared, swinging its claw. The spectators' excitement crescendoed as dust and debris flew. Kinji was slammed back through the dust, blood staining his lips. Still, he rose, steps unsteady but eyes alight. He was just getting started. Megumi steeled himself across the ring. Kinji grinned and formed 2 seals in the air. An underwhelming moment until...
Domain expansion, dice game of death.
The crowd watched breathlessly as both fighters and the ox vanished. On the massive screens, their figures reappeared in a sea of scanners and rule panels, Kinji's domain. Megumi read the floating interface. This was a modern, probabilistic domain.
If he gets the jackpot, he gets a major buff. I can't let him maintain it.
Megumi's own domain was half-formed. If he triggered it, Kaleidoscope might clash, but only briefly. He steered the ox in a forward strike.
1 in 239 chance. You're toast.
He called out.
Is that so?
Kinji parried awkwardly, shrugging off the assault. A golden flash, a train station appeared on screen. Megumi's heart pounded. Kinji hit the jackpot. Kinji's domain flicked to the platform. He dodged the ox's charge through a phantom train and stood unscathed. A nearby girl waved as the train departed. The image vanished. He reappeared, victorious. Megumi watched as Kinji's wounds vanished. It wasn't reverse cursed technique.
This is the domain's healing effect.
Megumi realized.
He's infinite energy and unstoppable for a time. You ready?
Kinji called.
4 minutes and 11 seconds. My domain gives infinite cursed energy.
He vanished, the ox collapsing behind him. Watching Kinji fireball again, Megumi gritted his teeth.
He's right, the buff is real, if he can spam his domain like Gojo.
Shadows erupted, forming a massive dome. Kinji emerged from the dust storm to survey it. He smiled.
You got your domain now, huh? Looks incomplete.
Megumi relaxed his expression, then unleashed technique amplification. The ox doubled in size, horns, eyes, tentacles all shifting. Shadow Buddha, Shadow Deer, Shadow Snake merged into one dreadful monster. It charged with devastating speed. Kinji, powered by his infinite energy buff, stood firm. Every strike he delivered healed before he even flinched thanks to passive cursed energy recovery. The ox itself also regenerated, courtesy of the round deer sub-ability. Hakari's grin didn't falter. This was the fight he'd craved. He drew a deep breath and said,
Let's finish this with the BGM.
Chapter 93 Chapter 93, Clash in the Shadow Arena, 5 months ago. Chapter 93, Clash in the Shadow Arena. Kinji Hakari was brimming with excitement, practically on fire, yet he managed to restrain himself just enough to avoid destroying the arena during his brawl with the ox. Had he not held back, the building might have crumbled under the force of their battle, putting the unsuspecting spectators in danger. The size difference between the two was stark, but the power behind each blow stunned the audience. Both combatants possessed terrifying regenerative capabilities. Severed limbs and brutal hits meant little in a battle where recovery was nigh instantaneous. This was a battle of fists and spirit. Kinji Hakari's invincibility period stretched for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Since this wasn't a life-or-death duel, he had the luxury to waste time. Megumi Fushiguro, however, was nearing his limit. Expanding his 10 Shadows technique to such a degree was already pushing his endurance. The clash between the ox and Kinji Hakari was made possible largely due to Megumi's domain expansion. Even his incomplete domain had powerful effects, notably in amplifying the 10 shadows. The cursed energy consumption and technical strain were mostly counteracted by the domain itself. But Hakari's next domain expansion would completely overwhelm the semi-finished one Megumi had created. The victor was becoming clear. The once stable shadow domain began to boil violently. The ox suddenly started shifting, its form flickering between substance and shadow like a dancing flame, becoming even more grotesque and formidable. It moved freely within the surging shadows of the domain. Hakari's punches no longer shredded flesh. Instead, they passed through as if hitting liquid shadow. In contrast, the ox's blows landed with real, tangible force. Its new form translated cursed energy into raw power. It grew in size, with massive fists and monstrous tentacles nearly swallowing Hakari whole. Except for its head and striking limbs, the rest of its form turned fluid and intangible. Hakari took several hard hits during this new transformation, yet to him, they were just fuel for the fire.
HMPH /tilde.
Hakari straightened his twisted torso, exhaled sharply, and slicked back his hair with satisfaction.
1 minute and 23 seconds left. Fushiguro, you can't hold out much longer, right? Let's wrap this up.
Cursed energy erupted from Hakari, nearly engulfing him in a blinding aura. Shadows swelled around him, and with blinding speed, he appeared before the ox. The beast, despite the gaping holes now in its torso and skull, barely flinched. Its claws snapped at Hakari from both sides while shadow tentacles pierced through gaps, skewering him. Leaping into the air, Hakari twisted, delivering two spinning kicks that sliced deep into the ox's claws. Black ichor rained down like ink. Then he seized two tentacles, ignoring the three that impaled him. Yet the tentacles he grabbed began to melt and merge, trapping Hakari inside a fused mass. The enormous shadow limb slammed him into the ground, erupting waves of darkness.
Haha, that's intense.
Blood gushed from Hakari's mouth, yet he laughed as though exhilarated. He jammed both arms into the now solidified tentacle that pinned him, tearing it apart.
Break!
Flooding his limbs with cursed energy, Hakari shredded the containment. Then, grabbing a retracting tentacle, he dug his feet in and pulled with raw power. The massive ox lost balance and was flung through the air. It crashed down hard, sending shockwaves and inky rain flying. As Hakari prepared to repeat the move, the tentacle in his grip disintegrated into shadows. Suddenly, a monstrous head emerged from the earth, bursting upward with a tidal wave of cursed energy. The ox had shed its lower body, replacing it with four grotesque claws that surged forward, engulfing Hakari. Though his figure vanished, the battle music, a telltale sign of his domain's rhythm, still echoed. He was alive. Megumi felt blood on his lips. He was close to his limit and knew that defeating Hakari might be beyond him.
Still not enough. My mastery of the technique, my cursed energy output.
Megumi didn't believe in invincibility. Reverse cursed techniques had efficiency limits and varied in quality. Hakari's regenerative power came from immense cursed energy, but Megumi believed that, with enough concentrated damage, even he could be brought down. He had seen far more terrifying healing abilities. Compared to those, even Hakari's seemed manageable. Ideally, he would have ended this with a domain clash, but his own domain wasn't complete. And sometimes, a small difference decides everything. The failure to overwhelm Hakari's domain sealed his defeat.
What a pity!
This wasn't a fight against a true enemy. Megumi couldn't bring himself to use his last resort. Boom! Hakari's fist met the Ushioni's. Their collision shattered the shadow waves. But as the Ushioni began to dissolve and the domain faded, even the ever-present music finally stopped. Hakari stretched and smiled.
Fushiguro, you were excellent.
The announcer's voice boomed.
And the victor, owner of this arena, the unshakable gambler Kinji Hakari.
Hakari strolled over, hands in his pockets.
How are you holding up?
Megumi shook his head and summoned a small round deer. After healing himself, his expression improved slightly.
I didn't defeat you.
As they walked backstage, Megumi muttered. Hakari paused, then laughed in realization.
Don't worry about it. I'll wrap things up here and return to Jujutsu High with you.
Megumi looked puzzled. Just then, Panda and Karara Hoshi joined them.
Hakari was going back anyway.
Panda explained with a shrug.
He just wanted a good fight.
Karara nodded in agreement. Hakari chuckled. Megumi said nothing more. The battle had pushed him to new heights and he had no complaints. Any grievances stayed locked behind his calm demeanor. Hakari quickly handled arena matters, delegating everything to his subordinates. Most matches here were part performance, part real fight. As long as the crowd was entertained, the illusion worked. Hakari's absence might dim the spectacle, but operations would continue. Once things were in order, the four of them departed for Tokyo Jujutsu High. The incident with the cursed womb Sadako left the world shaken, not because of overwhelming power, but because of its potential to kill ordinary people. Had it matured fully, the death toll could have been catastrophic. Thanks to quick intervention, disaster was averted. Yuta Akatsu handled threats while Kamihara Hajime was elsewhere. As a result, barrier development accelerated, and cursed tool production entered mass planning. Hajime's role focused on embedding his technique into these systems. Tokyo Jujutsu High led this effort, joined by key groups. Atsuya Kusakabe took on a senior position. The Zenin clan, the Gojo family, and even the Kamo clan were involved. Hajime's rare meeting with a Gojo clan representative stood out. The man was refined, humble, and low-key, unlike most of the big three families. The Kamo clan, lacking cursed tool expertise, bartered with unique techniques and jujutsu research to participate. Ultimately, Gojo's faction and Jujutsu High gained the most influence. The central forces of the jujutsu world had united. Supervisor recruitment increased nationwide. Even some ordinary citizens born with cursed energy were welcomed into the fold. Meanwhile, headquarters moved to shift public attention. A high-level curse near Kyoto was initially ranked as special grade. Gojo Satoru, the most logical choice, had just completed another mission but headquarters didn't send him. Instead, they deployed 3 mysterious individuals, masked and unnamed, each reportedly possessing special grade power. These agents exorcised the curse with ease and were introduced as headquarters' secret trump cards. Even Hajime recognized the strategy. With public attention favoring the famed master-disciple trio Gojo, Yuta and Hajime headquarters risked becoming irrelevant. This move rebalanced perception. They wanted to make sure the public didn't see only Gojo's faction as relevant. Though Gojo himself didn't care, Hajime understood the motivation.
Let them chase titles if they want.
Hajime thought,
Being special grade doesn't make you powerful. You're powerful, and that's why you're special grade. And even then, there are levels to that, too.
Chapter 94, What Type of Woman Do You Like? Yaga Masamichi was on the verge of being named the 5th special grade sorcerer. During this period, the nationwide fortification of barrier systems progressed rapidly. In major areas, shelters had already been constructed. For instance, in places like Shibuya, if a curse incident occurred, civilians could quickly retreat into designated shelters. Supervisors on duty could also adjust barrier efficiency depending on the threat. Tests showed that at maximum output, the barriers could hold off second-grade curses and weaker ones until jujutsu sorcerers arrived. Against strong second-grade threats nearing first-grade, the barriers could only hold for a short time. First-grade curses could overwhelm them, though the delay could still allow for evacuation. Special-grade threats, however, were beyond these barriers' capacity. Shelters were equipped with multiple exits. Even if a barrier was breached, people could escape through various routes. This design took into account that curses typically needed time to eliminate targets, so scattering evacuees increased survival odds. Another major initiative was the mass production of cursed tools. Kamihara Hajime had inspected the first batch personally. Currently, 3 types were in production: wooden fish, talismans, and barrier cores embedded in structures. Their purposes were detection, disruption, and defense, respectively. If a curse aura exceeded a set threshold, the wooden fish, an immobile, unstrikable, head-sized artifact, would emit a loud, unmistakable sound. These were arranged in overlapping zones so nearby areas would also be alerted. Talismans were designed to repel or stun low-level curses. 4th-grade spirits usually fled or froze. 3rd-grade spirits resisted more, so the recommended strategy was to deploy the talisman and head immediately for shelter. 2nd-grade spirits were largely unaffected, but talismans still offered a slim chance of survival for ordinary people. The final tool, the barrier core, originated from a concept within the Zenin clan's 10 Shadows technique. It was used to reinforce the power and reach of existing barriers. More tools may be added in the future, but for now, development was overseen by Kusakabe-sensei and other clans. Hajime stepped back after confirming production was on track. Everyone was stretched thin. Not just Hajime and the other special grades Hakari Kinji, Hoshi Karara, the second years like Maki, and the first years were all busy with curse exorcism assignments. Most worked in pairs, gradually gaining public recognition. The public's understanding of jujutsu sorcerers deepened, especially after missions began live streaming. Naturally, prominent sorcerers like Megumi Fushiguro and Inumaki Toge became popular. Yaga Masamichi also advanced the creation of cursed corpse familiars. His dog-shaped familiars simplified versions of the white wolf were now semi-mass producible. Though the bodies were built by logistics personnel, Yaga alone crafted the cores. These cursed corpses, distributed mainly to law enforcement, looked like real dogs and could follow basic commands. If destroyed, they could be rebuilt as long as their core remained. Their design made them ideal scouts for hazardous conditions. Yaga and the Gojo family collaborated on this project, excluding other parties. Headquarters, naturally, were displeased. The curse outbreaks that began with Sadako were only the beginning. Others like Kayako, Hakishakusama, and Hanako soon followed. These were grade 1 to special grade threats. Hajime and his peers were constantly on missions. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro and Itadori Yuji were progressing through first-grade evaluations. Megumi was also offered access to 10 Shadows records, probably Naobito Zenins, doing but showed no interest in the Zenin clan itself. He gladly accepted the records, though, in exchange from Hajime. Other family arts also circulated. Hajime juggled studying these with his assignments and what he considered equally essential, finding time to rest. Finishing missions too fast only led to more tasks. Without breaks, he'd burn out. Even office workers get weekends. Hajime often had to respond to emergencies in the dead of night. Then there were the 3 mysterious special grade sorcerers endorsed by headquarters. Each wore distinct masks, a white and gold fox, a white crow, and a black ape with twin swords. They had proven capable of exercising special grade cursed spirits. Hajime, however, was skeptical. With no prior records, he suspected they were artificially created using powerful cursed objects bonded to compatible hosts. Their sudden rise, likely orchestrated to boost the headquarters' influence, didn't sit right with him.
If I met them in person, I could be sure.
Hajime thought.
But it's probably unnecessary.
Elsewhere, Suguru Gido, unseen by the Jujutsu world for some time, watched a livestream from a sofa. On the screen, Yuta Akatsu and Yuji Itadori battled a curse. Another screen displayed a paused image of Hajime. Mahito and Jogo watched alongside him. Frustrated, Mahito scratched his head.
They're guarding Sukuna's vessel too well. He's always with Yuta or that Hajime. Should we target the special grade instead?
Gido grinned.
No need to rush. I've prepared something special, but it must unfold step by step. First, we seal Gojo Satoru and tie down Kamihara Hajime, then only Yuta Akatsu, 1 special grade, and our target remain.
He gestured toward the image of the masked special grades. Jogo frowned.
Are you sure those tools on them can do what you said?
Gido smirked.
No doubt, we're talking about the King of Curses from 1,000 years ago. This will be fun.
Then, with a shift in tone, he looked at them.
Jogo Mahito.
Jogo remained calm.
You humans are arrogant. I used to wonder what truly separates curses from humans. Is it form, soul? If so, how are we different from you?
Steam rose from his head.
We feel joy, anger, sorrow. We have family, comrades. If I must die for the future of curses, I welcome it.
Mahito, smiling, nodded.
Same here. Maybe one day more like us will be born. It's an exciting thought.
Gido's smile didn't fade.
Good, let's give the world a surprise.
At Jujutsu High, after a mission, Hajime heard a woman's voice call his name. He turned to see a tall, radiant blonde with a dazzling presence. On her shoulder coiled a snake-like cursed spirit. Hajime recognized her instantly. Yuki Tsukumo, special grade sorcerer and AI to-do's teacher. Before he could greet her, she grinned.
Hey, what type of woman do you like?
It was a familiar question. Without hesitation, Hajime replied.
Probably the mature type. Of course, looks matter, but character even more.
Yuki laughed, slapping his shoulder.
Different answer than AI, but solid taste.
Chapter 95, Chapter 95, A Trap, Something Stronger, 5 months ago. Chapter 95, A Trap, Something Stronger.
It was quite a hassle returning from abroad. Ever since I heard the curses here were exposed, all routes back were cut off from the outside. In the end, it was the local side that came to pick me up.
Yuki Tsukumo and Hajime walked side by side, with Yuki recounting her struggles abroad. After the incident occurred, she prepared to return, but the silent blockade enforced by foreign powers made it nearly impossible. Ultimately, the local authorities arranged for her return. What the public didn't know was that this blockade targeted mass evacuations. Isolated individuals slipping through were of little concern to them. In other words, small ripples didn't matter. The Japanese government, of course, kept this hidden. Even the elite who could have escaped were restrained by strict regulations.
So much has changed in my absence. I heard about the live broadcasts. I just saw Gojo Satoru. He's as dramatic as ever.
She added, chuckling. Hajime listened quietly as they arrived at the edge of the school playground, a familiar hangout for Jujutsu High students. Yuki sat on the ground, taking in the surroundings.
If you've got something to say, say it.
Hajime said bluntly as he joined her. Yuki smirked.
Am I really that indecisive? Maybe the environment really does change people.
Her tone shifted.
I came to you for several reasons, but the main one is simple. I want to understand the current state of the country. AI to do isn't the type to care. The folks at headquarters are more annoying than helpful. And go.
She stared into Hajime's eyes.
You and Yuta Akatsu are my best options. Do you understand your position, your importance, your power?
Hajime followed her meaning without trouble.
Yeah, I get it. For example, if Gojo-sensei wanted to, we could wipe out headquarters. The so-called Big Three families.
He added.
But eventually, those old fossils will have to step aside. This era doesn't belong to them anymore. Hopefully, they'll realize that.
Yuki rested her chin on her hand, smiling in agreement.
You think they're obsolete too. I once considered teaming up with Gojo, but we didn't see eye to eye. Headquarters, the Zenin and Kamo factions, even Tenjin, they are all relics of a bygone era.
Hajime nodded.
Things are changing. Gojo's come to some realizations. He and Principal Yaga have been working non-stop.
Changing the subject, Yuki asked.
I once posed this question, but never got a satisfying answer. Hajime, what's your take on solving the curse problem at its root?
Hajime narrowed his eyes. It wasn't an easy question, but he gave it thought. The origin of curses was clear, but solutions were elusive. Either everyone becomes a jujutsu sorcerer, able to control their cursed energy and stop it from leaking, or everyone becomes like those with heavenly restriction, no cursed energy, and thus no curse generation. But both ideas were impossible. Only a god could make that happen. Hajime offered a third view.
I think this might go on for a long time, until people advance scientifically, until curses can be understood, analyzed, and controlled like any other mystery from ancient times. That's when we'll solve it.
He added with a wry smile.
Unless this whole thing is some joke by a higher existence, then I guess we'll need to hope for divine intervention.
Yuki considered his answer.
That's.
She stood up, brushing dust off her coat.
Well, I'm going to see Tenjin. Looking forward to our next meeting, Hajime-san.
Waving playfully, she turned to leave. Hajime blinked, confused.
Weren't you going to ask me something?
Yuki smiled over her shoulder.
I already did. Bye-bye, Tilda.
Yuki's return shook the jujutsu world. As a special grade sorcerer, she greatly lightened the burden on Hajime and the others. Each special grade was now assigned to a general region, though this was flexible in emergencies. Her presence allowed for more coverage. With national barriers, mass-produced cursed tools, and widespread shelters, the situation was stabilizing. Time passed, the public grew accustomed to the new systems. Praise for the tools and shelters was widespread. Normalcy was returning, at least on the surface. Then an unexpected tremor shattered that peace. November 24th, 1:45 p.m., Shizuoka Prefecture. What began as a minor tremor quickly turned sinister. At first, people calmly followed earthquake drills, but no buildings were damaged. Life resumed. Then the cursed bells rang out. Used as warning tools, these wooden fish-like bells screamed across Shizuoka, echoing through its towns, and they didn't stop. Simultaneous alarms from every direction caused widespread panic. Even worse, Mount Fuji showed signs of volcanic activity. A terrifying thought gripped the public: was it going to erupt? The anomalies and curse reports were rapidly escalated. Special grade sorcerers were alerted, and the response team moved immediately. Hajime, Yuta Akatsu, and Gojo Satoru arrived via Limitless. The bells had been forcibly shut off. The public was already evacuated. Though Mount Fuji looked stable, there was no mistaking the ominous energy within. Authorities had been monitoring this area for years. When they detected a surge in cursed energy, they called in the top-tier sorcerers. Yuki was busy elsewhere and couldn't assist. With potential catastrophe looming, the trio acted quickly.
The aura!
Gojo muttered, removing his blindfold. His 6 eyes glowed with clarity. Hajime and Yuta could feel the pressure even without his vision. Hajime compared the aura to past special grades. None matched it. Even combined, they couldn't touch this.
No way.
Yuta said nervously.
It's not going to erupt on us.
Gojo shook his head.
No, there's a massive cursed spirit inside the mountain. It's like a cursed womb on a huge scale, but stronger, much stronger.
The three climbed the mountain, gathering data as they ascended. Then Gojo's phone rang. Only a few people had his number. Whoever was calling, it was serious. After answering, Gojo frowned deeply.
A curtains appeared in Shibuya. Over 1,000 civilians are trapped, and they're calling my name.
He continued.
In Kyoto, 4 special grade curses have surfaced. Headquarters won't hold. Yuki's tied up in another battle.
Hajime put it together immediately.
This is a setup. 3 locations, all timed perfectly. There's no coincidence here. They're pulling us apart.
He thought of Mahito and his crew silent for too long.
They've planned this. It's all bait.
Gojo sighed.
If they're using hostages, I have to go. You two stay here. I'll return as fast as I can. Do your best to exorcise whatever's inside this mountain.
Gojo vanished. The volcano didn't erupt, but the energy surging within grew more violent. Hajime and Yuta couldn't breach the crater. It would only worsen things. Every 3 minutes, tremors returned, stronger than before. They'd retreated lower on the mountain. Clouds gathered overhead, dark and unnatural. Yuta broke the silence.
It's coming!
Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Awakening of the Eight-Headed Tyrant, 5 months ago. Chapter 96, Awakening of the Eight-Headed Tyrant.
What is that?
Even Yuta Akatsu's steady voice wavered. From their distance away from the mountain's base, a massive form towered above them. Hajime peered upward, eyes widening. A colossal snake-like cursed spirit had erupted from the volcano at the summit, far larger than any Shikigami they've ever seen. The black clouds overhead parted as 4 more gargantuan serpents emerged, 5 heads in total. Thunder rolled in ominous waves. Brilliant silver lightning crackled and fragmented the sky. Then, like a celestial tree, a massive lightning bolt united heaven and earth, drenching the mountain forest. In the heart of that silver storm, the giant snake glistened in the electric glow, a monster beyond imagination.
Let's greet it properly.
Hajime called, surging forward as cursed energy spiraled from his right hand. He formed a time arrow, white light streaking across the storm. It struck head-on, carving a circular wound into the nearest snake head. Dark blood rained over the forest floor. The severed head recoiled, massive eyes trailing purple curses as it lifted off the mountain's remains, soon joined by 3 more, unnaturally still. Another shower of scales crashed down, creating tremors beneath their feet. 5 titanic heads, 8 tails, just as the myth described, Yamata no Orochi. Weapon in hand, Hajime clicked his tongue in awe.
This size?
Yuta, gripping Rika's cursed sword, frowned.
Let's try decapitation.
The distance closed, 1 head lunged in a powerful snap. Another gathered raw cursed energy in its mouth.
Yuta!
Hajime shouted. Time null state activated as his blades cut deep into snake flesh, but could not sever fully, too thick. He launched another time arrow at the wounded neck. Time resumed, the head fell, blood pouring down, starting regeneration immediately. Yuta sprang onto the severed head, Rika materializing behind him. They surged along the head's body toward the still-rising main mass. Hajime watched, silently acknowledging regenerated flesh. Orochi's healing was terrifying.
That proves it's not intelligent. It fights purely on instinct, even to its detriment. You're up soon.
Hajime called midair.
I'm hitting the group, then it's your turn.
They landed side by side at Orochi's coiling base. Both the severed heads behind them stirred, ready to attack. Hajime focused. Time wheel spin activated, again cursed energy surging into all 3 blades. They slashed a circular trench around Orochi's coils. Time resumed, 1 snake head dropped, another fell from midair, blood showering like rain. Rika intercepted a downward energy beam, whispering.
Yuta.
Yuta shouted.
Rika!
He sprang upward, sword extending into a terrifying net of cursed light. Rika followed, and together they severed two heads, crimson spraying everywhere. When Yuta landed, Hajime noticed the heads had reattached to their larger body with horrifying speed. Orochi's regeneration was unmatched.
It healed in seconds, that's not the point.
Hajime declared.
This time you take 2 heads, I'll take 3. We hit the core full annihilation.
Yuta nodded.
On it!
Yuta slipped on his ring and touched it to Rika's essence. Cursed energy exploded from both, merging into a single overwhelming presence. Rika materialized fully, cursed spirit and ring linked, 5 minutes of full power granted. Their energy seemed limitless, both channeling the strength of a special grade spirit. Yuta and Hajime split, left and right, both converging on Orochi's coiling body.
Time wheel spin! Time wheel spin!
Chapter 97, 97. Chapter 97, The Wheel of Time Turns Blood, 5 months ago. Chapter 97, The Wheel of Time Turns Blood. Kamihara Hajime and Yuta Akatsu simultaneously activated the technique known as
Time wheel!
In this near-frozen world, even the downpour that once bridged heaven and earth hung motionless in the air. At that moment, only 3 presences remained unfrozen: Hajime, Yuta, and Rika, who was still fused with him. This was Yuta Akatsu's inherited technique. Gojo Satoru had once called it all forms are non-forms, but Yuta and Hajime preferred its true essence, imitation. As the name implied, Yuta's technique allowed him to replicate others' techniques. But the copy was only as good as its wielder. If he imitated Gojo Satoru's limitless, for instance, it lacked the full power due to Yuta not possessing the 6 eyes. The process was more mimicry than mastery. Yuta could temporarily reshape his own technique to match another's, but doing so came with a binding vow. He needed an object deeply tied to the original technique's user. Inumaki Toge once gifted him a semi-cursed tool infused with his own technique. Rika's ring was another such anchor, but in Hajime's case, the link came from his own blood. Hajime never bothered crafting cursed tools. His technique wasn't compatible with tool binding anyway, so he simply shed bloodlots of it and let Rika consume it. With that, the connection was complete. Despite having the capability, Yuta rarely used Hajime's technique. There was a clear reason for this. Under Hajime's instruction, Yuta once tried injecting reverse cursed energy into the imitated technique to invoke its reversal. The result? Failure. Every attempt ended with the technique's collapse. He learned that while the forward effect of the technique could be imitated, technique reversal remained impossible, which made time wheel dangerous. Without reversal to mitigate the cost, every use was like lighting his own life force on fire. That wasn't just a theory. Gojo confirmed it with 6 eyes, Iiri Shoko confirmed it with medicine. Back on the battlefield, Kamihara Hajime and Yuta moved unhindered through the still world. They ascended Orochi's monstrous body with ease. Yuta was unfazed, but Rika, curious and unfamiliar with this space, floated beside him, flicking raindrops with childlike wonder. Once Rika was summoned, they split up and began tearing through Orochi's body with overwhelming cursed energy. Hajime was much faster, but with Rika's support, Yuta wasn't far behind. Orochi's once terrifying regeneration had halted. They severed all 5 of its heads. As the technique neared its limit, Yuta called out.
Hajime-san, are you sure cursed energy alone works on it? Cursed tools might be more effective against its defense.
Hajime had already activated the technique across his 3 cursed swords and was now preparing to disengage.
In theory, yes, I'll reactivate to maximize the next strike. Let's finish this in one blow.
As he exited the time null state, Yuta followed suit. Blood and flesh rained down. Rika shielded Yuta. Hajime dodged the larger chunks and began focusing his cursed energy. After briefly re-entering the time null state, Hajime condensed time arrows, then exited again, injecting energy into the technique. In mere moments, a dense sphere of swirling cursed energy had formed in his palms. Yuta, supported by Rika, did the same. Orochi's corpse, soaked in blood rain, began twitching, regenerating. Thankfully, they had already put distance between themselves and the remains. Several condensed time arrows launched. Yuta's own cursed energy barrage was fully charged. Though smaller in scale than Orochi's previous breath attacks, its power was formidable. The attacks hit as Orochi's form began knitting back together, flesh unraveling, its massive body writhed. The time arrows and Yuta's attack collided with its torso. The rain split under the pressure of the cursed blasts, yet even that wasn't enough. Time rain. A barrier unfolded as a fusion of techniques bled into the environment. The rain itself became clearer, then Hajime activated Time Wheel again.
Time wheel spin.
But he didn't use it on himself, his target was Orochi. Blood trickled from Hajime's nose and eyes but vanished just as quickly. His manually invoked technique reversal cleaned it away. The Time Wheel's effect held Orochi in its grip for just a second. At the same instant, Yuta and Hajime's attacks slammed into it. The massive body was torn apart, over half of it disintegrated. The rain washed the debris away. Hajime staggered, coughing. The recoil from overloading his technique was obvious, but the results spoke for themselves. Orochi's legendary regeneration was done. Scattered flesh littered the ground, no signs of life. Yuta exhaled deeply.
Is it over? Seems like it. What about those remains? Usually they fade faster. Is it because of its size?
Hajime sheathed his sword just as the remnants began evaporating. Purple-black smoke rose. Hajime scowled. He fired a burst of cursed energy, but it passed straight through the smoke.
What the hell is this?
Rika reached toward it, no effect. The smoke gathered in the air, condensing into a massive orb. Alarmed, both tried to strike again. This time their attacks bounced back. The sphere remained unscathed.
Yuta!
Hajime drew his cursed sword. Rika grabbed him and hurled him into the air. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, radiating blinding light, slashed into the orb. The result: explosion. Purple smoke surged outward, cursed energy flooded the air. A wet sound hit the ground, something landed behind Hajime, then a scream. Hajime turned. Yuta lay motionless, blood stained the puddles beneath him. Rika's broken form dissipated. Time wheel reverse. Time reversal surged over Yuta, wounds, blood erased. Life returned to Yuta's face. Rika reformed.
Move!
Hajime shouted. He reactivated the technique, but inside Time Null, he saw no presence near Yuta. He spun. A figure emerged. A naked man, flawless, muscular, dark purple markings spiraled across his chest. His face.
This shouldn't be possible.
Shibuya. 40 minutes after the barrier appeared, 2,432 people remained trapped. A strange message began to circulate. Call out Gojo Satoru's name and you'll be saved. No one knew where the rumor started, but fear made them listen, and soon the chant spread. Then Gojo arrived. The crowd surged, voices overlapping in desperation. Gojo extended Limitless slightly. The air itself halted their approach.
Everyone quiet.
The chaos calmed, faces were still pale with fear.
Excuse me, thank you.
He said, parting the sea of people. He floated upward onto invisible steps.
I'm here to save you, you.
He paused. In his 6 eyes, 2 figures emerged.
Ugh!
The crowd sensed danger and scattered, but the barrier held them close.
Hanami ready. Percentasterisk and Jogo, I'm fine, for the future.
Gojo stepped through the sky, curious.
That big one from earlier, was that yours? Hostages now, huh?
He smiled, flexing his fingers.
Wanna say your last words?
Jogo, who had other motives, humored the banter. While activating domain amplification, he said,
Don't you wonder what that curse was? Gojo Satoru, this world isn't yours alone.
Gojo slipped off his blindfold, his 6 eyes lit up.
Honestly, I don't care. I've got 2 students down there, I trust them.
His body vanished. Jogo was mid-motion, a hand seized his arm, a fist met his stomach. Flames burst from his mouth, but Gojo brushed them aside. Hanami joined the fray, but only delayed him for seconds.
Neutralizing Limitless with a domain's sure-hit effect. Smart move.
He caught Hanami's thorn strike, snapped it, then shattered his arm.
Hanami!
Jogo called once. Hanami understood. Jogo charged. Hanami, from a distance, stood among civilians and clasped his hands. And y equals percent. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Forest of Binding, 5 months ago. Chapter 98, Forest of Binding. Green and white light flooded the space within the barrier, and due to the crowd, Gojo Satoru couldn't unleash his full power to interrupt Hanami. Jogo, by contrast, was nearly giving his life to protect the hostages. Even Gojo's lapse, blue and reversal, red couldn't be used at full strength, it would devastate the innocent. If Gojo sacrificed a few, Jogo would fight to the death. In such a confined area, any clash of unrestrained power would kill everyone instantly. Gojo pressed on, determined to exorcise Jogo and the others before casualties mounted. But then Hanami activated a domain expansion, forcing Gojo to hesitate. Should he abandon restraint? But how could he risk countless lives in a clash of domains? Still, Hanami's domain formed instantly. The underground station vanished, replaced by a lush forest. Concrete turned to soil and grass. Vines erupted from beneath the earth, and luminescent lights floated in the air, deceptively serene. The crowd had no time to admire it. Vines wrapped around them in an instant. Under Hanami's technique, they sank into deep sleep. Gojo casually snapped 2 vines. They had low defense and regrew fast. His 6 eyes revealed the true danger. The domain was linking the hostages to its power, pumping them full of vitality, but also preparing to reverse that flow and drain their lives at Hanami's will. The scene looked dreamy, but it hid a lethal trap. Gojo even felt the domain sapping him, albeit slowly.
Trying to tie me down with hostages.
Gojo murmured. He dodged Jogo's flame-wreathed punch and countered with a devastating blow that sliced through. But Jogo healed instantly once the fist withdrew, a result of Hanami's domain buff, as Gojo realized. That wasn't going to work. He detached one of Jogo's arms and kicked him away. Then he raised a hand.
Domain expansion, unlimited void.
A flash of infinite light, so abrupt it felt unreal, then silence fell. Ignoring Jogo, Gojo rushed toward Hanami, who stood frozen. The clash shattered Hanami's domain in a heartbeat.
What a difference!
Hanami thought as Gojo's face slammed into his vision, a hand covering his eyes.
Gojo Satoru.
Jogo roared on the edge of the domain collapse. Normally, Gojo's domain would kill hostages caught within it. Surely, Jogo would have expected that. But Gojo maintained perfect control. His domain took down Hanami, leaving Jogo furious and enraged.
Everyone here will die for you, Gojo Satoru.
Jogo bellowed, unleashing his own domain. A flash of infinite light, so abrupt it felt unreal, then silence fell. Ignoring Jogo, Gojo rushed toward Hanami, who stood frozen. The clash shattered Hanami's domain in a heartbeat. What a difference!
Oh,
Jogo panted, drained.
your domain.
But the power was gone. Jogo could barely summon another word as Gojo advanced. Jogo tried to block, but Gojo struck, arms shattered, chest pierced, and Gojo emerged clean. Thrown to the ground, Jogo struggled as life seeped out.
Gojo Satoru.
Gojo directed rescue teams to the unconscious hostages. From his 6 eyes, he noticed Jogo reaching for something. Curious, Gojo began to step forward, until a voice echoed far too familiar.
Satoru, long time no see.
Gojo turned and his blood ran cold. Standing before him was Suguru Gido, a live end holding the prison realm. Gojo's instincts roared this was impossible. His 6 eyes swore this was Suguru, but he refused to believe it. Memories flashed, Gojo stared at him.
Who are you?
Before Suguru could answer, chains of cursed energy erupted behind Gojo. He tried to respond, but every limb was bound by tentacles.
Prison realm close.
The cursed object swallowed Gojo utterly.
Satoru.
Suguru murmured.
I wanted to catch up with you.
He attempted to retrieve the cubit was rooted to the earth. Undeterred, Suguru turned instead to Jogo, laying prone nearby.
Let's make use of this one.
Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Echoes of the Imitator, 5 months ago. Chapter 99, Echoes of the Imitator.
If my assessment is accurate, it doesn't just resurrect, it copies the technique of whoever kills it. First it duplicated my time wheel, and now it's mimicking your imitation.
Hajime spoke, analyzing the creature. Yuta Akatsu's eyes widened in disbelief.
It really can do that, but there must be a limit to its resurrection.
Hajime answered as they both realized the significance. The serpent's 5 active heads were no coincidence. Yuta glanced at Orochi, who hadn't activated the time null state, and leaned toward Hajime.
If it's copied my imitation, you just need to avoid letting it take your flesh.
Hajime frowned.
I just don't know if it stole Rika's power too. Its cursed energy is already off the charts.
Hajime stepped back as Yuta advanced to engage Orochi. He analyzed from range.
Probably not. So far it's only replicated the forward rotation of my technique, not the reverse or any derivatives. And it shows no real intelligence. It's just imitating.
Their ongoing clash with Yuta confirmed this. Aside from immense cursed energy, brute strength, and aggression, Orochi showed no other skill. Hajime exhaled, relieved. He pulled out his phone and dialed repeatedly before trying another line.
Hello, is this Itadori?
As he spoke, he switched to supervisor mode and rejoined the fight but from a more strategic position. Hajime mentally reviewed the plan. Orochi acquires techniques only from the killer, a dangerous trait, so only opponents whose technique it could copy without enabling it were safe to engage. Yuta's imitation fit that criterion, formidable but containable. Yuta couldn't finish it, but he could slow it down until Itadori and Maki arrived to deliver the final blow and test its limits. Shibuya. Itadori Yuji ended the call. With him were Megumi Fushiguro, Nanami Kento, Maki Zenin, Nobara Kujisaki, and Yashino Junpei. They stood amid a devastated street, corpses littering the ground. Across from them were Mahito and a monstrous cursed spirit, an octopus-headed horror they'd faced before, alongside infected humans. Yuji turned to Megumi and the others in a low voice.
Hajime-senpai and Yuta need backup. Hajime-senpai said Maki-san and I are up next.
Maki frowned.
Back up for them. They must be in trouble, but we'll do it.
Before the group could move, Mahito glanced at his phone, showed no emotion, then faced the cursed spirit Dagon, a massive octopus-faced entity.
Playtime's over. You handle this, Dagon, just don't die.
He paused, looked at Yuji, and then turned and walked away upstairs. Everyone froze should they chase. Nanami took charge.
Itadori, Maki, go find a Jichi or another supervisor and head for Hajime-senpai's location. If they can't handle this, worse threats may emerge.
Nobara and Junpei signaled Yuji to go with Maki. He nodded, feeling the pressure. Dagon, a taxi-like energy and fish beasts surged forward. Kan, Megumi's Shikigami, defended them, tearing apart the creatures. Megumi and the others stepped up to back him. Yuji looked back at them, then followed Maki away from the fray. Aboard the evac bus to Shizuoka, Maki and Yuji found a Jichi, explained their mission, and boarded a shuttle toward Shizuoka. Yuji asked quietly.
Hajime-senpai ran into trouble. What's going on?
Maki kept a level voice.
He said he needs us. Yuta's with him. Beyond that, I don't know more yet.
As they drove through pouring rain toward Mount Fuji, the evac scene blurred past empty roads and masses huddled in shelters. Towers of dark clouds draped the mountain in gloom. They arrived at a ravaged battlefield. In the center were 3 figures locked in combat, 2 Yuta Akatsu lookalikes and Orochi, but one was clearly an imposter. Battle's resurgence. Hajime and Yuta had been trapped in a stalemate with Orochi, relying on his some techniques and Yuta's imitation to stall, but the enemy had proved dangerous. It fired black flash attacks in quick succession and silently achieved multiple hits. Yuta took painful blows, but Hajime used reverse rotation to cancel them out until the assault intensified. Realizing he couldn't rely on stalling forever, Hajime moved to full offensive mode when Maki and Yuji arrived. He cast an amber seal on Orochi's temporary hold with phenomenal effort. Gritting his teeth, he rushed Yuta with orders.
This cursed spirit takes your technique. So you and I deal most of the damage. Yuta, hit hard but leave the killing blow to Maki-san.
Yuta nodded. Hajime tossed Maki the Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter.
Do this by the book. Yuta, you must inflict over 50% of the damage. Maki-san takes the finishing strike. Go.
They launched their charges. Hajime used Time Null to disable major attacks. Yuta channeled Rika's energy to condense cursed energy into a blade-black flash delivered with brutal precision. He stumbled Orochi, shredding its limbs. Finally, Maki leapt in with both blades drawn. Orochi regrew and armbutt Maki's strikes were ruthless. Her blades flashed in the rain, one pierced its head, another sliced its neck and chest. She pressed with furious precision until Orochi collapsed. Resurrection.
Did that do it?
Hajime shook his head.
Not yet, we counted this as the third kill. It can resurrect 5 times.
Red flesh erupted from the soaked ground, coalescing into a grotesque mass. A hand burst through the blood and mud, then Orochi reformed before them, with Maki's face on its body. The illusion was chilling. Hajime cracked a smile, voice grave.
Now we test it further.
Chapter 100, Chapter 100, The Imitator's True Power, 5 months ago. Chapter 100, The Imitator's True Power. Hajime did not activate his technique. He took the sword from Maki and confronted the newly reformed Orochi. At their first clash, the Tatsukanote Tsurugi in his hand emitted a brittle, grating crack. A terrifying force hurled him backward. Blood mist blurred his figure, but in the next moment he reappeared, unscathed, steady on his feet. A power far beyond. The gap in strength was staggering. Hajime realized just how far beyond this being lay. Using time wheel spin, Hajime entered time null state and repositioned before Orochi. Despite its sluggishness in comparison, he sensed its gaze lock onto him. When Hajime struck with his sword, the blade plunged into Orochi yet wouldn't budge, an unthinkable display of physical strength. He thought this strength.
It replicated Hajime-san's ability.
Itadori and Maki noted in unison, breathless. Yuta added.
It can copy whatever it gets, disregarding restrictions.
Hajime nodded.
Yes, theoretically, if Satoru-sensei killed it, it would copy limitless, even without 6 eyes.
Yuji realized the strategy.
That's why you called us. We don't have techniques. If we kill it, it won't get stronger.
Orochi rose again, restored. Hajime glanced at Itadori.
You're up. I'm going to push it. Just swing when the time is right. Have you practiced with a sword?
Yuji fumbled, accepting Anakiri.
Senpai, I mostly do hand-to-hand.
Hajime launched forward, weaving a net of sword light that forced Orochi to reveal itself. Its speed, though formidable, was still manageable against time manipulation. Its attacks shattered the ground but didn't reach him. Hajime raised his sword.
Time!
Rainwater frozen mid-fall formed a crystalline dome around Orochi. Yuji watched in awe as everything inside was suspended, cursed energy stopped in place. Hajime's voice echoed.
Now!
Yuji channeled cursed energy into Anakiri. In that frozen moment, there was only the sword and the target, no hesitation. Slash. Black light tore through the dome. Orochi's form splintered in an overwhelming strike. Hajime rushed in and threw Yuji aside just as Orochi's body began to disintegrate. He braced himself, eyes sharp. Now they would see, would Orochi copy Yuji's form unchanged, or would it gain Sukuna's power? Blood and flesh scattered across the battlefield and reformed into Orochi. This time it looked exactly like Yuji. It even wore Orochi's mask, but those pupil-less purplish eyes remained unsettlingly inhuman. It charged Hajime without any fanfare or special ability, just raw aggression. Elsewhere, Suguru Gido and Mahito stood in the shadows with 3 masked sorcerers. The special-grade cursed spirits summoned by Gido lay destroyed. Mahito eyed the trio curiously.
They carry intriguing cursed objects.
He mused.
They share my methods, but their souls have changed.
Gido smiled.
Focus, are you going in or shall I?
Mahito strolled forward.
I'll go, let me study 2 of them.
Suddenly Mahito's controlled humans transformed into grotesque hunks of flesh, his staple idol transfiguration unleashed. The trio sprang into action. A figure in a monkey mask materialized, grasping a lightning-wreathed sword. He swung it in a thunderous arc. Lightning strike, myriad prisons. Lightning erupted everywhere, eradicating Mahito's creations in a deadly flash. When the electricity subsided, only scorched earth remained. From underground, Mahito emerged, undamaged and smirking. He brushed off soot.
You've got power.
Monkey Mask tightened his grip on the sword. It crackled and revealed ancient runes. The legendary spirit blade Butsumitama, now glowing with raw cursed energy. Mahito's form twisted and expanded in midair, transforming into a beastly killing machine massacre spirit body. Black tail and spines appeared, electricity aligning with his own body. They struck, bolts clashed against raw cursed energy, but the spirit blade was stronger. Mahito barely held his ground, his elbow spikes cracking. Suddenly, from the shadows, a crow-masked figure unleashed a brilliant, warm light like midday sun. Mahito convulsed in pain. Guido emerged, earth tremored as his cursed spirits gathered, rumbling with power. Mahito summoned a black barrier and smiled wildly.
Self-embodiment of perfection.
He trapped the masked trio inside his domain. Black hands lunged, but the crow's light shielded them. The monkey mask breathed heavily.
We can't stay in here.